Well, good morning everybody and welcome to Liverpool Cricket Club for the second day of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture between Lancashire and Derbyshire. The players are warming up and we're due to start on time. We might have to dance between the showers a little bit today. There's one or two suggestions of some rain, maybe around about lunchtime, but the good news is play will start on time. It was a terrific day's cricket yesterday. It was hard going for Lancashire. They battered throughout the course of the day and Josh Bohannon was the star for Lancashire. He made 94. We're going to hear from him shortly, but that was a really good knock by Bohannon on what looks like a pretty tricky pitch to bat on. So we're going to see two young Lancashire players resume in around about 20 minutes time. The Red Rose looking to try and get as many as they can in their first innings. Of course, we know they can't qualify for the final of the competition, but still looking to end their group campaign with a victory. Derbyshire can still finish top of the North Group. So fingers crossed the weather behaves, and if it does rain, hopefully for not too long. But as I say, there's one or two suggestions of a little bit of rain around, but we'll start on time at 10:30. We're going to hear from Josh Bohannon shortly, reflecting on that 94. Last season here he got 98 for Lancashire. He came 6 away from what would have been a second first-class century for Josh Bohannon. We'll get his thoughts on that shortly, but first let's reflect back on the first day.
Davies waits, and that one strikes the pad. There's a big appeal, and he's gone as well, and Lewis Rees has his first wicket. It's the second one to fall, and Lancashire in a spot of bother here. They're 2 for 2. He's good.
Connors to Jones. That's a nice shot to the left of Billy Godleman, who's at mid-off and out towards the boundary for 4 runs. Nicely played by Rob Jones, just leant into it. Pretty heavy this morning, hence the delay for half an hour. It's driven and hit nicely by Rob Jones. That's 4 runs. It's a good shot from Jones, right in between mid-off and mid-on.
Supports them, but I don't. Reese bowls driven nicely, and that's beaten the dive of Critchley, and it's beaten the dive of Billy Godleman as well, and it's gone all the way to Malloy. Remarkably. This one is a short one, and it's pulled nicely by Bohannon. I'm not sure it's going to have the pace to get all the way to the boundary, though. Connors is giving chase. They've gone for 2, and it is going to go all the way. Loses his cap before he... Melton comes in again. It's carved away, and Matty McKinnon puts it down at third that we've seen so far today. Lewis Rees got one to pop a little bit as well, and this next one is edged, and this time it is caught. It's caught well by Leas to ploy its second slip.
Bohannon's on strike. Critchley continues. He was left alone by Josh Bohannon.
Well, noisy really, as much as anything. Melton is in, and that's edged, and it's on the floor. There's extra 2 wickets. Rees is in again. Oh, and that one's taken the edge of Willis's bat, gone through to Harvey Hussein's. Derbyshire set up as Rees bowls. This one is driven expansively out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Nice shot from Bohannon. It was over pitch and outside off stump, and he gave it the trick. Yellow, brown, green and red. This one is smacked out to the leg side by Bohannon. That's a glorious shot. Again, too short from Dustin Melton, and given the treatment by Bohannon, who has moved on to 50 now. He's moved on to 50.
Connors to Lavelle, but down the leg side. Harvey Hussain tumbling to his left, trying to stop the ball. He can't. 20. Lavelle the win back. There's a big appeal for LBW. He's gone, Lavelle, this time. Just a half shuffle back into the crease, trying to keep the ball out.
Connors bowls, and that one is raced away down the leg side for 4 somethings as it come off the bat.
Comes leaning in, straightens up as he approaches the stumps, and that's cut by Bohannon. And Anuj Dal is scampering after that, but I suspect he'll just be escorting the ball towards the boundary. He is. It's 4 runs. Back into Boberson. A leaping Harvey Hussain, the keeper, to his right, trying to stop the ball, but a little Lizzie from the Times.
Rees bowls, that's brilliantly carved away to the leg, to the offside rather, for 4 runs. I fancy Billy Godleman's giving chase. Balderson's going to pick up a boundary though.
And this is driven away square of the wicket by Bohannon. A full length delivery, but wide of off stump and smeared away along the ground down towards the point boundary for 4 runs. There is Dahl to Balderson. That's cut away. through the offside. Connors, I think, scampering after that. It's a valiant effort by Sam Connors trying to get to the ball, but 4 runs.
Slipped the other one at the leg before wicket. Big man in now. Oh, and edges this one. It might have been a bottom edge, and it's going to go away for 4. It does. And waiting. And Bohannon gets a full toss, and he's caught at mid-wicket by Finn Hudson-Prentice. To hope for the best.
Rain. Chopped out through the offside by Balderson. Down towards the point boundary. And 4 runs for George Balderson. The opening round of Bob Willis fixture games at New Road. He's got runs here as well. Driven away, squared the wicket. And his Dole will chase after it. Balderson's already come back for a second. And no need to run. Melton into Danny Lamb. That's 4 runs. Drilled away through the offside by Switchlight. Looks a bit grim.
Often rains in Leeds, doesn't it? This one is edged and caught by Wayne Madsen at first slip. He flashed hard at that one, did George Balderson. Only the one slip.
Critchley. And this is played out to point and caught by Duploy. And then Danny Lamb's gone, and straight away looked up towards the skies there, Lamb. Josh Bohannon joins us, close of play on the first day. Josh, well battered. Sum up your feelings for us today.
Obviously very happy, but very gutted as well. Just felt like I grafted enough to deserve it, and yeah, just gutted really. But if you'd have offered me 94 at the start of the day, then obviously I'd have took that. So
a bit of a bittersweet feeling for you.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I felt good in the middle, so great time again. Great to spend time in the middle. Hopefully get another chance, but if not, I'd happy we take that as my last knock in the Red Bull season this year. So take a lot of confidence from that. It
looked like hard going out there for the batsman. Just give us a little insight to what the pitch is like.
Well, it's tough. It's tough scoring, as you can see. If they bowl in good areas with the straighter fields and stuff like that, it's quite slow. So and there's enough there for the bowlers. So it just feels like we had to graft a bit. It wasn't just a boundary pitch. Obviously massive boundary to one side as well. Outfield pretty slow as well. So yeah, it was a tough graft for the lads, but we'd have obviously liked more. But I think overall, it's a pretty good day really. We've got some individual good stuff. So.
And you're out there pretty early this morning, weren't you?
Second ball, yeah. There we start.
I mean, obviously that can happen, but what challenges does that bring you, batting at 3? I guess you've got to almost pretend you're an opener, I guess.
Yeah, I just got a cup of tea as well, so a few times I've done that now. But no, you've always got to be ready. To be honest, I don't mind it because I'm not very good at waiting to bat, so just get it straight out there. Yeah, quite enjoyed it. So yeah, good to obviously see off a new ball and then bat a bit longer. So take a lot of confidence from that. We
spoke a little earlier on the season about you batting at 3 and about perhaps how you've looked to adapt your game to bat at 3. Yeah. Was that on show again here today with the way that you batted?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Yeah, like I said to you last time, I put a lot of work over the winter and stuff, and over the last few months to get used to facing like a newer ball and all that sort of stuff, trying to change the way that I play a little bit but still stay positive. So it just obviously, like I said, it's bittersweet, but I take a lot of pride and a lot of confidence from batting that amount of time in the middle again at 3, so hopefully that can continue.
I know it's only early stages of the game, but potentially your innings feels like quite a significant one in the game. It could be kind of a defining one in the match, perhaps, bearing in mind how tricky it is to score on there.
Hope so, yeah. Like I said, I wanted to carry on, but I said when I was batting with George Balderson, I said I think if we can bat as long as we can, obviously 120 overs, and it's tough scoring. So I feel like if we can get another 40, say, if possible, I think that'd be massive tomorrow. And I think with our attack as well, I think bowling on a pitch like that suits us really well. So I'm looking forward to the next couple of days.
Last season here, 98 not out. Today, 94. I don't know, do you like Liverpool or do you not like Liverpool? I can't.
No, I do. Bunny just said I'm a massive jug avoidance on this ground. it's not the case. But no, I've enjoyed playing here. I've had a little bit of success, which is always nice. It's quite obviously on the back of last year. It was nice to come back and play. So hopefully we can continue.
It's quite a young-looking attack, isn't it? Which is exciting. Be good to watch that, I think, tomorrow.
Definitely. This season, obviously a shortened season and stuff like that, but it's given a lot of opportunity to younger lads, which I think is great. So hopefully, they can get involved in the game tomorrow and try and get some wickets, and some of the lads get some runs as well.
Cool. Well battered.
Thanks very much.
Actually, in the next 5 minutes, you'll be able to hear commentary on medium wave 855 and via the BBC Sport website and app, with Lancashire up against Derbyshire. Derbyshire top of the North Group, and they can finish top and qualify for the final. Lancashire cannot reach the final of this competition, but still looking to end the season as brightly as they possibly can. And they've got quite a young team for this fixture, quite a young bowling attack in particular. So an exciting couple of days in prospect for the players making their debut in particular. In terms of where Lancashire are, at 206 for 8 is where they'll resume in the next few minutes, with Tom Hartley unbeaten on 5 and Jack Morley on 0. So 206 for 8, and we'll start in the next 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, a very warm welcome to Liverpool Cricket Club in Aigburth on the BBC Sport website and app, via BBC Radio Lancashire's medium wave frequency. And on the live stream, there are pictures of Graham Onions, the recently retired Graham Onions, doing a little bit of warm-ups with the one or two of the players, and Dane Villas, the Lancashire captain, walking across the edge of the outfield. We are starting on time, and I'm a little surprised that we are, which is great news, because there's one or two predictions of quite thundery weather. Hello from our broadcast tent. Hello. We have one or two predictions of some pretty poor weather around, but fingers crossed they might skirt round the edge of the ground perhaps. But I think around about 11:30, 12 o'clock, something like that, there's a suggestion of some rain, but fingers crossed we'll miss them. We'll dodge our way in between the showers. Just listening there to what Josh Bohannon was saying, reflecting on yesterday's performance, and boy didn't he bat really well. I thought that was such a good knock from Bohannon. One of the standout innings of the season for me, the way he batted there, and on a tricky pitch, with wickets tumbling all around him. He got one good partnership with Rob Jones, and managed to get another one with George Bolson, and I think he'll be absolutely thrilled with his work. Josh Bohannon, 94, a little bittersweet for him, because clearly he would like to have gone on to have made 3 figures, and it would have been a second first-class century for him, but an extremely impressive 94 for Josh Bohannon. And now we're going to see two of the Lancashire youngsters coming out, Tom Hartley and Jack Morley. Jack's just 19, Tom's just 22. Jack's on debut. Tom's played a handful of first-class games, 3 so far in his fledgling career. And then we've got George Burrows, who has only played 1 first-class game. He's due in next for Lancashire. So it's exciting times for the Red Rose, having the opportunity to give some young players their chance in this first-class fixture. And we see the arrival now of the 2 not-out batsmen. The taller Tom Hartley there twirling his bat, and the smaller figure of Jack Morley just alongside him. The ground staff are just finishing their preparations. Their tractor is still out there picking up last-minute bits and bobs. The ground staff taking away the practice nets down to our left-hand side. I had a little walk on the outfield this morning, and it had a little spongy underfoot, but I'm not surprised by the amount of rain that fell on Wednesday when we were here for the T20 match. So yeah, a little soft, and we saw that yesterday when the players were fielding. The amount of grass and turf that was churned up when they were sliding across the outfield, saving runs. Lots of muddy patches. I can see the Derbyshire players who have got a very, very white whites. They're ice white colours, and they've got lots of muddy patches in and around the knees where they've been churning up the outfield in a pursuit of trying to save some runs, because, as we mentioned in the introduction, a significant game for both sides. Of course, you're playing a first-class fixture, and for Lancashire you're representing the Red Rose. For Derbyshire, they've got a wonderful chance reaching the final, a 5-day final at Lords in the Bob Willis Trophy. So there's an awful lot at stake for both these two sides, for Derbyshire in particular. If they can finish top, then it gives them and win this game, then it gives them a real shot at trying to lift the trophy in a few weeks' time. I think we're all just about ready. Like I said, the chairman of Liverpool Cricket Club, he's out and about working hard, with helping out his ground staff. He's jogging off with a bit of debris to our left-hand side. We've got quite thick cloud cover above us, and at the minute a relatively gentle breeze, but hopefully, as I say, hopefully we'll get a little bit fortunate with the rain. Fear not, Derbyshire supporters. Dave Fletcher will be with us in the next few minutes. He's just updating listeners on BBC Radio Derby for the listeners on the radio just at the minute, so he'll be with us in the next few moments. Let's see Sam Connors to bowl the first over of the day from the pavilion end, and Jack Morley is on strike with 3 slips in place and a point, and mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg down in the distance. Morley's scratching around in his crease, taking guard, having a little gulp of air, I'm sure, and he will be, well, maybe he'll have slept well last night. I mean, got out there and made his debut, got himself some runs. He's up and going. Hopefully this morning. Here he goes, facing the first delivery from Connors, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run. So yeah, he'll be a little anxious, I think, until he gets himself off the mark and gets his first run. But having gone out there and faced a few deliveries last night, what did he face in the end? He faced 14 balls last night, so he may have settled down a little bit overnight. But there'll be a few butterflies in the stomach of the likes of Jack Morley and George Lavelle, who made his debut. I thought it was quite a little gritty 13 from George Lavelle. Again, he batted for an hour or so and got 13 runs, and he'll feel a little bit happy about life as a first-class cricketer. Here is Connors to Morley, just squares him up and angled across the Lancashire batsman and into the gloves of the wicket-keeper Harvey Hussain, and there is no run. We shall keep you abreast of all the other games throughout the course of the day across the 3 groups, with teams battling it out for points to try and finish top of the group and try and snatch a place in that Bob Willis Trophy final. There's 1 or 2 delays around the country. As Connors balls to Morley, goes back into his crease and defends safely enough to Lewis Rees, who's at mid-on, and there's no run. It's like a delayed start in Leeds, Yorkshire against Leicestershire. Hasn't started yet, and they had quite a few problems yesterday in that fixture. It doesn't look like they've got underway neither at Trent Bridge just yet. Nottinghamshire against Durham, but they're playing everywhere else. Top of the table clash between Worcestershire and Somerset, and Essex against Middlesex, another game which Derbyshire fans are keen on. Morley gets bat on ball, just onto that front foot, trying to work it into the onside. Picked up by Hudson Prentice at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Essex 108 for 5, trail Middlesex by 30. Middlesex made 138, but Derbyshire supporters keeping a close eye on that game at Chelmsford, as well as the match at New Row between the top 2 in the central group. Somerset are not too far away, actually. If they pick up a bowling bonus point and then go on to win the game, they're guaranteed a place in the final. Connors from the pavilion end to Morley, just pushing forward at that delivery, and past him and through to Hussain. And the keeper, no run, with 3 slips to alongside him. And Jack Morley there, squad number 18, on his first-class debut. Eager for a first run. When can he get his first run, settle himself down? He'll be looking forward to having a bowl as well later on. Looking forward to watching him. It's one of the benefits of this season, actually, seen so many players make their debut, but had not seen bowl before. It's been great to watch, so look forward to watching Jack a little later on. Clipped away up to mid-on, Lewis Rees fields, and there's no run, so he's negotiated the first over of the day as Jack Morley Still looking for his first run, but he's got through the first over. He's got a bit of bat on ball as well. So, conversation with Tom Hartley, who actually, he's not got an enormous amount of runs this season, but actually the way he's batted and the time he spent, I think, crucially in the middle. And I think in particular of a game up at Durham when Lancashire beat Durham at Chesterley Street. Did he get there? He got 38 not out. Yeah, he batted very nicely to help Lancashire get up to 308. So he's, I think, acquitted himself extremely impressively since making his debut. But I'd say that for the likes of Balderson as well, and Burrows. Only seen him play once in that Roses match. So it's just his second first-class game. Great to see these players making their debut. We're going to have, I suspect, Lewis Rees bowling from the River End. It's an end which he occupied a lot yesterday. 22 overs bowled by Lewis Rees yesterday. 22 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for... 24 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 49. Rees's figures yesterday, so he got through a lot of work. Only Critchley coming somewhere near to matching him. He bowled 22 overs and picked up 1 for 39. 3 wickets for Dustin Melton, 2 for Connors, 2 for Rees, and 1 for Critchley. And that standout performance by Josh Bohannon, with some assistance from Rob Jones and from George Balderson as well. It was a really good day's cricket. Absorbing game to watch yesterday. Here is Rees bowling to Hartley. He just leans onto the front foot and allows the ball to pass through to the wicket keeper. And there is no run. So Rees has got a couple of slips there. Wayne Madsen and Lias Deploy, first and second slip. There's a gully. And who's Dahl just backward of point. Melton at extra cover. Critchley's at mid-on. Critchley's at mid-wicket rather. There's a mid-on and mid-off. Rees is into it to Hartley. Just rolls off the face of the bat into the ground and disappears down towards gully. And there's no run. There's a fine leg which is Sam Connors to our left-hand side. And if you're with us for the first time, because perhaps you had other things to do on your Sunday afternoon, which is completely acceptable, then when you hear from Dave, and he will be with us shortly, we're commentating from this media marquee. I've given it a full build-up. It's a media marquee. It's a sizable contraption, mind you, but we're square on. We've got a good view looking right across the ground as Hartley goes back and defends this delivery into the offside, and there's no run. So at ground level, there we are. You can see on the screens now. We're kind of halfway in the middle of that tent. So there's 3 members of the written press to one side, and there's Dave Fletcher with his grey hoodie on, nattering away to the Radio Derby listeners. I'm alongside him here. So we're in this media marquee, and there's different little marquees that have been set up. One for the scorers, one for each team either side of the pavilion. Rees is into Hartley, and then just dabbed away down through the offside, and there is no run. But with everything having to be all socially distanced, they're having to create extra spaces. So these additional marquees either side of the pavilion, one for the Derbyshire players, one for the Lancashire players, just gives a little extra room, as well as the kind of separating the main pavilion with Lancashire players going in through one entrance and the Derbyshire players through another entrance. So everyone's worked really hard to get Liverpool Cricket Club all set up, go COVID secure, as well as being prepared to stage a first-class game. You then got the added responsibility of getting the ground COVID safe. These phrases we're having to get used to, at least for the time being, hopefully for not much longer. Rees to Hartley onto the front foot, and that just dropped away into the offside. And there's no run. Quite a quiet start to the day, but it had that feel of it yesterday. It was hard work for the batters yesterday. And Josh Bohannon, in his end of play interview, reflecting on kind of just how tricky it was to score runs, which made, I think, that 94 really impressive. There's Rees, his left arm over the wicket, bowling to Hartley. He's onto the front foot. He's a tall man, Tom Hartley, leaning forward and steering the ball safely into the offside. And there is no run. So 2 maiden overs to start the day's play. Lewis Rees starting up with a maiden, his 10th from his 25th over. Pretty impressive figures. And Lancashire are 206 for 8. There's little and large in the middle. A taller Tom and a smaller Jack. Having a little natter halfway down the middle of the pitch. No rush for Lancashire, of course. Try and bat as long as they can. Derbyshire will be keen to get another wicket, which will give them maximum bowling bonus points. And then the pressure will be on the Derbyshire top order to try and see how many runs they can accumulate, see how near they can get, or ideally from their point of view beyond what Lancashire were able to achieve. Here is Connors into Morley, and that's through to the keeper, and there's no run. Delighted that Dave's Radio Derbyshire
Scott.
Not at all. Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
You're a busy man.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was listening to Dua Lipa at one point.
Oh,
just
that's
thinking,
nice.
No, it's not.
All right.
Just get me on air, and then I can get off and go back to what I'm supposed to be doing. And I've been watching the cricket. Not a lot's happened, really, has it?
Quiet start, yeah.
Very quiet start. They need these 2 wickets as quickly as possible, don't they? You've probably already explained this scenario.
Connors is bowling to Morley. He's shuffling back into his crease and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I'd have thought bowling at the stumps might be best at this point in the proceedings, really. I assume they took the new ball. I didn't see anybody waving it, but I wasn't really looking. It looks, I'm sure I can see a bit of gold on it, which suggests that it's new. It's currently with Billy Godleman as ever, but yeah, I'm certain that they've taken the new ball. There's no reason for them not to, is there really?
No, that looks pretty shiny, doesn't it? It's Connors from the pavilion end, and this is a little edgy, but it's the first class runs for Jack Morley. Disappears down towards through the slips. A little tentative, but he's got his first runs. He's up and going. He's Morley. He moves on to 1. The first run of the day as well. 207 for 8. Yes,
we had his cousin listening yesterday. Apparently, I was informed by my son yesterday. He was slightly perturbed. Was Harry at me calling him, describing him as having an attitude. I meant it in a good way.
Well, that's why I kind of clarified.
You did clarify.
Yeah. I was a little uncertain myself as to whether he meant in a good way or a bad way.
It is in a good way. No, he's a good player. The shame is, and I think I said it yesterday, the shame is that parents and friends and all that kind of thing, people can't come and watch him.
Yeah.
Made his first class debut, and it's been the same up and down the country, because there's been a lot of, as we were talking about yesterday, a lot of young players who've made debuts this season, and of course thank goodness for the stream and the commentary on the radio.
Connors for Derbyshire to Hartley, doesn't offer the shot, just rocks onto the front foot and lifts the bat out the way. Through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, you think about all the first class debuts that have been made in the Bob Willis Trophy this season, and I think Lancashire have had 7, I think was the number that was given to me yesterday, and no friends, no family there.
It's a shame, isn't it? It is a real shame, and hopefully they're going to have good careers and people can come and watch them hopefully next year and beyond, but you'll never be able to get that debut back.
So the streaming service has been great for that, at least, and then the radio commentaries are some kind of connection for those that can't get here. Connors to Hartley, I'm trying to york him, big appeal for an LBW, but certainly hit it. Yeah, sounded like he hit it with his bat. That was my first opinion. I think it was probably the opinion too of the keeper and the slips, because nobody else apart from the bowler in any kind of sound there.
No, that sounded very woody. I thought you might have had the gilet on today, actually.
It's in the car.
Is it? It'll be going on at some point. I'm thinking about putting my coat back on. It's quite chilly, isn't it?
I've actually got two. I've got both gilets in the car. One's a slightly thicker, warmer version.
Would you wear them both at the same time?
Well, I don't know if you'd wear it. But one's kind of like a summer gilet, for the kind of slightly chilly summer nights.
Yeah.
The other is a proper winter one.
All right.
Connors to Hartley, and through to the keeper. There's no run. That's the end of the 3rd over of the day. With the score at 207 for 8.
Summer gilet. Where's the world coming to?
How can a boy from Burnley say he's got a summer gilet? I mean, my dad will be listening. He'd be saying,
appalled.
"Get a grip of yourself."
He will be appalled.
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
Much as I am. I've just got a coat.
Before we go any further as well, I've got to thank.
Sorry, go on.
It's okay. I've got to thank Mike Birtwistle, who's today operating the scoreboard with Ken. They're both working on. Because I have a little additional notebook, and as you may have detected, it's a Star Wars notebook.
Yeah. I didn't want to mention it.
Well, it's coming towards the end of the. I've only got a couple of pages left, as you can see. Mike's only gone and given me another Star Wars notebook.
Oh, excellent!
How lovely is that?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed.
Taking the Star Wars books away from the kids.
Thank you, Mike.
Here's Lewis Rees from his own end, bowling to Jack Morley.
Yeah.
He pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run. Rees operated from the river end for most of yesterday, it seemed. Every time you looked up, there was Lewis Rees coming into bowl. And same again today, bowled 24 overs yesterday, 2 for 49, 1 over so far this morning, yet to concede a run, 207 for 8, Reading in Leeds, apparently. Who'd have thought? Delayed start for them. As Rees is in, and Morley very correctly behind that one, pushes it down the track. There's no run, but I think they're underway pretty much. Well, I'll say that, unless my page hasn't refreshed, which clearly it hasn't.
I think Trent Bridge, they were struggling, but it looks like they've started there. Yeah, they have. They've started there now, so I think it's just the Yorkshire game that's delayed.
Right.
Everywhere else, it seems they're up and running.
Keeping it close. I've updated my points totals. This one is pushed up towards cover, where it's fielded by Dustin Melton.
Do I need to update mine now?
Well, I don't think anything changes as far as the who needs to win and who doesn't. But Somerset are up to 78 points. They're on the brink of qualification. So then it's a straight race between Derbyshire, Essex, and Kent to a degree, and Worcestershire.
Okay.
I've ruled Yorkshire out.
Rule them out.
Excellent.
Keep them out.
Rule them out anyway.
Yeah.
They're not going to get finished, are they? They can't play in the rain. This next one is beating the edge of Morley's back, goes through to Harvey Hussain. He just sort of pushed at that one. Not a tremendous amount of foot movement from the young man.
So is the basic equation still the same, that if Derbyshire match Essex, then happy days?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, assuming that Somerset win.
Assuming that Somerset win, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Kent are sort of in it, but not if Essex or Derbyshire win. You see, that's the problem. I've suddenly realised that the further down you go, there are one or two teams who are in with a little sniff, but not really. Right. Not really. So Somerset 78 points, and then Derbyshire 73, Essex 73, Worcestershire 73. That's quite tight. This one is pushed back by Morley to Rees. Of course, if Somerset win, then Worcestershire can't go through because they wouldn't finish top of their group. You have to be a group winner. And the first tiebreaker, as I understand it, is batting bonus points.
Oh right. So not
wins.
Not wins.
No.
That's
wins. I'm fairly sure.
Kevin Howes is your man. He's right across all this.
Yeah, you see, you're the second person to say wins, though this one again just goes past the edge of the bat. I thought it was batting bonus points. Well, if it's wins, then Derbyshire are in trouble because Essex will have one more win than Derbyshire. But if they match Essex, Derbyshire will have one more point, so that'll be all right. Points is the first thing we need to look at. We don't need to look at them for another 2 days, but it's something to talk about.
Absolutely, you've got to keep an eye on it. Yeah.
It's all very exciting.
Well, it is, and it's wonderful that all being well, back end of Wednesday, that we're still not certain as to what's going to happen. That'd be the ideal situation in terms of kind of drama and intrigue.
You need the games to finish at hourly intervals, don't you? Just as now they have qualified if Derbyshire don't win this game, and then an hour later Derbyshire and so on and so on.
I agree. Connors to Hartley. That's down the leg side and stopped by the keeper. No run. Yeah, that's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To have a little
What a rolling final day.
Perfect.
And we'll go up to Yorkshire to watch them crying into their beer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I must.
This is magnificent. Look at 10-year-old.
Tanya's. Oh, she's got to come for a double chair.
Oh, she's got 2 chairs because she's only little. Well, she's littler than me, and now she's at laptop height. Brilliant.
Inventive work in the media tent.
Terrific.
This is Hartley driving through the offside. It's in front of square. Anush Dal, who's at point, comes stomping up towards the boundary in front of us to field the ball. Hartley comes back for a couple there. The score moves on to 209 for 8.
I have to confess, I did steal her desk, her table this morning, and felt so guilty that I gave it back.
Right.
I've just got my secondary equipment resting on a chair now. I could have got a cushion for it, couldn't we? Something like that. Booster seat from the back of the car. It's been a while since I've had a booster seat in the back of my car, in fairness.
Hartley on 7. Here comes Connors again. 209 for 8, Lancashire. Pushed across Tom Hartley into the gloves of Harvey Hussain. A no ball, I think.
Yeah, it was.
By the umpire. Just overstepping there. Sam Connors. There's quite a bit of sawdust being used. If you look at you can see there on the screen that both ends of the pitch where the bowlers are coming up to the crease. There's lighter shades of colour of sawdust on them because it's quite soft, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think it's remarkable that we're playing cricket now, because I don't know what it was like for you coming in. I came in from Bolton, it was chucking it down at home, and most of the way here.
Connors to Hartley, and through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, it was pretty rainy coming across from Manchester.
I didn't think we had a chance,
no.
In all honesty. But now the sun's doing what it can to get out here. It's quite pleasant.
There's been all sorts of dreary predictions of torrential rain.
He does like a dreary prediction, David Griffin, though.
he showed me his radar, and it looked bleak.
Yeah.
But hopefully, he might miss us.
The thing about the weather is it depends which radar you look at.
That's
often,
true.
Often.
Yeah, you've got to look at the one which is gives you the answer you want.
Yes.
Connors to Hartley, full ball, which he gets himself forward into and just pushes into the offside, no run. Yeah, and you just keep searching different radars until you find the answer you want.
I've got 3 weather apps on my phone and they're all different. So you're right, you pick the one. Oh, that one looks good. I think it's going to be all right today. When they all agree, that's when you've got problems.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
That's an issue. You don't want that outcome, do you? You want a choice. You want a different choice of what the forecast is.
Well, that's the 21st century, isn't it?
Yeah, have a choice of weather.
I'd have a choice.
Hartley waiting as Connors comes in and bowls and gets in behind and defends nice and solidly into the onside. I think he's been impressive with the bat so far this season, Tom Hartley. In particular, the knock at Durham. He batted very nicely up at Durham. 38 not out and batted for a long time. A good impact. He's been impressive. He's played some T20 cricket as well. He's on 7. Lancashire there, 94 overs gone so far. 211 for 8.
He's looked good so far this morning, hasn't he? He hasn't looked in any, well, neither of them have really.
3 slips waiting. Connors to Hartley. Ooh, that did snap into the gloves of Harvey Hussain. Maybe just pushed through a little quicker by Connors, the final ball of the over, and it did rattle its way into the gloves of the Derbyshire wicket keeper. So, end of the over, 95 gone now. So we have 5 overs this morning, 5 overs of the new ball, and Lancashire at 211 for 8.
I think we'll see Billy Godwin, like he did yesterday, change the bowlers around quite quickly. He's done that pretty much all season, apart from Lewis Rees, who seems to bowl when he wants. And why not, given his 50+ wickets last season in the County Championship. But the rest of them, he's operated a revolving door policy almost, with bowlers from one end. Dustin Melton, with 3 to his name, will be itching to get a go at the last 2, I would have thought. Lewis Rees continuing, and that strikes the pad. There's a big appeal. Umpire Lloyd is totally unmoved. Well, he's not unmoved because he just walks away, which is a surefire sign that he's not going to raise his finger, and he doesn't. Might have been too high, in all honesty. But his left arm over to left-hander, so it's he's a chance. He does get the ball to move through the air as well. Definitely. I mean, I don't know if he is today, but he does get the ball to move through the air. David Griffin's taken up his position away to our right-hand side. As this one is a little edgishly played towards backward point by Morley, and it's well fielded, diving to his right by Anuj Dal. He seems to have positioned himself quite nicely, and then all of a sudden Mal Loy
and Neil Fairbrother
have decided to stand in front of him. He'd be thrilled with that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, little green bench, isn't he? Sat down there.
Yeah. He seemed quite happy. I wondered. I didn't wonder. I didn't know it was Neil Fairbrother from this distance. I noticed Matt Critchley turned around and waved to them both. We all know why. One's his coach, the other one isn't. The other one's just negotiated him a new 2-year deal at Derbyshire. 211 for 8, Lancashire. Early stages of day 2, and again that's played off the edge but down into the ground. Soft hands from Morley, straight down into the ground, really, collected there by second slip. Here's to ploy.
Yeah, there was no jabbing at that, was there, by Morley? It was softly played.
It'd be tricky-ish for the Lancashire bowlers if they're not 100% confident in the areas around the crease. Bowlers like to be sure-footed, so they'll have to just get over that little psychological hurdle when if they eventually come to bat. I'm sure they will at some point, as Morley pushes this next one up to Billy Godwin at mid-off. And one thing I kept meaning to mention yesterday, the square here at Liverpool is very much a crown, isn't it? It's sort of uphill to the stumps at both ends. It would just take a little bit of getting used to, presumably for drainage purposes and that kind of thing, to make sure that the square drains first. Steve O'Shaughnessy just practicing his golf swing. Might have a round book for Thursday morning early.
Aye, yeah.
As long as he hasn't got one booked for any time before, then we're all right.
Provisional booking for Wednesday.
Yes, yeah. Slips go down, and Morley doesn't do anything because Lewis Rees doesn't deliver the ball, and he's not happy with the footmarks at the moment. I don't know whether his foot just slipped as he landed, but he didn't release, and he's stamping down at an area of that's about a couple of yards behind the crease. Graham Lloyd's looking at it, and Finn Hudson-Prentice is bringing him some sawdust.
Yeah.
So they're clearly not 100% happy with it, are they, at the moment? As I say, bowlers don't like it when, if their feet hit the ground, they suddenly move.
Especially if you've had a slight ankle issue over the course of the last 12 months.
Indeed, absolutely, which of course he has. Still wearing the ankle support. Lewis Rees, he seems to like an injury. Seems to perform better when he's not 100%. Okay. Just a little shoulder earlier this season, but he was fine. Bowls, and that one is pushed out towards Anuj Dal at point. So last year he had the ankle when he bowled. He might even have done it when he played against Lancashire.
He was hobbling around the Lancashire game, yeah.
Oh, his first couple of deliveries, he looked like he'd never walk again. And I kept asking him about it, and the reply was always, "Oh well, it eases off the more I bowl on it, it gets better." And I'm thinking, well, that isn't how these things work, I'm sure. But
sure, that's what your professional physiotherapist would say to you.
No, I'm no doctor.
Just keep going; it'll be right. Yeah. Maybe it will.
It's the final delivery of the over. He's in and bowls, and that one has just beaten Morley as he went initially forward and then immediately back, and just sort of hung his bat out outside the off stump. He went through to Harvey Hussain without any damage to the batsman though, and at the end of the over, Lancashire are 211 for 8, 6 gone, so they're off to sanitise their hands. We have had 5 runs this morning.
Yeah, time for I've not got my sanitising gel out of my bag, so I can't Oh, there's a little one on the table here. I'll have a little go. Let's take you around the country, see what's happening. See what's happening elsewhere. Essex 123 for 5, so 15 runs behind Middlesex now. Middlesex made 138. Essex currently have Adam Wheater and Simon Harmer batting. Ryan Tender-Scarter made 31. So Essex 1, 2, 3 for 5 to trail Middlesex by 15 runs. Day 2 in Chelmsford. And the top of the table clash in Worcester. And the home side, Worcestershire, 28 without loss, replying to a Somerset total of 251. Here's Connors from the pavilion end to bowl to Hartley. Again, good carry through to Harvey is saying. He's going to taking it around about chest height. He's snapping into the gloves of the Derbyshire wicket-keeper. No run. Kent 30 for 4 against Hampshire, who were bowled out for 191. Game taking place at the St Lawrence Ground in Canterbury. 30 for 4 Kent, replying to a Hampshire total of 191 all out. Connors to Hartley once more. Played neatly actually, standing tall at the crease, just angling it off his bat. Runs down backward of point and he gets a single. Moves to 8, 212 for 8. So probably the Kent score, the Essex score and the Worcestershire score. Elsewhere, Sussex are 254 for 3. This game is against Surrey at the Oval. 254 for 3 Sussex against Surrey. Glamorgan 22 for 2, replying to a Warwickshire total of 186 all out. Game in the Central Group. And the final game to update you on. Well, I'll bring you the Yorkshire score actually, and then I'll bring you the Nottinghamshire score. Connors is in again to Morley, leans into it and turns the ball up to Rees at mid-on, and there's no run. No play before lunch at Headingley with Yorkshire 36 for 2. Replying to a Leicestershire total of 124 all out. And they are playing at Trent Bridge, where Durham are 284 for 8 against Nottinghamshire. And as we know, the game between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire was abandoned due to the issue with regards to a Northants player not involved in the game but connected with the squad who tested for COVID-19. Connors to Morley. Turns this one through the onside for a single. Doubles his total. Morley moves up to 213 for 8. So we wish everybody all the best with that. But that story was developing yesterday. There is coverage of all these games, scores, reports and links to all the commentaries on the BBC Sport website and app. Lots of ways to follow the game today. If you're able to access the live stream with Lancashire's website, Lancashire Cricket TV, watch the pitches. It's a wonderful production with commentary alongside it. It's looking to clip it down towards fine leg, but taken by Harvey Hussain, and there's no run. And if you're not able to stick with the pictures and you're out and about and on the move today, well, I'd recommend you download the BBC Sport website and the app onto your phone, and you can listen to the commentary on the move. And if you're in the northwest of England, 855 medium wave, you'll be able to pick up coverage of the game as well, live from Liverpool Cricket Club. We've got Connors for Derbyshire with the pavilion behind him into to Hartley, and left alone and through to the keeper again. That's the end of the over. So 213 for 8. Hartley has 8, and Jack Morley on his debut unbeaten on 2. And 2 batsmen resuming this morning, and no real alarms so far for either Hartley or for Morley. You've got a little cheeky smile on your
But
face.
my equipment let me down again, not for the first time. I heard the cue, started the report, it was a belter, absolute belter. And then I heard the newsreader say, we can't seem to hear Dave. And I'm thinking, I'm here, I'm definitely here. So they got me on straight after the news bulletin to explain myself. At least it proved I was here. Lewis Rees from the River End beats Morley outside the off stump. Again, no real foot movement, which is often the way with batsmen lower down the order. That's the thing that distinguishes them from the proper batsmen, with the greatest of respect. And as Dahl's warming up, we saw him bowl 4 maidens in a row yesterday. That's not really what Derbyshire need. They're not leaking runs, they're just not threatening to take this wicket, really, or these wickets, the last 2 Lancashire wickets that they need. As Morley plays inside the line of that when it goes through to Harvey Hussain. What they would really like to do, if we are, and we believe we are, to have any rain interruptions, it would be nice if they could box it off before the rain arrives. Whether or not they can do that,
Yeah, that would be the idea.
that would be their ideal plan, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
But at the moment, both Hartley and Morley are doing all right for Lancashire. Morley waits now and clips this very nicely off his legs down towards long leg, where it's fielded by Sam Connors, and he picks up another run. He moves on to 3. Hartley's got 8, 214 for 8.
Barbara and Chris on Twitter have sent me a message, and you're absolutely spot on. Tom Hartley did not play against Durham. Tom Bailey scored 38 not out. You're quite right. The innings that I was thinking of about with regards to Tom Hartley was the game at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Now, he only made 13, but I've just dug up the scorecard because it felt like he batted for ages, and he did. He faced 71 deliveries for his 13. It's pushed into the offside, there's no run. So thanks to Barbara and Chris, quite right. It wasn't Tom Hartley's innings at Durham I was thinking about. It was Tom, because he didn't play, it was Tom Hartley's innings at Trent Bridge, where he faced 71 balls, batted for 108 minutes for his 13, and he looked like he could handle himself. So that was the game I was referring to with regards to how Tom Hartley and the way he started life with the bat for Lancashire. Thanks to Barbara and Chris for that.
Rees is in again, bowls to Hartley, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. I know Derek Allen's probably listening to Martin and not to us, but it's good to hear that he's been listening to as many 70s and 80s albums as he can find after I pointed him in the direction of the new album by Deep Purple that came out at the end of last month, which is a top listen to men of a certain age, I'm sure.
Okay.
I think it's really good. Rees bowls one outside the off stump that's left alone by Hartley. It goes through to Harvey Hussain. 214 for 8 at the end of the over. 8 gone this morning now.
Nothing wrong with that. If that's your bag, yeah, a bit of rock music.
Yeah. They're just. I'm finding it harder and harder to find people in rock bands who are older than me. Some of them are no longer with us, sadly, and that kind of thing, or their voices have gone. But yeah, Derek's a musician who listens to Martin. He's a Durham fan. Often used to sit in the top tier of the stand, just to the right of the media centre there, with his daughter. He's a good man. That apart, nobody else has been in touch with me. You know how to do it. If you don't, well, you should by now. You can actually send us an email if you fancy, because I've got an email account, fletchcricket@gmail.com, if anybody wants to. From either. Yes, I've completely forgot about it yesterday. I was absorbed in the cricket. I don't think we're going to be quite as absorbed today, possibly. So if anybody wants to get in touch with us, fletchcricket@gmail.com, and eventually I'll spot that you sent it. You can write us a letter. I'll pick it up next year.
Bowling change, I think.
Yeah, Dahl.
So a little burst from Connors, and Dahl into the attack, bowling to Moore. He just drops his hands, allows that one to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I was talking to somebody last night, and they agreed with me, which is always nice when that happens. But Dahl is a little bit quicker than he looks. You don't expect him to get it through, but he can get the ball through Fair old rate. Didn't pick up a wicket yesterday.
Didn't really concede a run though, did he?
No.
Was it 4 or 5 maidens on the bounce? And Morley pushes forward. Ball rolls past Dahl, past the stumps, past the umpire, and Rees comes across from mid-on to field, no run.
Yeah, his first 4 overs and 4 balls were dot balls. He's a canny operator.
Looks a little darker, doesn't it?
Yes, and it's coming from behind us, so we don't really know what's coming until it arrives.
Oh, lovely. Just what you want.
Well, the good thing is
by
that
surprise.
At least it's not coming towards us. If it was coming towards us, we'd all be electrocuted at some point.
Dahl to Morley. A little shuffle forward and plays. Ball nips past and through to the keeper, no run. 3. Jack Morley on his debut, 19 years of age. Lad from Rochdale. First class debut. Tom Hartley at the non-strikers end has only played 3 first class matches. They'll be having the ball at some point today, these two. Dahl to Morley, forward in defence. He finds the Derbyshire captain Billy Godalman at mid-off, and there's no run.
Might not be until this afternoon the way they're batting though. They're doing okay, aren't they?
Yeah.
Doing very well indeed.
Yeah, that knock at Trent Bridge for Tom Hartley is one that certainly stands out. It was just forget the runs. It was the time he spent in the middle and the balls he faced, which were impressive. Morley's beaten from this next delivery from Henry's Dahl. And he'll walk out towards square leg. Put that to the back of your mind. I don't think he knew whether to really get forward or play back to that.
No, he didn't really go anywhere, did he?
No.
So it's generally the lower down the batting order you go, the less and less footwork you tend to see, don't you, really? It's more of a, if I can get my bat on that, I will, but I'm not going to move. The top batsmen like to get in line and that kind of thing, which always helps when you're batting.
Dahl to Morley. So edged it is and taken by Hussain, playing away from his body and reaching for it. And through to the keeper, but I think perhaps the uncertainty of the previous delivery, that I'm not really sure to go forward, to go back. It's a little bit of doubt perhaps creeping into his mind. He's gone for 3, Jack Morley, but look, he's had his first bat in first class cricket. He's been out there for a bit. He batted last night, got through 40 minutes this morning, and he'll be looking forward to having a bowl as well a little bit later on. But the first wicket of the day and a bowling bonus point, so the Derbyshire have got them the maximum bowling bonus points. So they've matched Essex with that now, haven't they?
Yes, I was just looking at this score. I'll bring you that in a minute. But hats off to Jack Morley. 46 deliveries he was out there for, so he's proved that he can hang around a bit, which is always a useful attribute for a lower order batsman. And once he's worked on his footwork, who knows, he might start to rise up the batting order, but he's in the team for his bowling. We all know that. He'll know that. And it's just nice. He'll feel part of the game now, won't he? I think that's the nice thing about if you're making your debut and you're a bowler, I think it's probably quite nice if you bat first, because you can go out and you can be part of it, as long as you don't get out first ball, which presumably would knock you back considerably. But he's been out there for 46 deliveries. He's got first class runs now under his belt, and he's part of it, which is nice.
Yeah, I think that's clearly his major suit. He's been picked for his bowling, obviously, but I remember saying this to Tom Hartley, actually, or asking Tom Hartley about this, and he's not in first class cricket perhaps had the impact with the ball he would have been hoping for. He's taken wickets, he's bowled nicely enough, but he's contributed with the bat as well. So you say, well, if you're involved in the game, I mean, that's what you want to do, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Whether it's with bat, with ball.
Of course it is. Thanks to Ken Beaumont, who's sent me the tie-break rules
excellent.
for the Bob Willis Trophy from the playing conditions. I'm not sure, though.
Oh, right.
Because it says most wins, fewest losses, team achieving most points in contests between the teams level on points. Well, that will be the tie-break for the individual group winners.
Yes.
What I want is the tie-break rules for teams if they're level on points as the top side in the group. Come on, Ken. Rees is in and bowls The new batsman, incidentally, is George Burrows. That was Tom Hartley, though, who guided that up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Billy Godleman, he's your man. Just have a little chat.
I'm not sure that he is, actually.
Oh dear,
no.
the skipper doesn't know.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Dear, oh dear.
No.
Kevin Howes knows. Our 5 Live colleague. He's right across it.
Yes.
I think you're right. No, I was only pulling your leg. I think what you said is correct.
Is it?
I think so. Yeah.
I'm starting to doubt myself now. Thank you for the kind words. Greg Watts has been in touch. Thank you. Here is Lewis Rees bowls, and it's guided down into the ground beyond the reach of Matty McKiernan filling in the gully. They're going to pick up 2 runs for it as well as Anand Dahl goes out into the deep to retrieve the ball. So 2 more to the total, 214 for 9. I did mention Essex. They're now getting themselves into a position where they can go on and potentially win the game. You would have thought they're now 144 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's 138, so they're leading by 6, and those leads tend to grow quite rapidly once you get your nose in front, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Durham have been bowled out at Trent Bridge.
Okay.
294, maybe that's one of their high scores of the season. I don't know. This one is driven by Hartley. I know people are going to say they've got more against Derbyshire. I know. I just can't help myself. The big one, of course, down in the central group is Somerset against Worcestershire at New Road, and Worcestershire are 39 without loss now in reply to Somerset's 251. Worcestershire know that nothing short of a victory against Somerset will do for them, so that could be quite a contest. As Hartley waits and leaves this one to go through to Harvey Hussain. Thought we had a laptop on the floor there for a moment. That's never good.
No.
If a laptop drops more than about 6 inches, curtains, I find.
There's a game here a few years ago, actually the 2011 season, and Faiz Mahrouf was batting for Lancashire, and the press tent was just to the side of the pavilion there, and Lancashire were on a run chase, and Mahrouf was smacking it to all parts of Egbert and smacked it straight into the press tent and into someone's laptop. Bits and pieces everywhere.
I'm sure he replaced it, did he?
Well, it was a thoroughly nice chap,
Yes.
was Fabio. So I suspect he asked about what your insurance policy like, and are you covered?
Yes. Oh, that's unfortunate. Some more sawdust has been applied now by Rees, and this next delivery flashes through to Harvey Hussain past the edge of Tom Hartley's bat. Sam Connors applauding in the background.
Chief clapper, isn't he?
Solitary, yes, he seems to be. Some solitary applause. Nice for Anand Dahl to get a wicket in that last over. He joins the party as well. I think of all the bowlers now, it's just Matt Critchley, who might not have expected to get wickets in the first innings in any case. He bowled nicely yesterday, so no fifer for Dusty though. Rees is in. Oh, that's an inside edge down towards fine leg. Connors is giving chase. Will he get there? Yes, he will. He bends down to pick up, and they come back for a second. 2 rather fortuitous runs there for Tom Hartley, but they all count. End of the over. 218 for 9. He's moved on to 12. George Burrows will face his first delivery, having come in to replace the only man out this morning, Jack Morley, who was caught by Harvey Hussain off the bowling of Anand Dahl for 3. Derbyshire did take the new ball this morning, as you would expect.
Kevin Howes has sent me a message because I asked him the question.
Okay.
So the side which is the highest aggregate of points gained at the top of the group stage shall be the group winner.
Yes.
Should any sides in a Bob Willis Trophy group, when all matches have been completed, be on equal points, the following tiebreakers will be applied.
This is in the group though still, is it?
We'll come back to that. Here's Dahl to he's in appalling to
It's a
Burrows.
conversation for the innings break, really, isn't it?
Through to the keeper, no run. So we'll go through it step by step.
Okay, go on. I'll write it down.
Should any sides in a Bob Willis Trophy group, when all matches have been completed, be equal on points, the following tiebreakers will be applied in the order stated: most wins, fewest losses, team achieving most points on contests between the teams level on points, most wickets taken, most runs scored.
Runs are at the bottom. Happy with that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
Okay, there's a little bit of
There's some sawdust
yeah,
being
bit of
applied,
sawdust
isn't
as
it?
well. Should any match in a group be incomplete, the group positions shall be determined on an average points per completed match basis. The tiebreaker in such a case should be net run rate, defined as runs per over scored by a team minus runs per over scored against the team.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Still waiting for a bit of running repairs here. The two best placed group winners shall compete in a 5-day final.
Yeah.
The tiebreakers
Right,
detailed above shall apply across groups to split teams finishing the group stage on the same number of points.
Right. So batting bonus points isn't going to it at all.
Indeed. I'll repeat that again. There's Dahl. He's now happy and comes in and bowls. And that's defended by Burrows. And there's no runs. The two best placed group winners shall compete in a 5-day final. The tiebreakers detailed above shall apply across groups to split teams finishing the group stage on the same number of points.
Right.
So it's most wins, fewest losses, team achieving most points in contests between teams level and points, most wickets taken, most runs scored.
Right.
Darlin and Burrows pushing forward.
So it's wins, losses and wickets taken to split the group winners then if they finish level, because obviously they won't have played each other. Right. Well, that puts a different complexion on it altogether. It means if they finish level on points, Essex would go through, assuming they both win, because Essex will have one more win than Derbyshire. All that sweating over batting bonus points.
In comes Dahl to Burrows again, clipped away into the onside, no run.
I don't even know where I got that notion from, really, then. I must have seen it written down somewhere, unless I've made it up. It seems slightly absurd, really, but...
Should Derbyshire get to the final, if the final is drawn, and if both first innings are completed, the winner shall be the team that scored most runs in the first innings.
Ooh, that's interesting. That is interesting.
It'll change to the field here. So what have we got now? We've got three slips. We have third man, backward point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Opened up extra cover. Connors has gone down to third man. There's Dahl to Burrows, who drives, not with too much timing in truth, but rolls up to Godalming. There's no run. 218 for 9. So in the final, if it's drawn, and if both first innings are completed, the winner shall be the team that scored most runs in the first innings. Should the scores in completed first innings be equal, or if both first innings are not completed, the trophy shall be shared.
Very good.
Thank you to Kevin.
Thanks, Kev. I knew it, but you knew it now, didn't you? Oh.
This loops over the top of Lewis Rees by Burrows. And he's off the mark with that. And the score moves on to 219 for 9. That's the end of the over. 219 for 9.
At least we've got to the bottom of it, and I was completely wrong and have been under a misapprehension for the entire tournament, which is slightly disappointing, really. There we go. You can't have everything, can you? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Essex have won. Derbyshire have won 2, so they'll go on to 3. And both Somerset and Essex have won 3, so they'd move on to 4. So Derbyshire are behind the 8 ball. Points-wise, though, which is because Essex have only picked up 14 bonus points in total, which is mad, isn't it? Derbyshire have picked up 23 going into this game, which is considerably more, isn't it? It's like an extra victory. Lewis Rees to continue and bowls to Burrows, who allows this one to go very stylishly, lifting his bat out of the way and allowing the ball to go through to Harvey Hussain. So Derbyshire and Worcestershire both have 13 batting points. In fact, Nottinghamshire, I'm not sure what they've been messing around at, really. because Nottinghamshire have got 15 batting bonus points and 12 bowling bonus points, and they top both categories, and yet sadly they're second from bottom in the group. How's that happened?
Bizarre.
Reese is in. This one is a full-length delivery that Burrows goes to drive and gets the very bottom of the bat on it and dribbles out into the onside. They're not a very good second innings side, clearly, are they?
They're a funny old team to assess, aren't they, Nottinghamshire? Because
they've got a collapse in them, haven't they?
They have, and they've got some good players in the team, haven't they?
Yeah. The powerhouse of the East Midlands, apparently. That's what I'd heard.
Okay.
Both Leicestershire and Derbyshire above them in the table, of course. As Reese bowls, there's a wild swing, and he's caught by Wayne Madsen at first slip, right in front of his face. And that is the end of the Lancashire innings. 219 all out, and Burrows goes for 1. It leaves Tom Hartley unbeaten on 12. So Derbyshire will now set about the task of trying to set this game up in a positive fashion as far as they're concerned, having taken 55 minutes this morning to finish off the Lancashire innings. The big rollers going out. You might be able to hear it in the background. I'm pretty sure the silencer on it is broken. And the two men staying out in the middle are Lias Deploy, who's facing the wrong way at the wrong end when he just does some visualisation, and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who didn't get a bowl this morning. In actual fact, I think I said that Critchley hadn't got a wicket. Finn Hudson-Prentice didn't get a wicket yesterday either, did he? He didn't bowl too much, and Critchley did get the wicket of Danny Lamb. So just to correct an earlier major error of mine, one of many. That is the situation here.
Actually, you mentioned about Derbyshire wanting to get it done before any rain arrives, and they've done that, haven't they? They managed to get through Lancashire in the space of about an hour or so. One or two people suggesting that rain's not too far away, so you might have to come out and have a bat, and then perhaps there's a prospect of having to go off should it rain. But the crucial thing is that Lancashire didn't really press on too much this morning from a Derbyshire point of view. 206 got to 219, so there wasn't too much damage done with the bat, and they've got the innings done pretty quickly, and they'll need to bat well today. Derbyshire need to get themselves well in front of Lancashire, get themselves into a position of strength. It's a pretty young-looking Lancashire bowling attack, and you mentioned Fletch, Derbyshire's top order. Looks like it's a strong point.
Well, everybody seems to think that the top 4, certainly Godman, Rees, Madsen, Deploy, if they all bat to their potential, and there's no guarantee of that, of course, and then they're as strong as anything, certainly in the second division, but they would surely hold their own in the first. Then you've got Matt Critchley, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Harvey Hussain, Anuj Dal and Matty McKinnon, who can all hold a bat. And all bat very nicely indeed. Finn Hudson-Prentice has got a 99 and a 91 not out to his name, and he only signed midway through last season, so he's shown he can bat. Matt Critchley's got a century, Harvey Hussain's got a century, Anuj Dal's got a high score in the 90s, albeit on a relatively flat deck in a game against Middlesex where nearly everybody scored a century in that game. Dustin Melton, when I was talking to him last night, said I back the batsman, we bat all the way down except as far as me. And he's absolutely right. He was out first ball in his own innings at Leicester, and afterwards vowed never to block another delivery again because he was trapped right in front. So yeah, the Derbyshire top 4, the much vaunted top 4, now has to fire to make sure and put Derbyshire into a winning position. They're going to want a first innings lead, and they're going to want a first innings lead in 3 figures, I would have thought.
Yeah.
And with that would come the batting bonus points as well, which in the final analysis, victory against victory, Essex could be very important indeed. I'm sure Essex, if they win and Derbyshire win, and Essex will point to the fact that they've won more games, but them's the rules, apparently, which I didn't know before about 10 minutes ago. So heavy roll is trundling up and down the pitch. The ground staff are out there with their brushes, etc. And I've got to go and speak to Radio Derby.
Speaking of which, we'll run through the full batting card in just a moment or two. Just seeing George Bohannon. We'll be just going through a few warm-ups, so he'll be having a ball. It is, say, look at Burrows, Balderson, Lamb, Hartley and Morley, with perhaps Keaton Jennings and perhaps Josh Bohannon to bowl a little bit, but it's a pretty young-looking bowling attack, is that? And Lancashire all out for 219 in their first innings. The innings wrapped up relatively quickly today, with not too much damage done as far as Derbyshire are concerned. The standout performer in the innings for Lancashire was Josh Bohannon, who made a wonderful 94, with some good contributions too from Rob Jones, 23, and George Bohannon, 36. A word for Tom Hartley, who so far in his first-class career for Lancashire has done well with the bat. He's faced 46 deliveries for his 12 runs in that innings. Lancashire all out for 219 at 3 wickets for Melton, 3 for Rees, 2 for Connors, 1 for Critchley and 1 for Dahl as well. So an hour of play gone on day 2 at Liverpool Cricket Club, where there is a suggestion that rain is not too far away, but Derbyshire will start their first innings in the next few moments, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out. So just to run you through that Lancashire card and the bowling figures. See Danny Lamb there. It's his birthday today, Danny Lamb. Happy birthday to Mr. Lamb. I think he's 25, I think I saw that today on social media. So look for some birthday wickets for Danny Lamb. But this is the Lancashire card for you. Keaton Jennings, LBW to Connors for naught. First ball of the game yesterday at even before 11 o'clock, before the scheduled start time. We were pushed back by half an hour to 11, and it was about 2 minutes to 11 when Jennings was trapped. LBW for naught. Alex Davis, LBW to Rees, also for naught. Josh Bohannon was caught by Hudson Prentice of the bowling of Melton for 94. Jones caught Duploy, bowled Melton for 23. Villas caught by Hussain off the bowling of Rees for 5. Lavelle on first-class debut, batted for an hour. It was a gritty little knock from George Lavelle, but he was LBW to Dustin Melton for 13. George Balderson was caught by Madsen off the bowling of Connors for 36, but Balderson batted well and batted nicely with Bohannon as well, but eventually out for 36. Lamb was caught by Duploy off Critchley for 8. Hartley, the not-out batsman, on 12. Morley was caught by Hussain off the bowling of Dahl for 3. And Burrows caught by Madsen off Rees for 1. Now, this is interesting. You can see on your screen there, that is George Lavelle with the wicket-keeping gloves. He's a wicket-keeper, and I was wondering whether he would take the gloves or whether it would be Alex Davis, who has obviously kept wickets so far this season. But yeah, it's going to be George Lavelle keeping wicket for Lancashire. Doesn't he look young? Crikey. When was he born, Lavelle? Oh, he's 20. I'm looking at this morning, Jack Morley's date of birth, born in 2001. Dearie me. The bowling figures, Lancashire 219 all out, 24 extras, and dismissed after 101.3 overs. The bowling figures, Connors 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 32. Rees 29.3 overs, 12 maidens, 3 for 54. Terrific work by Lewis Rees. Melton 17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 46. Hudson Prentice 8 overs, 2 maidens for 22. Critchley 22 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 39. And Anuj Dahl 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. So Lancashire in their little huddle, the umpires making their way out towards the middle. O'Shaughnessy and Lloyd, Steve O'Shaughnessy and Graham Lloyd, our officials. Alex Swan is here as the cricket liaison officer. Who's speaking there? The captain, you would think, in the middle of that little huddle. Dane Villas. Bales being positioned by the umpires. The roller slowly edging its way off the outfield. Dane Villas with his hands on his hips, and he's pretty young team. He's plenty of young lads around him there, all in a little huddle, listening to what the skipper has to say. He's one or two experienced boys in the middle of all that. You can see there, they're tall. Keaton Jennings, plenty of experience for Keaton. He's played at the very, very top level, all the first-class games and test matches. Alex Davis has played a decent amount of first-class cricket as well now. But aside from that, it's a young Lancashire team. And you see the opening batsman for Derbyshire. And this is Godalming and Rees out in the middle as well. So who's going to open up for Lancashire with the ball? Let's have a little look. George Balderson, I think. No, George Burrows taking the new ball for Lancashire from the River End. Lewis Rees will face the first delivery for Derbyshire. I thought it was going to be Balderson, then I thought it would be Burrows, and it is. It is Balderson that's got the new ball. I thought it was at first. Yep. So George Balderson with the new ball from the River End, just turning his arm over, throwing a few to his skipper. He'll quite like it there, Dane Villas. I think he's at mid-off at the minute. He'd like to be close to his young bowlers, give him a bit of encouragement. But here we go. Here's Balderson to Rees. It's clipped away behind square on the leg side, and first run for Rees down towards the boundary, a deep backward square leg. And Morley coming down in front of us to scoop up the ball, and Rees is off the mark straight away, as indeed are Derbyshire. We're applying that 219 that Lancashire eventually got themselves all out for. There's a 50 up for Worcestershire, 53 without loss. A good start with the bat at New Road for the home side. Somerset 251 all out. George Balderson, slim build, into Godalming, who works it ball nicely through mid-wicket. I think he's timed that well enough. A little push through the onside. Does it reach the rope? No. Good work by Morley, and then Lamb with a throw in towards George Lavelle. But young legs of Jack Morley doing well to get across and scoop the ball up, and then Lamb there in support with a relay throw in towards Lavelle. Godalming has run 3. Score moves on to 4 without loss. He probably thought he'd timed that well enough to get 4. It was just eased away through mid-wicket. Rees back on strike. Balderson, I think, has really impressed for Lancashire. Although in the last Bob Willis Trophy game at Headingley, he comes into Rees, allows that one to go through to the keeper Lavelle. There's no run. He bowled a really good spell actually, because Yorkshire got off to a pretty decent start. Bailey was his economical self, but Burrows was just a touch expensive, and Dane Villas turned to George Balderson first change when Yorkshire with Lythe and Caller Cadmore had set off pretty quickly, and Balderson was able to pull it right back. He bowled a really impressive opening spell in that Roses match, and he's got the chance to bowl with a new ball here. Rees plays forward, the ball beats him through to the keeper, and there's no run. Of course, there's no Tom Bailey. Lancashire not using Tom Bailey in this game, so I suspect it will be Burrows to take the new ball from the pavilion end. With an encouraging start to his first-class career as George Balderson. Speaks well, is an impressive character off the pitch, crucially, of course, on it. He's been a good start to his first-class career. Comes bouncing back in, full of energy. Pushes one across the left-hander Lewis Rees into the gloves of George Lavelle. Where's Alex Davis then? He's not got the gloves on, so he's at cover, Alex Davis. 4 without loss. Dave Fletcher's back alongside.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No, mobile equipment is just, yeah, it's not working great.
Oh,
It's not working great. So who's the wicket keeper then?
George Lavelle keeping
Oh,
wicket.
okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Bowls into Rees. Goes back, works the ball off his pads down to backward square leg. Burrows comes up from fine leg to field. And Rees gets a single. I think he's nicked the strike he has. Who will it be with a new ball? The two options are either Danny Lamb or George Burrows with a new ball from the pavilion end. We shall see in the next few moments, but Rees will be on strike for it. Derbyshire 5 for that loss.
George Burrows is walking very purposefully, isn't he?
Okay.
But Danny Lamb's taken his sweater and his cap off.
It's the birthday boy.
His birthday
It
today?
is, yeah, 25 today.
Is he only 25?
Is he 25?
That's some kind of paper around that, isn't it? Wow. He's a long way away, actually. 25 today.
Mid-20s.
Close
I'm
enough.
sure he said 25.
Close enough.
Yeah, I saw this morning.
Close
Thank you.
enough.
Yes, 25 today. He's got some stick from his teammates, I noticed that. I mean, a few people have replied to Lancashire's Twitter saying, 25, that can't be right.
Well,
Put 10 years on.
that was my initial reaction. I have to say, no, he's
That's harsh.
He's grown into himself very quickly, hasn't he? Anyway, he's going to bowl the first Lancashire over from the pavilion. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed, well, the bot's left-handed, but Lewis Rees with a couple of slips and a gully. Lamb is in and bowls down the leg side. And Lewis Rees was tempted momentarily, but decided against playing the shot. There'll be a man down at long leg. Yes, there is in front of the scoreboard in the far distance.
He's the senior bowler in the attack, he's Daniel Lamb, and I think he's played 5 first-class matches.
Bit of responsibility. That's why he's looks like that when he's 25. All that responsibility. All that responsibility. He's in now and bowls. Oh, and that goes past the edge of Lewis Rees's bat. Whether he played inside the line of it or not, I couldn't be certain from our vantage point, but it looked a decent delivery. Second up. 5 without loss in reply to Lancashire's 219. I wonder if it might be better if I went back, reverted to Skype, as they say.
Well, why do you do it on Zoom? Everyone's doing things on Zoom now.
Yes, I think that might be an option soon. This one scuttles along the ground to wicketkeeper George Lavelle outside the off stump.
I'd never heard of Zoom in March.
No, I hadn't. And now I'm a dab hand.
Oh,
I'm a dab hand.
Zooming all over the place.
Yeah, I've seen some of your Zoom work on social media. Only last week did I realise how you actually recorded only the person you wanted to record, rather than everybody. This is down the leg side. It's a good take by Lavelle, diving away to his right-hand side and tumbling as he takes it. It's a definite nip in the air now.
There is, yeah.
There's a nip in the air.
Regretting the gilet being in the van and not in the tent, and I'll have to go and get the winter gilet, I think.
What's the weather like out the back? David Griffin. No, I thought you might have. Is it? It's coming, he said.
He's been saying that all morning.
Yeah, he has. So he's in. Oh, and he's caught behind Lewis Rees. Finger goes up. Rees just took the edge of his bat. And an early breakthrough for Lancashire. Lewis Rees goes for 2. Derbyshire are 5 for 1.
Well, I'm being. Oh, it's a good ball, actually, isn't it? Yeah, just in the end. Slanted across Rees, found the edge through to the keeper. Nice work by Lamb. Good start. He's got that responsibility with the new ball. Yeah, I suppose it would have been a choice between Lamb or Burrows to take it from the other end. Well, it's a nice piece of bowling from Danny Lamb.
And not at the start. Not the start Derbyshire were hoping for, clearly. 5 for 1. As Wayne Madsen strides out. He's got a century this season at Leicester. His previous one was at the very start of 2019 against the Leeds, Bradford, Durham University, one of the university teams, I think. His form hasn't been sparkling.
Okay. which is unlike him because he's had a sparkling, what, 10 years or so?
Yeah, an incredible career at Derbyshire since he came up.
Ridiculous run of seasons.
Yeah, 12,000 first-class runs or something.
Absolute legendary status.
Yeah, no question. Did damage an ankle in the T20 match up at Headingley against Lancashire, but played in the T20 here on Friday, so we assume that he's 100%. And he waits now as Danny Lamb is in, and that's outside the off-stump. That's a leaping take by George Lavelle behind the stumps, diving in front of first slip Keaton Jennings to take that ball.
Wasn't it? He'll enjoy that, wouldn't he?
So far he's bowled a couple down the leg side. He's bowled that one that went a long way down the offside, and he's taken a wicket. It's been a bit of a mixed bag so far, but he'll be happy with the wicket. Hasn't conceded a run either yet. And Madsen plays inside the line of that one, the familiar sight of Madsen playing inside the line of a delivery. A wicket maiden. And at the end of it, Derbyshire are 6 for 1. It was given as a wide. According to the computer, it was given as a wide, that very wide delivery that was well taken by George Lavelle. Apologies for missing that. So they have added a run since the fall of the wicket of Lewis Rees, caught by the wicketkeeper George Lavelle off the bowling of Danny Lamb for 2. Madsen and Godleman in fairly gloomy conditions, but no worse than the conditions that the Lancashire tail-enders had to bat in this morning, as they added 13 runs in 55 minutes. Jack Morley 3, George Burrows 1, and Tom Hartley 12 not out. The batsman for Lancashire that we've seen this morning, as Billy Godleman drives gloriously out towards the cover boundary. I'm not sure that it's going to have the legs to get all the way. Is it? There's two fielders chasing after it, and they keep it in. The ball actually stops dead before it reaches the rope, and as a result they come back for 3 from the first delivery of George Balderson's second over. 9 for 1. Billy Godleman up to 6. Very much a trademark Billy Godleman shot, that cover drive. Even if you couldn't see his face, you'd know who it was. Just the way that he plays it, he's a little stiff, but does do a remarkable job of accumulating runs, Billy Godleman. Wayne Madsen on strike now. He'll be keen to get off the mark, I'm sure, and he leaves this one alone from Balderson, playing inside the line, outside the off stump, and the ball goes through to the keeper, Billy Godleman, with just over 9,000 first-class runs to his name. 227 his high score. Wayne Madsen, of course, with a double century to his name as well. George Balderson in only his 5th first-class match is in again, and Madsen gets right behind that one and pushes it out into the offside. It's a no ball, signalled by Graham Lloyd. So the score will move up to 11 for 1. It's fielded there by Dane Villas, who's standing at mid-off. So both skippers clearly favouring the mid-off position. That's Billy Godleman's normal area when he's in the field. Madsen waits. It's a wide one, and he cuts it away for 4 runs. It's just about got the legs to get there. He put everything into it. You really do have to hit the ball hard. It bounced 2 or 3 times before it went to the rope at backward point. Short and wide, carved away, and Derbyshire up to 15 for 1. Madsen off the mark with a boundary. You don't really want to be bowling there to Wayne Madsen. George Balderson will learn a harsh lesson in only his 2nd over. He sets off again, the young man. Looked like a no ball as well to me from here, but nothing doing from the umpire as Madsen clips it into the leg side. 15 for 1 it remains. I thought Bear Grylls had walked in for a minute there.
I've had to, sorry folks, I had to disappear to get the
Gone for his combat gilet.
get the old gilet on. Chilly, isn't it?
Lots of pocket. You've been painting in that.
I know, I got a bit of, I know, it's an old one.
Balls and strikes Madsen, the midships. That one will have smarted, as it was pretty quick. He's already bowled one no ball, and we're side on, so that gives us a little bit of an advantage. I wouldn't say that every single delivery ball by a Derbyshire player was a legitimate delivery either, but having been no balled early in his spell here, George Balderson, he's just got to be careful pushing the boundaries with that front foot. He's in, and Madsen defends this one out into the arse side. It's the end of the over. Balderson 0 for 14 from his 2. Godleman's got 6, Madsen's got 4. Derbyshire 15 for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 219 all out. They added 13 runs in 55 minutes this morning. As Derbyshire's bowlers battled hard to take the final 2 wickets that they required. They eventually got them. 1 to Anuj Dal, 1 to Lewis Rees. Jack Morley making 3, George Burrows 1, and Tom Hartley, the not out batsman, on 12.
Still looking pretty gloomy,
isn't it? I don't think it's any worse than it was when by the end of the Lancashire innings. So, Derbyshire batsmen certainly wouldn't want to go off.
Absolutely not. No. Here's Lamb. Yeah, it's an edge. It is. Godleman playing forward. Second wicket for Lamb. Edge through to the keeper, and Lancashire have dismissed both opening batsmen. Lewis Rees first to go, caught by Lavelle for 2, and then Godleman playing forward, edged and taken at first slip by Keaton Jennings. And Lamb on his birthday has picked up a couple of wickets. 15 for 2, Derbyshire. Both, just like Lancashire, both opening batsmen out pretty cheaply.
Well, yes, it was inside the first 4 overs for Lancashire, wasn't it? It's inside the first 3 overs for Derbyshire that both openers are. Godleman goes, having reached to 9,000 runs for Derbyshire. When he got to 6, I assume that's in all forms. A fairly straightforward catch in the end for Keaton Jennings at first slip. And if George Lamb puts it in the right spot, he's getting the ball to do stuff. 15 for 2.
And so far, rewarding the captain's faith in giving him the new ball. So it was probably a choice between Burrows and Lamb. Burrows took the new ball in the last Bob Willis Trophy game at Yorkshire, bowling with Tom Bailey. I think it was the work that Balderson did actually in that Yorkshire match when he came into the attack replacing Burrows. After a pretty expensive start by Burrows, he dragged it back balls and he bowled nicely. I think that's probably got him the new ball in this game. And the skipper giving it at the other end to Danny Lamb, and so far he's got the 2 wickets to fall. So yeah, terrific start for Lamb. Deploy the new batsman as Lamb balls to him. And that's suited the keeper, and there's no run.
John Logan sent us an email. Hi, Fletcher, the Burnley bomber.
Oh, that's me.
I think so. yeah. Regarding the tiebreaker situation, it's good to know the criteria for qualifying, he says. It is, you're absolutely right.
As Daniel Lamb comes in and balls, and Deploy gets back and just snaps the ball down into the onside, no run.
However, it's assuming that if Derbyshire beat Lancashire, and assuming Essex and either Somerset or Worcestershire also win, it's the hope that kills you. I think that unless Derbyshire score 300 plus in the first innings, I can't see them winning. Bohannon's innings yesterday was outstanding. Which Derbyshire batsman will match that? You're right about Bohannon's innings yesterday. It was a magnificent knock.
Lamb for Lancashire balls. Big appeal for LBW. He's gone. It's 2 in the over for Danny Lamb, and 3 so far in the day. And Deploy departs. It's the perfect start to Lamb's birthday with 3 wickets. rattling the pad of Duploy. And 2 wickets in the over for Danny Lamb, dismissing Rees and Godalming, and now Duploy. And Derbyshire are 3 down, 15 for 3.
And still 4 shy of the follow-on. Yes, this is a bit of a shambles from Derbyshire. This is very reminiscent of what happened in the T20 when they lost wickets and weren't scoring runs. And that's never a particularly good combination, as Matt Critchley strides out to the middle to join Wayne Madsen. Matt Critchley, who normally likes to come in when the ball's a little bit older than this and he can play his shots, he's going to have to really dig in here, otherwise Derbyshire's hopes are receding rapidly as we speak, I'm afraid. All the excitement and the idea that we might have to work out various permutations going out of the window very quickly, if indeed there were any windows.
Well, yeah, just got to try and settle it down a little bit here. They've got Madsen's experience at one end will be a significant part to play in trying to guide Critchley and Derbyshire through this period.
This is the much vaunted top 4, of course, 3 of whom are already back in the gazebo.
So Critchley already out in the middle. Here is Lamb for Lancashire in a balls to Critchley. He's pushing forward and the ball zips through into the gloves of Lavelle, and Lancashire are hopping around as they're a minute on top and trying to make life as awkward as they can. It's a terrific start with the ball for Lancashire, 15 for 3, led by Danny Lamb, who's picked up all 3 wickets so far.
Yeah, 11 balls, 3 for 1. Not bad. I think the one was a wide.
Lamb to Critchley, that's a wide ball, and that's through to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. That a double wicket maiden.
Yeah, why not? Let's have one of them. Oh dear. Yeah, he hasn't conceded a run off the bat yet. It was that wide that was brilliantly taken by George Lavelle in front of Keaton Jennings that accounted for the only run that he's conceded in his figures. So 2 overs, 3 for 1. Happy birthday, man. You've had your fun.
Derbyshire probably could do with it raining now.
What were you saying about day 4?
Just to settle things down a bit, yeah.
Balderson to continue from the river end, bowls to Madsen. That one, well, judging by the reaction, didn't miss the stumps by much. He left it alone, raised his bat out of the way, and he's just indicating now that there was a little bit of movement. To lose your entire top 4 inside 5 overs would be careless in the extreme.
In other news, the Portaloos have arrived.
It's a bit late, isn't it? I might use one in a minute. Balderson in, outside the off stump, left alone by Madsen. Lancashire are now expecting a wicket with every delivery, of course, because well, that's almost happened with Danny Lamb at the other end. And him bowling so well seems to have settled Balderson down after his first 2 overs went for 14. He's now bowled a couple of really nice ones to start his 3rd over. And he sets off again. Madsen gets bat on ball this time and forces it out into the offside, where it's fielded at cover by Alex Davis, who I expected would be standing behind the stump, so I didn't write his number down. I know what Keaton Jennings looks like. He's the one with the looks like a CU Jimmy hat, isn't it, with all that hair sticking out of it. It's Balderson again. Madsen gets one down the leg side this time and tries to whip it away. Can't do so. Got my fingers crossed for the equipment as we head towards the top of the hour. 2 deliveries left in this over. I thought thought you'd got a book out then. Just reading a couple of chapters.
I'm just looking at Daniel Lamb's performance against Glamorgan last year. I'll come back to it.
Oh dear. Balderson in. That one is pushed out into the offside, backward of square by Madsen.
It's in Lancashire's lovely yearbook, because as I was pretty certain he picked up his maiden first-class wickets in a game at Colwyn Bay last year, and he did. He got 4 for 70 in the first innings, 2 for 19 in the second innings. And Daniel Lamb, the first-class wickets in his career, but
well, he's doing all right today as Balderson bowls and strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen, perhaps off an inside edge. It's the end of the over, 15 for 3 after 5 overs. Derbyshire in reply to Lancashire's 219 all out.
so yeah, that was a good day for Daniel Lamb in Colwyn Bay on a beautiful sunny 4 days in North Wales last year, as Lancashire beat Glamorgan by an innings and 150 runs, and Lamb contributed with bat and ball on that occasion, 49 with the bat in the Lancashire first innings, and then picking up 6 wickets across the 2 innings as well with the ball, 4 for 70 and 2 for 19. So I remember speaking to Daniel Lamb after that game about achieving his first-class wickets as he comes in and bowls, but down the leg side to Critchley, taken by the keeper, and there's no run. He's been in and around the Lancashire first team for a season or two. He's played a decent number of white ball games, but very much a fledgling start. First-class cricket, he's not featured too much. 5 times before this season he played in first-class cricket, and now here he is tearing in with 3 wickets to his name, bowling to Critchley. And then he plays forward, and there's a lot of excitement behind the bat, but the Lavelle and the 3 slips, understandably so, with Lancashire on top here. Derbyshire 15 for 3 in reply to a Lancashire total of 219 all out. And 3 for 1 from his first 2 overs into his third, now running in from the pavilion end, 3 slips awaiting Critchley on strike, and through to Lavelle, who hands the ball to Rob Jones at second slip. Keaton Jennings at first. Looks like Tom Hartley. I'm getting used to some of these new Lancashire players, because I've not seen them too much, but looks like a figure of Tom Hartley at third slip. All crouching down now as Lamb comes in to Critchley. Wants a run here. He's pushed it up to mid-on, and he does get a rather scrambled single. As the wind picks up, umpire O'Shaughnessy loses his cap. His body's flying around, Burrows at mid-on trying to stop the ball, and Critchley scampering through for a single, and the hat from the umpire blew off. Oh, it's carnage. In the middle of all that, 1 extra run added to the total. 16 for 3. Brings Wayne Madsen on strike. Lamb past the umpire into to Madsen. He's come off the inner edge of the bat, just rolling down to Jack Morley at square leg. 2 left arm spinners in the Lancashire team, in Tom Hartley and Jack Morley. He'll be eager to have a ball, won't he, Morley? What he's in the team for. He's managed to bat for a little bit for Lancashire last night and first thing this morning. Lamb to Madsen, wide of off stump and through to the keeper. No run, end of the over. 16 for 3, Derbyshire. Got around about half an hour to go until lunch. In fact, just a fraction less than half an hour now remaining of the morning session. We might get a bit of good fortune and get the entire session in. It's scheduled for the forecast for rain around about midday. At the minute hasn't arrived, so fingers crossed we'll get at least a completed morning session in. Balderson to continue from the river end. Matt Critchley on strike, and Dave Fletcher back alongside me.
Yes. 16 for 3, Derbyshire. Balderson balls and Critchley struck on the pad. The ball loops into the onside. Lancashire firmly on top. Just imagine them having a look at this in the Chelmsford Pavilion. The big smile on their faces. Perhaps we might not need to win after all.
Long way to go. Long way to go.
196 for 6 now, Essex. Balderson is in, and that one's off an edge down in between third slip and backward point. They think about coming back for a second. It might have been on, but it was a risky one, so they've settled for 1. And they move to 17 for 3. Critchley moves on to 2. Wayne Madsen, who's on strike now, has 4. Big innings required from these two. Finn Hudson-Prentice and Harvey are saying to come. This next delivery is left alone, played inside the line there, Wayne Madsen. And the ball goes through to a wicket-keeper, George Lavelle. 2 slips and a gully, backward point. There's a man closest in, Alex Davis at cover. He's walking back to a more orthodox cover now. Willis at mid-off. There's a mid-on. That's the hero of the hour, Danny Lamb. 3 for 2 his figures as Balderson balls, and this one's driven very pleasantly, and well, he can do no wrong. Danny Lamb just dives to his right hand side, gets both hands to it, prevents the ball from passing him, and Derbyshire from picking up another single. There's a man at mid-wicket, one down at long on as well. A terrific piece of fielding by Lamb, who's probably floating on air at the moment. Madsen waits and leaves this next delivery from Balderson alone outside the off stump. Very still out there, isn't it now?
It is. It's barely. The trees are barely fluttering, aren't they?
It's a very strange atmosphere. Grey clouds up above. Grey clouds behind, I imagine, from where the weather is coming. We don't want. I don't care whether Derbyshire do want rain or not. I don't want it. There's nothing worse than being in cricket ground when it's raining. This next delivery strikes the pad. He's a long way forward, but he's been given. And another wicket for Lancashire, and a first one for George Balderson in his 4th over. Wayne Madsen put a big stride in. But Derbyshire in disarray now, 17 for 4.
Yep, they are. Balderson, as you say, with his first wicket, he's come back well actually. A couple of slightly expensive first 2 overs, but he's trying to back up the work being done by Danny Lamb at the other end. Puts a bit of pressure on you, doesn't it, to try and keep the pressure on from the end in which you're bowling. And the 19-year-old has done very nicely indeed. I've been impressed with him actually with the ball so far this season, and indeed with the bat. Looks like a very fine young cricketer. And umpire Lloyd didn't have too much hesitation there, did he? Raising the finger. I think it's just started to rain as well. Just starting to see a little bit of rain. The ground staff emerging and getting themselves ready to drag on a few sheets. I suspect had Madsen survived another 2 or 3 minutes, he might well have been able to get into the dressing rooms, into the pavilion with rain falling. But yeah, given out LBW, and rain starts to tumble down here in Liverpool.
Top 4 blown away inside 7 overs for 17 runs. Not great from Derbyshire. As Finn Hudson-Prentice comes out to join Matt Critchley. Good luck, boys.
Well, it's been a torrid half an hour, hasn't it?
It certainly has. 17 for 4. Oh, it's you, isn't it?
Critchley waiting as Lamb comes in and bowls, and Critchley defends to mid-on. Just looks like that little drizzle that we had when Madsen was making his way back up towards the pavilion. They have just stopped now.
Non-playing members of Derbyshire's squad have had a net away to our right. They're coming back. They know it's nearly lunchtime. Nobody wants to miss that. That'll be the highlight of the day.
17 for 4. Lamb to Critchley. Turned away into the onside. No run where Morley feels. Well, you've got your own individual little battles now, haven't you, from Critchley's point of view. Chance to try and prove his worth. I mean, at number 5, it's a big position to bat in, isn't it? It's a big statement of faith from your coach, your captain. We want you to bat at 5. Well, it's a pretty difficult and tough situation here for Derbyshire. What can he do? It's getting heavier now as Lamb comes in and balls to Critchley. I don't think it'll be much longer. He's turned away backward of square.
I think we're going here.
I think we'll be, yeah.
Yeah. Rain saves Derbyshire. Sorry, stops play.
At 10 past 12, the players going off and probably just take a lunch, I would think.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? You'd have thought so. Critchley on 2. Finn Hudson-Prentice yet to get off the mark, yet to face a delivery. Lewis Rees caught by George Lavelle off Danny Lamb for 2. Billy Godleman caught by Keaton Jennings off Danny Lamb for 6. Lears deploy leg before wicket. Danny Lamb without scoring, and Wayne Madsen leg before wicket to George Balderson for 4. Derbyshire shambolic at the top of the order, I'm afraid, and 17 for 4 in their hopes of reaching a Lord's final. Well, you'd have thought they've just disappeared in that half an hour or so of spell here on the second morning at Liverpool.
Yes, a half an hour spell which Daniel Lamb in particular will remember for a while. A wonderful way to celebrate his birthday. He's picked up 3 of the 4 wickets, dismissing Rees and Godleman and Duploy, and then Madsen the 4th to fall off the bowling of George Balderson. The covers have been pushed on by the ground staff, and I think I'm sure I've had confirmation of it being lunch, but I suspect it will be at almost 12:15 with lunch due at 2:30. And it will be a lunch which Lancashire will enjoy.
I'll leave you with one stat.
Okay.
Thanks to David Griffin for doing the maths. The top 4 combined Friday in the T20 and today, 35 for 8. Thank you very much. I'll see you after lunch.
Thank you, Fletch. Yeah, well, it's been a tough couple of days for the Durham batsmen in the T20 and the Bob Willis Trophy. We're going to be rejoining FM frequencies in the next few moments on the BBC Radio Lancashire, and then you can be, well, hopefully join us pretty quickly after lunch. It's not raining massively hard at the minute, but there's drizzle around, so the covers are on, and it is a scorecard that looks a little tough for Derbyshire. 17 for 4. So Rees for 2, Godleman for 6, Madsen for 4, Duploy for 0, Danny Lamb 3.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 2, and George Balderson 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15. This after Lancashire were bowled out for 219. The innings was wrapped up without too much alarm, in truth. Overnight score going from 206 to 219, and then Daniel Lamb enjoying life with the new ball, picking up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. So yeah, hopefully medium wave listeners are going to be rejoining FM programs in the next few minutes, and then we'll be back with you, well, as soon as the rain stops and as soon as we've had lunch, which hopefully won't be too far away. Just a little brief look at the radar. It doesn't look to be too bad, so I don't think hopefully we'll be off for too long. Lunch had been taken 20 past, I think is the word there.
Well, as you can see on your screen, the ground staff are battening down the hatches at the minute. The cover's been pushed out towards the edge of the square to protect the bowlers' run-up as well, as the rain continues to tumble. Hopefully not for too much longer, and hopefully the interruption won't be too lengthy. Lunch currently being taken. We keep our fingers crossed that the rain passes us by relatively quickly and we can see some more live cricket, because it's been a fabulous hour or so for Lancashire, and in particular for Danny Lamb with those 3 wickets on his birthday as well. Brilliant for Danny Lamb, 1 for George Bolson, and Derbyshire are 17 for 4 at lunch on the second day, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out. We do have some lunchtime entertainment for you. We're continuing our Lancashire Legends lunchtime theme. Already heard from Michael Atherton yesterday. Today it's a turn of Winker. It's Mike Watkinson in conversation with Warren Heck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week's edition of Lancashire Legends, we're delighted to get hold of former Lancashire England all-rounder, captain, coach, head of cricket at Lancashire, an integral part of Lancashire's successes in the late 80s and the 90s. Great teammate of ours, alongside the likes of Austin, Fairbrother, and Hughes and people like that. A great friend of ours, Mike Watkinson. Winker, how are you doing, pal?
Hiya, Warren. All right, good to see you, mate.
Are you keeping well, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm doing okay. Managed to top the tan up the last few weeks. We've had some belting weather, so yeah, been okay. Surviving.
You look $1 million. Well, we always do, though, don't you? You always did look $1 million.
Yeah. Well, you got to make an effort, haven't you? I've been working all morning.
Like working? What do you mean? What have you been doing?
Yeah, well, we've been director of sport at Manchester Grammar School and looking after all the PE and sport lessons. We're still doing remote teaching at the moment, so we've got all PE and swimming lessons we are doing via the internet. So I've just had a year 9 PE lesson where all the boys have got to sign the program and we explain what they want them to do, and they upload pictures of themselves doing it, and we're just trying to make sure that the education that they want is exactly what they're getting, really, and that involves physical exercise, which is very important at this particular time.
So, okay, Winky, let's talk about your career and the things that you remember from Lancs. You were at Lancs for a hell of a long time, and you're an integral part of, we've already said, of our successes over those really good times of the 90s. But early days, you know, you're a Bolton lad. You're born and raised in Bolton. Where did it all start for you?
I started at West Orton Cricket Club. I was about 10 years old. My dad was a keen sportsman. My uncle had played in the league, and he just bought me some boots and dropped me off on a Friday night and said, "Hey, get stuck into some cricket practice." Took me down to West Orton Cricket Club. The guy who ran everything was called Teddy Gerrard. He did all the junior training. Yeah. So there was only under 18s then, no junior teams, no under 13s, no under 15s. So you used to go down on practice and chase the ball around for the big lads, go to the chippy for them afterwards, and get back when it was dark. So that's how it's all started. I stayed at West Orton until 1980. We won the championship, and then I left and had a couple of years proing with British Aerospace in the association.
Did you? Well, that's interesting. You know, you mentioned West Orton, you mentioned the Bolton Cricket League, and West Orton's historic for the great players over the years that have played there, and the Bolton Cricket League. I was lucky enough to have a couple of seasons in it. But do you think that shaped you as the cricketer you turned out to be?
Yeah, it's tough cricket, and when I was at West Orton, the pro was Arthur Sutton, who was captain of Cheshire. Yeah. And he was a little feisty left-handed batter. He bowled flat off spinner. He was aggressive. He was about 5'6" or 7. Yeah. A real tough cricketer, and I learned a lot from him. I did have a season playing with Cheshire in 1982, I think. Yeah. The same season I made my debut for Lancs, and that helped shape me a little bit. I didn't pull up a lot of trees, but it was a good experience playing against better cricketers than myself, and playing the odd 2-day game as well.
You mentioned your debut for Lancs as well, and we spoke to our other teammate Harv and he he mentioned his debut, and it's pretty similar to you. Tell us a little bit about that. It always intrigues me.
I listened to your chat with Harv the other day, and all the memories came flooding back because I made my debut in the same game in very similar circumstances. I was working for William Hare, the structural engineers, who was owned by the Hodgkiss family, who sadly David Hodgkiss passed away recently, the chairman of Lancashire, but it was his family that owned the company, and John Savage got in touch with me. I think it was late on Friday afternoon, and said, we want you to come down to Old Trafford and play against Kent in a 3-day game, Saturday, Monday and Tuesday. I said, well, I'm sub-proing on Saturday. He said, well, we'll send Bernard Reedy down, he can sub-pro for you, and I'm going to have to get Monday and Tuesday off work. So I went and spoke to Bartle, who was David Hodgkiss's father, and he gave me a couple of days off work, and I went and made my debut against Kent at Old Trafford, and I was like, Harvey, this was, I hadn't even played a second team game at that stage. I played a little bit in the under-25s competition, but I've never played a 3-day game in my life, and I was asked to go and play in Lanc's first team against Kent. So I'm thinking, what am I going to wear? First of all, they've all got blazers. What am I going to wear? So I rock up in my petrol blue suit and my Spandau Ballet fringe and my burgundy leather shoes on. And I walk in the dressing room. I can see them all looking at me thinking, who's this bloke? And then they went, no, you don't get changed in here. You're next door. You're in the dog zone. You know, this is the first team dressing room. You have to knock on the door before you come in. And I thought, all right, this is all right, isn't it? And but again, there was Yoza, Simo, Bumble, Frank, all playing in the game. But you're at an age where, yes, you're nervous, but you're not fazed by the opposition the same as you are when the expectations are higher.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the team sheet and I'm thinking, we've got Underwood, Knott, Dilly, Woolmer, and here's me. I should have been playing for British Aerospace against Aston Tilsley Collieries. Here I am making my debut at Old Trafford.
And who was overseas player at the time? It was your
Clive. Clive was overseas player.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, Clive was captain.
Was it?
Yeah, I remember walking out on the field. Clive's captain. You know, with his big floppy hat on, come rain or shine, and you know the glasses strapped on, the elastic bands around the back of his head, and you're walking out onto the field behind him, and I'm thinking, I'm just pinching myself here, walking out behind the captain of West Indies, great man Clive.
That's unbelievable. I always think back to you and Harvey and that time whenever that's mentioned. And can you imagine that happening these days? Can you imagine that happening? I can't see that happening.
No, I messaged Harvey and we swapped a few comments after he'd done his interview with you the other day, because lots of memories came flooding back, and we did talk about how lucky we were to play in that era, but also to play in a more modern era as well. Yeah. Two styles of cricket really were. There's some unbelievable characters in the game when we started. It was hard, it was tough, it was a lot of fun. You got a lot of advice and a lot of management, but you didn't get a lot of technical coaching. No. And that's why you got people with weird and wonderful actions and crazy stances. But cricket was really, really tough. Nowadays, you know, everything is dissected, isn't it? You've got the analyst, you've got the biomechanics man, you've got everything. He'll sort your balance out, your trigger movements and all the rest of it. The 70s and early 80s, when you're making your way out in the game, the coach used to say, you're bowling down the leg side, stop it. And you'd have to go and work it out yourself. Yeah. You keep getting caught in the slips, do something about it, stop wafting your bat. You know, why am I wafting your bat? You had to work it out yourself. So it was tough. And keeping your job in the competition for contracts was massive then. Yeah. You know, look, 2-year contract here, 2-year contract there. The pressure was unbelievable, but the cricket was fun. It really was. There's some great time and some great characters around.
Yeah. there was. And that for me, that sticks in my mind of our time together, that long time that we shared in a dressing room. And it keeps coming back to it. We were a good team, but we had some serious fun as well. And you know, we had characters in our dressing room. You know, you've got your big international players, and then you've got the group of homegrown English Lancashire players, and then you've got some overseas player that are dropping. In our time, we were lucky to have the likes of Patrick Patterson, and of course Wazim Akram.
Yeah, we had some great overseas players who dropped in and they became part of us. You know, Clive, still connected with the clubs, that's still around, still available. Pato, Was. You got to remember as well that there was a period where we would have 2 overseas players like that, and one of them would play in the second team. So you'd be turning up against the second team, and you'd be wheeling Pato out against them. And you could see them all these young trialists from these public schools with the segmented hats on and all the rest of it, walking around. There's Pato warming up. I didn't know what they were walking up to. Yeah. So you know, so second team cricket was tough as well, but we had a lot of fun with lads who'd grown up in local leagues, and then some really outstanding overseas players who became part of us. And I think our most successful periods were when, we had a lot of fun, there was a lot of banter, but we were critical of each other at the right times within the team. You know, it wasn't all lovey-dovey stuff. If somebody wasn't doing the job, they got told about it. You had to sort yourself out. And there's a lot of pressure with that. You know, you'd your Yozzers and Simo, Fao, people like that, they wouldn't stand for it. You know, you weren't pulling your weight, you got told about it straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good thing. Honesty was a massive thing in that dressing room. But while we're on it, and while it's in my mind, I've got to talk about, I remember a situation that you had us in stitches with, and you had a whole season of constructing a list of names that were made up that you could give to Matt Proctor to put out in over the PA system. You know,
this is a memory tester now.
No, I've got a couple for you, and the one that always sticks in my mind that was one would Mr. Dwayne Pipe please report to the cricket office reception? We have a problem with the leak in the old pavilion or something like that, and you had a list. You must have had 200 names on that list. It became a bit of the things that you would not get away with these days. Well, you got to keep yourself occupied. Always liked a bit of fun, even though I didn't always show that, but I did like a good laugh. And constructing these names and trying to get them past PA announcers was something we tried all the time. Matt Proctor, we used to find different ways of getting messages to him, like the visiting overseas team's bowling coach, Manning the Moon, who was the slow left-arm bowler, Manning the Moon. We had... what about Terry Fiderwork?
Yeah, Terry Fiderwork, Ray Von Man. Actually, when I went on tour with England, and I did a lot of sitting around then because I didn't play much cricket, we did the same over there. And I remember the South African PA announcers, they fell for it hook, line and sinker. They just wanted to be on there and list themselves speaking, you know, Mr. Branston Pickles and things like that. We had some crazy names.
And we did. We used to giggle, and we used to have a go. But like you said, you shape yourself into an all-rounder. You know, you're in the 10,000 runs, 1,000 wickets for Lancashire, which is not many people did that. And for someone who came from, like you mentioned, those humble beginnings of starting at West Orton on a Friday night with your boots, you know, that must be something that's built from within the character you are.
Yeah, it was a tough upbringing in the Bowling League, and you had to get stuck in. You had to be a certain character to survive. we had Shawnee, Ronnie Irani, players who came through a similar time to myself. I like to think that I was in teams with much better players than myself, but I always try to get stuck in. I would always, it was nostrils down. We used to talk about that. Who's going to bowl into the wind? Nostrils down. Wing can get the ball. Somebody else can bowl at the other end, which was fine, but because you're appreciated for doing your job. I got asked, Clive asked me to bowl some spin in a game. In the end, it was a fantastic thing, but I was bowling spin, seam, batting, fielding, doing every little bit okay, but it was the sum of the parts, really, rather than being an absolute crackerjack in one discipline. I suppose that was my game, and a lot of that was from proing in the leagues, I would think, where they throw you the ball, you'd have to bowl 25 overs, you'd charge in like a lunatic until 10 or 12 overs, then you bowl some fast off cutters, and then you bowl some seamers at the end trying to get your wicket bonus up. And I suppose that kind of upbringing, where you're not getting the ball out of my hand, you want to bowl all the time, was something that stood me in good stead when I went into the professional game.
You were, and we talked about, to the lads that we've talked about from or in and around that area, the amount of games that you won either with bowling seam at the death, smacking a quick 80 to win us a game, or when we turn to your spin later on, which we'll touch on, you won us so many games, and like you said, like myself, like the likes of Ian Austin, we weren't world-class cricketers. We're world-class cricketers, but we found a little bit extra when it needed for that pride of playing for Lancashire. Yeah.
Well, that successful team, when we were doing well, everybody was capable of winning a game. And it was, who is it going to be today? Everybody has to give themselves a chance of being that person. And it won't be you every week. But when you need it, when others are not having their day, then you have to try and make it yours. And if everybody's got that mentality, somebody will put their hand up. And lost causes, we never knew what a lost cause was. No. That game at the Oval, where we were dead and buried and we got all the wickets, 8, 9 and over was unheard of in 80s and early 90s. Now they get it easy. But we used to call ourselves the Thunderbirds, didn't we? Sat there waiting to bat. And you'd say, what number's written on the end of your bat handle, Warren? Oh, it's 8 on here. That means we need 8 and over. Oh, well, are you going in now? But what have you got, Bully? I've got 9. All right, well, you can hang on a minute till it gets up to 9 and over. And we'd be out on the field and they'd be like men don't have this, would be patting it up and down a little bit and saying, they're just trying to get the run rate high enough for us so the Thunderbirds can go in and do a bit of an international rescue job.
That's exactly right. And like you said, we the likes of Atherton and Mendo when he played, beautiful little 90s and 100s, and then we'd have to come and throw ourselves out shivering and covered in crap and everything like that.
You would, and you'd look at the averages at the end, and they'd be averaging, one day averages 33, 34, we'd be there 12, 18, wouldn't we? Having to wipe all the mud off our pads every week, like you said, because we've been diving in for runouts and sweeping and thrutching around.
Brilliant days. But like I said, great days at Lords, weren't they, as well? We touched it with everyone, but those days. One thing that sticks in my mind is we a final at Lords, and you used to sit in the corner and you used to look through a long, thin window. Yeah,
well, nerves affect people in different ways, don't they? Yeah. You know, Harv was the same. We used to always sit in our places. If you had to bat after Harv, you had to have your wits about you, because he'd be off to the loo every 2 minutes. You'd be pads on, pads off, and then you thought, I'll just keep them on in case he gets caught short. You don't have that now. Change the batting order. Where is he? Oh, he's nipped to the loo. It just doesn't seem to happen anymore, but it happened every week with us. You'd have to put them on to cover somebody. But peeping out, the viewing area at Lords is very tight. As you know, that balcony is quite snug, isn't it? So we all get our little bits for watching through little arrow slit windows, and you're peeping out onto the pitch. And I suppose it's nerves. You know, I was a very nervous watcher, especially when we batted.
Yeah.
It got even worse when I became head coach and then director, and I was watching. My nerves became worse, I think, in watching the game. It was horrendous. I remember at Sussex, we were trying to bat a draw out in a very crucial game at and Mustak was running through us, and I was head coach. I was just lying down in the dressing room. I couldn't watch. I just couldn't watch, and I can't remember, John Wood or somebody thrust it out, and and they came in and said, "That's it." I thought, and I just couldn't watch. Yeah. You know, just nerves get to you. I remember Bondi being like that as well. Bondi disappeared. You'd have an important game. Where's Bondi? He'd gone for a walk. He just couldn't cope with it.
That's amazing. What nerves do. But you had a spell. Let's just get back to, you know, the changing up of games and the changing of formats and the changing of thought processes. There was a thought process that was decided as a team that we needed to have a quicker start in one-day games. Remember, I think we might have even still been wearing whites then, Winker, with a red ball, and the thought of us having this new theory of the pinch hitter came in, and you were our man to do that. How did you find that?
I enjoyed it. I had most of my one-day career up to then batting 5 and 6. I suppose I always had the ability to clonk it in, like yourself, squat it into some strange areas and have our stronger areas for our bigger shots. And it was a time when bowlers hadn't quite got slow balls like they have now. I think that would have stuffed me up a little bit. Having a go opening the batting was something that just gave me a little bit of an extra boost in one-day cricket towards the back end. I probably wasn't the same frontline bowler that I'd used to be, but the batting was all right as opening the batting. I quite enjoyed it. You know, you'd open with others, and he would look to bat through, and you'd try and get your 20 or 30 as quick as you can, and then you get out of it and somebody else take over.
Yeah, some great knocks and some great starts. That was the foundation to us winning many one-day games.
Yeah, I smile as well about some of them where you think others' brief is to bat through it and yours is to get us off to a flying start. I remember playing at Old Trafford against Somerset. It was a howling gale downwind, Caddick's bowling downwind, and Graham Rose is trundling into the breeze. Others is patting them back from Graham Rose and shouldering arms. I couldn't get up the other end. I'm throwing Caddick off my throat at the other end, and I'm supposed to be hitting him for straight sixes. I'm thinking, others, we're at the wrong end here, pal. But he was happy just knocking them back and shouldering arms at the other end.
I can see him giggling. I can just see him giggling under his helmet, thinking, "Go on, Mike."
And I'm getting rattling round. I'm catching it between my inner thighs. That was one of my best shots, that, wasn't it? Catch it between your inner thigh, pick it out and throw it back to the bowler, and it's like a burning cinder, the pain you've got in your inside of your leg.
But let's great, brilliant memories of what we used to do. But let's talk about, you know, you reached the pinnacle of any professional cricketer's dreams, and you played cricket for England. You pulled on the 3 Lions in both formats of the game, Test matches and one-day international. That must have been massively proud for the Bolton lad.
It was. You know, as a lad growing up in Bolton cricket, I just wanted to play for Lancashire. And then when I got into Lancashire's team, 87 was a transformation year for me. Just in the build up to get into the international cricket, 87 was the year that I got told at the start of the season that you won't bowl seam anymore. That's it. And it was written into my contract. I had pencil written over my contract, which said, you don't bowl seamers anymore. Wow. You just bowl spin. Because in 86, Clive had asked me to experiment with some spin because we're behind on over rate. And I got a few people out. And Bondi liked it and Clive liked it. So I got a contract in 87 that said, you don't bowl seam anymore. So I didn't play the first third of the season. We got knocked out the Bensons.
Yeah.
I'd been a regular in the team. We got Simo and Ian Foley, who were regulars with the spin slots, and I wasn't getting a go in the team.
I remember.
And there was a little bit of, it's nice from my point of view, there's a little bit of player power with there's Walt, Fow, Yoza, some of the established players saying, this kid's not too bad, and he's not in our team. Something's not right. And we got a few injuries with seamers. And I remember Yoza saying to me, Yoza was captain then, and Ormers was coach. And Yoza said, we've got some injury problems. You're playing in the second team this afternoon. Just get a few seamers out because we might need you in the morning. And I went down to Bristol. I got with a few overs before lunch, got some wickets, finished up with four wickets in the innings or something. And they never mentioned not bowling seam again. That was it, forgotten. And I played the rest of the season, and I mixed spin and seam, and my batting was coming on, and I finished up. I got capped at the end of that year. And that was a special moment. We talk about international caps. It's getting to me now. Getting your county cap, going into the committee room, and the club president awarding you with your cap and all your teammates around you. Special moment. So that was a transformation for me from somebody whose career was drifting to all of a sudden 87. You're in there. And then I was that cricketer who bowled seam and spin. I was in 3-day cricket. I was third spinner and third seamer, second spinner, depending what the state of the game was. And I batted wherever Yoza wanted me to bat, 5, 6, 7.
Absolutely priceless, wasn't it?
I bat wherever.
Yeah.
And because of that versatility, I then became very useful to the team because it meant that you could play an extra batter, extra bowler, and it worked okay. But that, did it make me a bits and pieces cricketer or what? But it made me somebody who did a variety of things. And it was only when I became a bit more specialised as a spin bowler in the early 90s, and I didn't bowl much seam in county cricket, even though I bowled seam up in one-day cricket because that's where my experience in one-day cricket was. And I started getting quite a few people out with spin. I would still concede runs as you'd stood behind the stumps. We were a team. When you were behind the stumps, I felt me and you, we are a team now. We would create pressure on the batsman. We would make him feel uncomfortable, but you would give me feedback all the time on you're bowling too quick, you're bowling too slow, you're bowling too wide. And that feedback was really valuable to me. And I also had Waz bowling at the other end, creating a pancake with his follow through for me to aim at. There was this big hole in the floor that I could try and hit, and I knew that if it was outside off stump, it was going to slide on. If it hit this big crater that he made, it was going to jump and kick. That helped me, and that was the vehicle for me to get picked for England. But I was 34, 35 by the time I'm making my England debut. And we had the young spin twins of Watkinson and Embury taking on. It's a dream debut, though. You're playing against. I only played 4 tests, 3 against the West Indies in this country. But my debut at Old Trafford, and we won. Yeah. So your test matches, you treasure wins, but to win on your debut, to get a couple of wickets, I think I got 38 with a bat, something like that. Yeah. Walking out at Old Trafford, packed house, I can remember before the game, Adders was captain, and he walked into the dressing room the morning of the game and said, "You're playing today." And I thought, that's it. Whatever happens here, nobody's taking this. Nobody's taking this moment away.
Nope.
I'm 35. If I don't play again, it doesn't matter. If I get banged all over the park, so what? But you're never having this cap back. I've got it. And the first, you've bowled thousands and thousands of balls in your life.
Yeah.
And you're given the ball in the test match, and you look down the pitch, and Keith Atherton squeezing the glue out the handle. And the pitch looks about 9 inches wide. And the first, I'm thinking, just land your first ball, just get it somewhere near. And I bowled 5 reasonable dots and he's blocked them back. The 6th ball was a bit full, it was a low full toss. It finished up in a dustbin on Warwick Road Station. I thought, not a good start.
Brilliant, but the sense of humour has always been part of your game, Wink, and you moved on from being in that dressing room, being an integral part, and you went into your coaching role. But I always knew that because of the processes you put yourself through as a player, I always knew that you would make the transition into helping others with their game and organising and stuff. And I mean, let's touch on dressing room banter again. One thing what I always giggle about is that after a day's play, wherever we were around the county scene, you know, I'd be sitting in the dressing room and whether I had a good day or a bad day, and you'd call me in. You'd say, "Chucky, can I just have a word with you, sir?" And you'd be in the bathroom, and I'd think, well, he's probably going to give me some wise words of, too well kept today, or, you know, when you were batting, you looked a bit leg side of it. But no, you'd call me into the bathroom while you were having a shave to show me how many whiskers were left in the bowl when you had a shave. You had that many of them. Like, oh, God, I thought you were going to tell me something useful.
Yeah, I don't know what you're like now, Warren, but you needed a shave about once every 6 weeks then. You used to get teased about it. But it was hard school, wasn't it? You know, I remember we had all those cinema seats, and if people were chatting behind you and you turn round to join in, you get told to face the front, wouldn't you?
And then them early days.
Face the front.
Oh, we used to crap ourselves and go, does he really mean it?
Yeah, well, it was knock on the door. You can't come in the changing rooms. So you'd think of bits of fun and banter. Yeah. Simo was at the heart of, or the receiving end of a lot of it. He just had to behave normal, and he was funny. He was hilarious. Yeah. I thought when I knew we were going to have a chat this morning, I thought, Simo, he was everything in that dressing room. Yeah. You'd love him, you'd fall out with him, you'd laugh at him, you'd everything. And I was going through my mind about games I played with Simo, and we played at where did we play? At Brighton against Sussex. And Jack had his theories when he bowled spin, and he hated other spinners getting wickets and him not. And we went through a period where bowlers used to get wickets with arm balls. Off spinners are getting wickets with arm balls all the time. And Jack got annoyed about this, and he said, right, I'm going to start bowling loads of arm balls. Umpires love it. As soon as they get on the pads, it's out. So I'm going to bowl arm balls all the time. And let's see if it happens to me. So we go out, we play at Sussex, we're in the field, Jack's bowling. He has his short leg, and he keeps bowling his arm ball. But it's starting leg stump and not swinging very much. And they're sweeping the out of it. And short leg is getting peppered. He's getting murdered. And we had about 3 carried off injured because they were getting it. And Sean is 12th man. And Shawnee finishes up at short leg, right? And they're whistling this side of him, that side of him, because Jack's trying this arm ball all the time and they're sweeping it. And Shawnee in the end goes, he said, Jack, he said, I'm getting peppered here. He said, why don't you have a signal when you're going to bowl the arm ball, then I can stick my head up my backside, I can retreat a little bit, and life's a bit safer for me. So Jack goes, right, okay, Shawnee, I'll sort it out. Next over, when I bowl my arm ball, I'll give you a signal. And before every ball, Jack used to blow on his hands, didn't he? Like that. So he gets to the end of his mark, he goes, gets his finger, swinger, and shouts swinger all round the ground. And the batsman who had to, Jack, a signal means that you don't tell the batsman what's happening. You've told the entire ground it's coming. And we're like, play had to be held up because everybody was just laughing so much at Jack's subtle signal.
You tell some great stories about Simo as well. Like you said, the times we had with him in the dressing room, we left him in the tea at one time, didn't we? At Lytham.
Oh, we left the Bonds of Ellswick tent at Lytham.
That's right.
Yeah. Oh, all this with. He was in there eating his goose gog pie, wasn't it? His gooseberry pie. He was having it with all the fresh cream on, and we went straight from the tent out onto the field. He missed the first over because he was finished his pie and was bollocking us for not telling him. He was late for Sunday League game because he fell asleep in the hotel. That was our fault as well. He could have been dead, he said. I could have been dead, leaving me there. But yeah, you fell asleep. You missed the start of the game. I could have been dead.
I remember, brilliant. He's one of my favourite people in the world. Is Simon. I spoke to him yesterday. Yeah. He's in great form. But Wink, we can't finish this chat before 77 years since Lancashire won a championship outright, and you were head of cricket in 2011 when Glenn Chappell and his team under Morsey at the time won that.
That's right. Yeah.
Won that title. That must have been a real proud moment, and capped off everything for you. You won everything as a domestic cricketer.
Yeah, we'd chased the championship forever. How we never won it, I have no idea. Some of the teams we had with overseas players, Muralitharan, Akram, the strength of domestic players we had, Crawley, Harve, others, Gallion, Digger, Chappell, unbelievable players, Daffy in there, yourself.
Yeah.
The list is endless. And why did we not win a championship? It's really hard to put your finger on it. And we carried it around on our back for a long time, and we had those fantastic one-day successes, but the championship, it just always eluded us. And I think what was a catalyst was redeveloping the stadium with no money. The planning application had dragged. We lost our budget. We took on two overseas players, Junaid Khan and Farbiz Maharouf. They were played less than anybody else in the squad. Yeah. We had a really low salary bill, and we played seven games or 8 games, whatever it was, at Liverpool. And we spent a bit of money refurbing the pitches there, whilst the stadium was being turned around at Old Trafford. And I think we had that bit of a siege mentality where, it's going to be a tough year. We're going to have to work hard. And we reviewed everything that we did. Anything that we'd just done because we'd always done it, we didn't do anymore. And is this going to be a good idea? Are we going to spend money on this? No, we're not going to do it. We're going to spend money on something else. Or we're going to save the money. And it finished up with we got the momentum going in that last game at Somerset. Talking about nerves, I was watching fishing behind the stand in the river there. I was watching everything, but the relief and the emotion when we won that championship was unbelievable. And the volume of interest and support we got from around the county. You get into the dressing room straight away. I look at my phone for a message. Nobby Styles, great stuff, lads. Now I'm thinking, he's won a World Cup, this bloke, and he's telling them, well done, you finally won the championship. Nobby Styles here, lads.
Brilliant.
Unbelievable moments.
Great stuff. That's brilliant. And like you said, it was proud for everyone involved with the club, not just players and backroom staff and people involved with cricket, but the conference and events girls. The people who worked selling tickets and hospitality. It was a really proud moment for everyone, and something that
everybody at the club. It was big family. Everybody worked together. Remember, the coaches. When they would leave Old Trafford off for the big games, we were being applauded off by the rest of the staff who were being left behind, who were keeping the club ticking over whilst we were away playing games. It was the stadium was a building site then, so we weren't in Old Trafford all that much that year, but it was very special.
Brilliant.
Thanks, Warren, and to the Lancashire members, to all the Northwest cricketing fraternity. Cricket will come back. Look after yourself, stay safe, and there'll be some good cricket coming up soon.
Is that right? Yeah, there we go. Welcome back to Liverpool Cricket Club in Aigburth, where Lancashire are in a very, very strong position against Derbyshire. 2:15 start, 55 overs, tea at 4 o'clock. Get the bits and pieces out of the way first, and the match situation. Lancashire bowled out this morning for 219, having added just 13 more runs in 55 minutes. That seemed a bit sluggish, but it was positively dazzling in comparison to what Derbyshire have managed in 7.5 overs. They're 17 for 4, with each of the top 4 batsmen, Lewis Rees, Billy Godleman, Leas Deploy and Wayne Madsen out for single figures. Billy Godleman is currently the top scorer in the Derbyshire innings with 6. It did take him to 9,000 runs in all competitions for Derbyshire, but that's of little consolation. And the 2 batsmen who are just about to make their way out from the far side of the pavilion, Matt Critchley, who's on 2, and Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has yet to face a delivery. The damage done by George Balderson and especially Danny Lamb. Balderson 1 for 15 from 4, and Danny Lamb on his 25th birthday 3 for 2 from 3.5 overs, and one of those 2 runs that he's conceded was from a wide, so 1 run off the bat, and the umpires lead the players from both teams out. Scott Reed, it's a fairly impressive position that Lancashire have built themselves.
It is, yeah. It was a fairly impressive performance with the ball from Daniel Lamb in particular. George Balderson contributing as well at the other end, but Lamb so far the kind of the star of the show on the second day. He bowled really well, and yeah, Derbyshire have got themselves into a bit of a mess here. They're going to try and find a partnership from somewhere and an innings to try and match what Bohannon did, to try and get themselves something, try and get near to 200 if possible.
I think they need to go beyond 200. That's going to be the problem, and they'll probably know it themselves. They've had enough time during the lunch break and the rain delay to sort of work out what they might need. Essex, one of their major rivals for a place in the final, if indeed they are still rivals, made 236 in their first innings, having bowled Middlesex out for 138, so a lead of 98. But that means that they've picked up 4 bonus points. Derbyshire currently have 3. And because of my poor maths and my incredible disregard for the actual rules and regulations of the competition, I think that they have to go 1 better than Essex rather than match them, which is slightly disappointing, which means that they're going to have to get to 200 now and go on and win the game. Well, both, quite frankly, look preposterous at this stage. 17 for 4.
It's tricky.
Really imagine that they're going to get to 200, but you never know.
I suppose from the priority for Derbyshire is almost perhaps now to put that to the back of their mind. Forget about getting to 200, forget about winning, just try and bat here, try and bat well this.
Try not to be thoroughly embarrassed.
Well, there's Lamb too. Oh, big appeal for LBD, but I think Critchley's hit that. It sounded like he got a bit of inside edge onto that.
That would have put the tin hat on it, really, wouldn't it? Lose a wicket for the first ball back after the rain delay.
This is the completion of that Daniel Lamb over. Went off, didn't we, kind of halfway through it, I think. 3 balls into it, so Lamb's going to finish the over. But yeah, just put all that to the back burner. Just try and see if they can piece something together this afternoon with the bat. Lamb to Critchley. It's a nice shot. It's driven straight down the ground. And 2 Lancashire players, Messrs Burrows and Villas, in the end, just running alongside the ball towards the boundary rope. 4 runs to Critchley. So yeah, just try and bat sensibly if they can. Try and get a partnership. Just put the morning behind them.
I wasn't at Old Trafford in 1923.
Were you not? Oh, I'm surprised.
37, Derbyshire's lowest total against Lancashire in a first-class match. In fact, they've done it twice, in 1922 at Chesterfield as well. Good effort. Hopefully they'll beat that.
21 for 4. Lamb to Critchley. It's defended to mid-on. And there's no runs. That's the end of the Danny Lamb over. The one that started before lunch is now concluded a couple of hours later. At 21 for 4, Critchley has 6. And has hit that one scoring shot, and it was a beautiful shot, driven down the ground for 4.
He's looking tired now, Danny Lamb. Perhaps go and have a rest for a bit. Possibly not.
I think it'd be quite difficult to get the ball out of his hand.
I think it might be. I think it might be. Yeah. Billy Godalman's emerged from the gazebo over on the far side of the Derbyshire skipper. He was fairly bullish going into this game. Excited at the prospect of a potential Lord's final. It's going to take something special from here. But we've seen something special this season already at Trent Bridge.
Absolutely.
Not from 17 for 4, obviously,
well,
but this man, Finn Hudson-Prentice, facing his first delivery, was part of it. He leaves that one alone. George Balderson continuing from the river end, goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. I can only imagine that when they were dismissed for 37 at Queen's Park in Chesterfield in 1922, they lost by an innings and 140 in that one. When they were dismissed for 37 the following year at Old Trafford, Derbyshire, they lost by an innings and 32. So they won't lose by an innings in this one, as that's left alone by Hudson-Prentice as well, as it goes through to the keeper. They won't lose by an innings in this one because the deficit's already below 200, which is the new follow-on.
It is, yeah.
So they can't lose by an innings now. Avoided the innings defeat.
It happens, doesn't it? You can teams get themselves into, you know, a little roll, and it can happen in a good way where a team gets on top and picking wicket up after wicket, and conversely, difficult to stop that slide, isn't it?
Balderson's next delivery is a full-length delivery that he tries there, Finn Hudson-Prentice, to guide it somewhere into the offside. Not sure where, he didn't make contact with it, so no further clues available.
And what tends to happen normally is that you get a partnership of some description.
More often than not, yeah, more often than
it.
not there's a partnership, isn't there? But this partnership that Derbyshire get is going to have to be a pretty substantial one. Potentially a 3-figure partnership. Balderson's in again, and that one beats the edge of Finn Hudson-Prentice's bat. He's batted quite a long way out of his crease, and he just signals with his left hand to suggest that that one moved away from him.
I said the same thing back in 2013 when Lancashire played Essex at Chelmsford, and 18 for 7 or something. Essex said there'll be a partnership somewhere, and then they were all out for 20.
Excellent.
But you just don't. That just doesn't happen.
Thanks for the reassurance. 21 for 4. Hudson-Prentice forces this gets back on ball for the first time, forces this into the mid-wicket area. And there's no run.
That was Hogg and Chappell that day. That they bowled unchanged and took all the wickets between them.
And barely broke into a sweat by the sound of it.
Yeah, I don't think they did. Just bizarre seeing something like that. It's like, there'd be a partnership at some point. There's something to stop the rot at some stage.
These two have got it all on here. Hudson-Prentice just shuffling forward a little bit, then leaves alone, allows it to go through to the keeper, George Lavelle. Big test for Hudson-Prentice, who I don't think's played a first-class match since the 91 not out against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. He guided Derbyshire to that remarkable victory that got everybody's hopes up at the start of the season. They followed that with a victory over Leicestershire, and you thought, hang on a minute. Hudson-Prentice waits and leaves this one alone. It goes through to Lavelle. It's the end of the over. Just the computer says there was a no ball in there. I don't remember seeing a no ball in there, I must admit. And I'm going to stick with the scoreboard and say 21 for 4, 6 to Critchley. Hudson-Prentice yet to get off the mark. My ball-by-ball scorecard from the ECB says there was a no ball in that over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, well, he bowled 7 deliveries, so perhaps there was a no ball.
Lamb in again. Worked away down towards fine leg, picked up by Balderson. A run again for Critchley. Moves up to 7, 24 for 4.
So there was a no ball in that over. The scoreboard here has caught up with the no ball.
It's a more gentle pace to the scoreboard today. I like the different paces of the scoreboard. Matt yesterday was absolute fastest finger first, wasn't he? He was.
And on Friday, in the T20,
lightning.
It was madness.
A little more gentle approach to it today, but yeah, I quite like the different ebbs and flows of the scoreboard. Lamb to Hudson Prentice, it's down the leg side. Perhaps just flicking the thigh pad, maybe, and taken by George Lavelle. First class debut for Lavelle. He's got the gloves as well. Taken a couple of catches. No, he's taken one, hasn't he? One catch.
Yeah.
Lewis Reese. The other one went to first slip. Keaton Jennings, and then a couple of LBWs. Lavelle now creeping down as Lamb comes in and balls to him. That's into the gloves of the youngster. Hands it to Rob Jones.
Billy Godleman's made his way around to the in between the scoreboard and the scorers over on the far right hand side. I assume with Dave Houghton, certainly with a couple of people. Malloy will cut him off at the pass if he carries on going his way. Down with him.
Lamb into Hudson Prentice, wide of off stump and through to the keeper. There's no run.
The Derbyshire bubble seems to get bigger and bigger every day.
I'm a big fan of the lap of the outfield during the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I quite like that.
Yeah. You see it more at outgrounds ordinarily as well, don't you? People out and about and having a chat.
Lamb in again, wide of off stump this time.
But it is quite peculiar to see people doing laps at Trent Bridge and heading to places like that, isn't it?
It is,
It's
yeah.
not normal, that one.
Keaton Jennings at Trent Bridge the other week was doing laps while the game was being played in his flip-flops.
Nice.
A very casual little loop around the outfield. Lamb balls. Hudson Prentice off the front foot, trying to force it away with the offside, but ball deviates back onto his pad there. Alters his front pad as that ball came back onto it. End of the over. 24 for 4. Hudson Prentice still yet to get his first run, and Matt Critchley is unbeaten on 7.
The young man, and I use the word advisedly, walking around with Malloy, Dan Wheeldon, who is the, I don't know what the official title is, he books the hotels effectively. He's the sort of cricket direct operations type person.
Right.
Made a first class appearance for Derbyshire at Chesterfield. Got drafted into the squad. He's a good bowler in the Derbyshire County League as well. As a new over begins from George Balderson. Met with the face of the bat by Mike Critchley.
The jack of all trades then.
Yeah, useful man to have.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But no, he bowled quite nice. Bowled nicely at Chesterfield, but we never saw him again. Well, we've seen him a lot, but we never saw him again in the wides.
What, did he have to kind of quickly register him just for that match, for a late thing, or was he always scheduled to?
I think he was always scheduled to. Yeah, I can't for the life of me remember why it was now. Must have been a good reason. Balderson is in, and Critchley on the walk.
Naughty shot.
Has a bit of a waft at that one, and then admonishes himself, but he's got away with one there, Matt Critchley, because that was poor. Needs to get his head down here. At 24 for 4. It's not his fault that they're 24 for 4, but he can do something about it.
Yeah, it's obviously a really difficult situation and position to bat in, but he has a chance, doesn't he?
Yeah, real opportunity.
To show what he can do.
Can't be easy out there. This next delivery is clipped away very nicely off his legs down towards fine leg. They're going to come back for a second as well. And they do get back comfortably for the second as it's fielded there by George Burrows in the far distance. Tall figure of George Burrows. It's quite narrow. That always makes people look taller when they're narrow, because I don't look quite as tall. I'm 17 feet tall, but I'm not very narrow, so I just look like a normal size. You know what I mean? The slimmer somebody is, the taller they tend to look.
Yeah.
26 for 4. Critchley waits and pushes this into the mid-wicket region. And there's no run. I'm going to take a stab and say that was Jack Morley, because the throw came in left-handed. There are a number of left-handers out there, though.
It is Jack Morley, that.
Yeah, Jack Morley out at mid-wicket. I'm getting to know these people now, you see. So
Me too.
Well, yeah, it's quite, yeah, absolutely.
7 debutants this season, I think, in first-class cricket.
Critchley waits and defends this one up towards mid-off. That's Dane Villas. And there is no run. Yes, you sort of, in the end, because it's quite often the commentator you're with will say, what number's so-and-so? And you think, I have no idea, but I know how he walks, and I know what he looks like, so I don't think I've ever looked at his number for years, you know. And it can be quite strange, but you sort of get to know the players and their gaits. Critchley taps his bat once, and then drives straight back, and it's a half stop there by Balderson, who looks down at his right wrist, because that was stung. It was hit quite hard by Critchley. It didn't smash into the stumps either, much to the relief of Finn Hudson-Prentice, I'm sure. End of the over, 26 for 4, Derbyshire in reply to Lancashire's 219.
There's a bit of rain around. There's quite a few games being affected by the weather. So delays at New Road, Worcestershire against Somerset.
Which is good.
Worcestershire 121 for 1 in reply to Somerset's 251 all out.
Mm-hmm.
And Glamorgan Warwickshire, there's rain in that game, with Glamorgan 91 for 5, replying to Warwickshire's total of 186 all out. Lamb bowls to Hudson-Prentice, who just shuffles back into his crease and pushes it to mid-on, and there's no run. And as we've been mentioning, they've had real rotten luck in Leeds. They're not gone on at all, I don't think, today, have they? 36 for 2, I think, was the overnight score. Certainly no play before lunch, and 2:30. Doesn't look like there's still any play in Headingley. Lamb to Hudson-Prentice, wide of off stump. Taken by Lavelle, no run, and also rain at Trent Bridge too. Nottinghamshire 94 for 2. Trailed Durham by 200 runs. So they're playing in Chelmsford, Essex against Middlesex. Essex 236 all out, replying to a Middlesex total of 138. Lamb to Hudson-Prentice, always a good ball that squares him up and beats him. He's him pushing forward and beaten outside the edge and through to the keeper, no run. And Middlesex batting second time round, 29 for 1, and they still trail Essex, still 69 runs behind Essex. Playing in Canterbury, Kent are 170 for 9, trail Hampshire by 21 runs. Hampshire made 191, and also playing at the Oval. Lamb to Hudson-Prentice, drives along the ground through the offside, and Alex Davis and Josh Bohannon chasing after that. Davis gets to it, and they've run 3. And Finn Hudson-Prentice off the mark with those runs. He's up to 3. And Derbyshire to 29 for 4. Yes, Surrey 4 without loss, trails Sussex by 411. Back underway after a lengthy delay due to rain off for a couple of hours here, but so far it's been an enjoyable day for Lancashire, and for Danny Lamb in particular. He's picked up 3 of the 4 Derbyshire wickets to fall. Derbyshire at 29 for 4, replying to Lancashire's total of 219 all out. Lamb dismissing Lewis Rees for 2, Billy Godleman for 6, and deploy for 0, also a wicket for George Balderson, who trapped Wayne Madsen, LBW, for 4. Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson-Prentice currently batting for Derbyshire, who are top of the North Group and looking to qualify for the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. But Lancashire cannot reach the final, but of course looking to end the season with a victory here in Liverpool. So Lancashire 219 all out, in reply Derbyshire 29 for 4. And that was the end of the latest Daniel Lamb over. 12 gone, 29 for 4. The little electronic scoreboard over the shoulder there of Matt Critchley. there's all the details we need to know. Number 20, Mike Critchley's squad number. He's unbeaten on 9. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who wears number 33. 3 not out. Derbyshire 29 for 4. Here's George Bobbleson from the River End, moving in for Lancashire bowling. It's punched away pretty firmly by Hudson-Prentice to the Lancashire captain Dane Willis at mid-off. And there is no run, so Lancashire have got 3 slips in place there. They've got Keaton Jennings at first slip, Rob Jones at second, and Tom Hartley at third. Bohannon just backward of point, Davis at cover, Villas at mid-off. Bobbleson to Hudson-Prentice. His run just clipped away off his hip down towards fine leg. The long legs of Keaton Jennings chasing after the ball, scooping it up, throwing it in towards the gloves of Lavelle. And Hudson-Prentice comes back for a second. They're giving us runs or leg buys. I think they must have been given us leg buys. Remains on 3. Score moves on to 31 for 4, so just deflected off his thigh pad, beating the reach of the keeper. Danny Lamb's at mid-on, Morley at mid-wicket, and Burrows at fine leg. Bollison into Hudson-Prentice. Allows that one to travel through to the wicket keeper. Going to burst into and out of the gloves of George Lavelle, so Keaton Jennings says, "Don't worry, mate, I'm going to pick the ball up." Loops it up towards Davis. Now Alex Davis has a little towel hooked into the back of his trousers. Pretty soft and a little wet on the outfield. It's Bobbleson to Hudson-Prentice, a sharp delivery. Zips past him and through to the keeper. And there's no run, so yeah, it's like Davis with that towel. A chance to try and shine the ball. It didn't rain massively hard, but it was heavy enough for obviously to go off, and then for us to have about just over 2 hours actually. Went off at just before 12 and restarted at 2:15. Bollison to Hudson-Prentice. A thin inside edge onto this, and the ball squirts out through mid-wicket. And this time he does come back for 2 runs. Score ticks along to 33 for 4. Moves up to 5 not out. It wasn't kind of absolutely torrential down ball, but heavy enough for the umpires to disappear and just have to wait a little while for things to clear up. Bobbleson in and driven by Hudson-Prentice, and bounces just in front of Dane Villas mid-off. A big beaming smile on his face there, Dane Villas. And why not? A happy captain, Dane Villas. 33 for 4, Derbyshire. At the end of that over, 13 gone, with Critchley on 9 and Hudson-Prentice on 5.
I've just been asked, do you get the feeling in your stomach that it might go wrong? I said, well, it went wrong about 2.5 hours ago. You know, honestly, I'm not sure. It's actually improved since midday. These two so far have added 16 runs, and that's a positive triumph at 33 for 4. And Danny Lamb's going to continue. 6 overs, 3 for 10. And the first delivery is played off the back foot by Matt Critchley. Tall man, as we've been saying, and he gets high on his toes and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded there by Alex Davis at extra cover. Dot ball. So still no Derbyshire batsmen have reached double figures. Critchley's on 9. Finn Hudson-Prentice is on 5. Finn Hudson-Prentice has got one of those names, and I've just done it again, where you always say his whole name. Whereas Matt Critchley, I call him Critchley, and I feel bad about that. Here's Matt Critchley facing at Lamb Bolstrom, and it's pushed up to mid-off. But it sort of flows, doesn't it, Finn Hudson-Prentice?
It's a bit like Oliver Hannon-Dolby.
Yes.
You don't really say Hannon-Dolby that much.
No, you've got to put the Oliver there, haven't you?
It's the full one, isn't it?
Get the full flow of the name. Yeah.
these double barrel names, if you've got double barrel surname, you might as well just say the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not saving any time by not saying his first name at all. He's at the non-strikers end, is Hudson Prentice, as Critchley leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper. It'd be a terrific effort from these two if they could just rescue the situation to any degree, really. And it probably couldn't happen to two nicer cricketers, two nicer young men. Both have had their share of setbacks in their careers. Critchley obviously told as a 14-year-old, something along those lines, by Lancashire that he probably wouldn't be continuing in the academy, and came across to Derbyshire. As this next delivery is pushed just beyond the diving grasp of Alex Davis, it'll be fielded eventually by Dane Villas, and it'll go through for a single, 34 for 4. And Finn Hudson Prentice, who, as I said yesterday, when he was released by Sussex, went to the MCC Young Cricketers and got offered the opportunity to come to Derbyshire and trial for the seconds, and has told me that if it hadn't worked out at Derbyshire, which it clearly has, he would have packed in the game altogether. He's on strike now, and he plays and misses at one outside the off stump. He's on 5, and Critchley, with that previous, the single to the previous delivery, becomes the first Derbyshire player to reach double figures. I'm sure it's worthy of a round of applause or anything like that, but just worth a note. Worth a note. We've now got Jack Morley near us in the his backward square leg on the boundary, looking for if there's any family resemblance. I can't see one. Wouldn't automatically have said that he was Harry's cousin. As this next delivery is, it's a wild swing at that one. He's going to get 4 runs for it as well. Finn Hudson Prentice. There was a dive in vain at first slip or second slip, not entirely sure. It was Rob Jones who put the dive in, and the ball flashed away down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. But something of a let off for Hudson Prentice, who moves on to 9. 38 for 4 at the end of the over, 10 to Critchley. We have discussed Josh Bohannon's innings, and it was a terrific innings yesterday. Made 94, I think, wasn't it, in the end? Yeah, 94 from 217 deliveries, and it was a fantastic knock. But it shouldn't be forgotten that he also had a couple of reprieves, so perhaps the odd reprieve for a Derbyshire player won't go amiss. They could certainly do with as much luck as they can get.
Well, absolutely, yeah. You need a bit of luck any time, don't you, as a top order batsman, especially when you're at an outground, which always can be a little tricky.
Not sure how much of that attempt to catch the ball Rob Jones got, really, because it seemed to flash past him, and it didn't take an awful lot of pace off the ball either as it went down. The outfield will have slowed down a touch, you would have thought, with the rain that we've had so far overnight and today and in the past week and a half. I mean, it's remarkable that we're playing cricket at all, in all honesty, on an outground, given the amount of rain that's been around in the past couple of weeks.
Absolutely, yeah. He's Balderson into Critchley, punched away to mid-on, no run. So yeah, but a bit of hope for a bit of good fortune goes the way, if there is to be a little good fortune required, it goes the way of Critchley and Hudson Prentice at the minute. You
spoke to Bohannon, I assume.
I did.
Did he say anything about what it was like batting on the pitch?
So, yes, it was tricky. Yeah, so it was difficult to bat on. So you could tell, actually, I'm sure you could tell watching how tricky it was, and pretty slow and sticky. Balderson to Critchley, who's defending from the crease, and then rather nervously having to go back and make sure that ball didn't roll back onto his stumps.
Didn't pick the ball up, though. I like that. Make the fielders pick the ball up. That's what they're there for. There's quite a gaggle of Derbyshire folk now by the scorer's tent.
Popular, isn't it?
With the goalman standing out like a sore thumb in his whites, and the rest in the Derbyshire tracksuits.
Balderson in, Critchley leaves, taken by Lavelle, and ends up carrying, his momentum carries him across first slip, which is Keaton Jennings, and disappears behind second slip, Rod Jones.
One of the cameras might focus in on them at some point, and I can perhaps identify them all, or as many as I possibly can.
You got Godalman, Malloy. Yeah, he's over there, isn't he, Mal?
Yeah, Dan Wheeldon, I can tell the shipping. I'm pretty sure Dave Houghton will be with them.
Balderson pass the umpire in balls, back of a length to Critchley. It's tucked away through mid-wicket, wants a run, and wants to second, in fact. Lamb from mid-on, sprinting down towards the scorer's tent. And Critchley comes back for a second, so he's up to 12 now, 40 for 4.
You can tell the light's not as good as it was yesterday, and it's perfectly fine, but it's not as good as it was yesterday. We can see this screen that we've got next to us very clearly today. It was difficult to see at times yesterday in the glorious sunshine of Aigburth.
Not quite seen the sun that often, have we, today? Balderson to Critchley. It's a wire ball through to the keeper. In fact, I can barely recall it being out.
No, I think it's tried, hasn't it? It's tried a couple of times, and it's sort of brightened up occasionally. The fact that it's a pretty, I mean, there are trees around, certainly on the far side, and I've got pretty much all 4 sides, but it's quite an open area, isn't it? So all available light is useful and used.
Balderson to Critchley and pressing forward. It's just a little tentatively, maybe. Wasn't sure exactly where the ball disappeared to as he just eased it down into the ground. It went back onto his pad and rolls out into the onside. End of the over. Not yet seen a bowling change, have we, so far for Lancashire? It's been Balderson and Lamb, so either side of that lengthy delay. At 40 for 4, Critchley has 12 and Hudson Prentice on 9.
Yeah, no need to change these two. There was a little rest. I've got quite a long rest, really, from I think in the 2 hours and 5 minutes when they went off to when they came back. Lamb to continue from the pavilion end. Hudson Prentice plays this out into the leg side, and there's a no run. Still very still, if that makes sense. Not much movement on the trees. We looked away to our right, all the starlings were gathering on the netting behind the rugby posts.
I noticed that,
yeah, very good. We've seen the odd thrush as well. Hudson Prentice pushes the next delivery out into the offside. I haven't seen a wagtail yet. I like a wagtail on an outfield.
Do you? Is your trip to an outground not complete? Or
well, any cricket ground,
okay.
they tend to congregate probably more around 4 o'clock time. Obviously when they get a bit peckish and come down and start eating the bugs.
Or the loose spare chips discarded by the media.
There won't be many of those around here, will there? It's an edgish drive, edgily driven by Hudson Prentice. It eventually ends up in the hands of the man at backward point.
Bohannon.
Is it just that, Josh?
It's your mum.
Yeah, there he is. I couldn't tell how tall he was because he was on his knees. I think he's standing up now. Hudson Prentice taps his bat just the once and then drives, and Bohannon, brilliant piece of fielding, down to his left-hand side, got it in his left hand and prevented what looked like a certain single off the bat.
Good start, wasn't it?
Yeah, super
really good
piece
work.
of fielding, got down really quickly and stuck out the left hand, clutched it in. Halfway Lammy. No idea what that means. We've had 4 deliveries. I think it means that Morley can't count. Again, Lammer strikes the pad, goes out into the onside. They've gone through for a leg by. It was all a bit shambolic, and he's hit the stumps as well. Lamb picking the ball up on the turn, dislodged the bails. In fact, he's knocked one of the stumps out of the ground. Hudson Prentice was home. There was a certain amount of hesitation between the 2 batsmen. Half an appeal to begin that sequence of events. And now they apologise to each other, the 2 batsmen. Quite right too. Socially distanced apology. They can't resist tapping gloves though. Look, there you go. These kids today, they can't resist it. The old tap of the gloves. I didn't think they were allowed to do that. I suppose if it's gloves, it's all right.
I think you're okay with a glove on.
Yeah. I heard. I'll come back to that in a moment. As Lamb is in, bowls to Critchley, who on 1 foot drives the ball out into the covers. It's the end of the over. 41 for 4. Lamb stands in the middle of the pitch, just with his hands across his face. He seems fairly happy. And there is no run. 41 for 4 then at the end of the over. Welcome to Sports Extra, listeners. Joining us here in a grey Liverpool, with Derbyshire in a black mood because their hopes are rapidly evaporating. In fact, they've recovered from 17 for 4 to 41 for 4. I did hear on television the other day, I can't remember which game it was, one of the T20s, the domestic, the blast games, where the team got a wicket and the players got together and started high-fiving, and you could hear the umpire in the effects microphone saying, "No hands, lads." Which is why I just wondered when the two batsmen punched gloves if that was because they've been doing this tapping of bats, haven't they? And kicking each other's feet.
Yeah, I noticed that one as well. Yeah,
it's what like 4-year-olds do when they're trying to knock each other over.
There was the Roses match, Yorkshire Lancashire. I can't remember which. I think it might have been Tom Hartley, maybe. It's one of the bowlers picked up his first-class wicket, and the teammates went to congratulate him, and the umpires went, "No hugging." Because it's kind of instinct to go and hug your mate, isn't it?
Of course it is.
We umpire James Middlebrook.
How many times have we been told that in the last 2 days?
Yeah, we're always hugging each other just to stay warm. First bowling change sees George Burrows replacing George Bohannon. There's quite a few Georges in this game.
Yes.
And here's the latest. Burrows into the attack and bowls, and Hudson Prentice on strike with another loose-looking shot playing away from his body. And through to the keeper. So 41 for 4. Derbyshire replying to Lancashire's total of 219 all out. They resumed this morning on 206 for 8. A standout performer with the bat for Lancashire was Josh Bohannon's 94 on a pretty tricky pitch. He's an outstanding effort. Derbyshire would have been pleased to have got the innings up and wrapped up without too much further damage done. But then they've made a bit of a mess at their top order as Burrows bowls. It's wide and left by Hudson Prentice and through to George Lavelle, who keeps wicket for Lancashire in this game, and there's no run.
You're looking for the understatement of the year award there, aren't you?
Yeah, a little.
17 for 4.
Yeah, Rees out for 2, Godalman for 6, Madsen for 4, Deploy for 0. 3 wickets for Danny Lamb on his 25th birthday. 1 for George Bohannon, and now Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson Prentice trying to rebuild things for Derbyshire. Burrows is in to Hudson Prentice, pushed wide of off stump and through to the keeper, and there's no run.
When they went off for the rain break at 12:10, Danny Lamb had bowled 3.5 overs and taken 3 for 2, and one of those 2 was a wide. Remarkable, brief but remarkable spell of bowling from Danny Lamb from the pavilion end here at Liverpool.
Burrows over the wicket to Hudson Prentice, again too wide, or at least wide enough for the batsman to ignore it.
Well, the Lancashire staff there just managed to kick a football onto the cricket pitch. Dear, oh dear. It's poor form.
It's someone's poor touch, isn't it, somewhere?
It was a bad touch. I'm blaming the blotter, actually. Took a rebound.
Burrows from the River end, River Mersey end, bowling, and this is Hudson Prentice steering the ball down into the offside. It's stopped by Tom Hartley at Gully. There's no run. Dave Fletcher and I are commentating from quite a sizable white marquee, which would be quite handy if you were having a wedding or something like that. It'd make a nice little function room, this, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. It would.
And we're obviously at ground level. We're side on. We've got the pavilion to our left-hand side, this big red bricked pavilion that dominates the ground. So Hudson Prentice turns his delivery to the onside, and there's no run. End of the over, 41 for 4, and the River Mersey a couple of 100 yards away to our right, over the tennis courts. It's been the first day yesterday was a really kind of intense, competitive day's cricket, wasn't it? It was good to watch yesterday. I enjoyed it.
It was a bit like it's been since the restart, in actual fact, where there was no free scoring or anything like that, but it wasn't any less interesting for that. It was, it was fascinating cricket. And that Josh Bohannon innings that you've already mentioned was just magnificent in the context of what's gone on either side of him. Danny Lamb continuing from the pavilion end. First delivery is defended off the back foot by Matt Critchley up towards Dane Villas, the Lancashire skipper. A dramatic start yesterday morning, wasn't it, with Keaton Jennings out first ball of the match, then Alex Davis going in the 4th over without scoring, and it all sort of settled down a little bit after that. And we've had another extraordinary few overs at the start of the Derbyshire innings as well, as Critchley waits and forces this very pleasantly up towards Villas, who was quite straight at mid-off and has to move to his left and slide to stop the ball, and they scamper through for a single 42 for 4.
Yeah, it was an eventful start, wasn't it, yesterday? Just the start that Derbyshire wanted. You know, in and amongst it early on, wicket with the first ball of the game. Derbyshire top of the North Group, looking to try and get into the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. Perfect start yesterday.
Oh, how we'll yearn for those days.
Long way to go, Dave.
Oh, yes. Lamb's in, and Hudson Prentice drives. He doesn't time that one at all. Comes off the toe end of the bat up to Villas at mid-off on this occasion.
So tea currently being taken at New Road, with play due to restart at 3. Firefly Sports Extra listeners will be going back to New Road for the resumption of that game at 3 o'clock. Further inspection due at Headingley at 4. They've had rotten luck, haven't they, over the course? Well, actually, the last few weeks, Yorkshire, the amount of rain they've had.
Hudson Prentice defends this next delivery off the back foot. Lamb stays at the end of his follow-through as the ball goes up to mid-on, where Jack Morley does the fielding, one of the Lancashire debutants in this match.
And there's further inspection due at 3 o'clock in the game involving Glamorgan and Warwickshire. Also taking tea at Trent Bridge, where Nottinghamshire 94 for 2 against Durham.
Prentice gets a full delivery, pushes it out to the offside. There'll be a shot at the stumps here from Morley, and he's thrown it an absolute mile. He's missed it probably by a yard, and he stands with his hands on his face because he knows he had a bit of a rush of blood there, the young man. I think he was right to throw the ball because it was a risky single, but he didn't get the ball very close to the stumps, and there was a good piece of backing up on the far side from Alex Davis that prevented it from going for overthrows. Just one more to the total, 43 for 4.
It was an enthusiastic throw, wasn't it?
Yes, yes.
It was a throw from a lad on debut, it was.
You could see the bright lights.
Good, yeah.
The headlines. Final ball of the Lamb over. It's a full-length delivery, and it's dug out well into the leg side by Matt Critchley. Balderson goes in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding, and he'll pinch the strike as well. A 44 for 4, surely.
Indeed.
Excellent. You see, now that took a little while to click over this time, didn't it? 44 for 4 after 18 overs in reply to Lancashire's 219. I still think Derbyshire need to get to 200, and I can't quite see how they're going to do it.
Yes, Dave Fletcher's been doing all the mathematical working out during the course of the rain interval.
This is never a good thing, in all honesty.
His calculator out.
Fingers, toes.
Just try and bat well this afternoon, Derbyshire. I'm sure that was the message from the captain and the coach during the rain interval.
If they're still batting at this time tomorrow, I'll be happy.
Aye, that'll do. It's Burrows to Critchley. Critchley plays it back down the pitch and gathered by George Burrows, who's a tall lad, long hair draped back. Just his second first-class game. Lancashire have handed debuts to 7 players this season, and there's a team, in particular bowlers, packed full of kids, 19-year-olds, 22s, 19s, 20s. There's Burrows to Critchley again. Plays firmly back towards George Burrows, who feels off his own bowling.
He'll be an England under-19 international, George Burrows, is he?
Probably.
I think so. I think they usually are, aren't they? Yeah, they usually are. I'll double check. Just tickle me. No idea why.
Mr. Balderson's the captain, or he was during the winter of the under-19.
No, disappointingly, he wasn't. That is disappointing.
Burrows into Critchley. Ooh, Craig has a short ball. He's actually gone to duck it. They're asking him as to whether he's out, and he's given it.
I thought it was a good appeal.
Oh goodness, yeah. Critchley there has ducked a ball that he thought was going to be short and going over the top, trying to get underneath it, and he's crouched down low into his crease. And George Burrows has said, well, is that out? Oof. Well, he's given it out LBW on first viewing on the replay. So certainly if Matt Critchley might feel a little unlucky with that.
Yeah.
But
see, I thought he'd gone because of the position he was in. He was basically crouching in front of the stumps, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And there's still the fixed camera from the river end. It sort of obscures, or the view, the umpire's hat obscures our view.
It's a horrible way for Matt Critchley to get himself out, trying to duck underneath a delivery which just didn't get up as he was expecting. And as Dave Fletcher mentioned, he's crouched down inside the crease and the ball's hit him, and it took some time, Graham Lloyd, to decide if that was out or not. And Matt Critchley having to turn and wander back towards the pavilion, and he's disappeared. And it's a shame for Critchley, that, because it just looked like after the rain break as though he was the mindset and the determination to try and play long and bat long. He had a great opportunity. He'd been given the chance to bat at 5 for Derbyshire. And that comes obviously with extra responsibility, and that's just a really unfortunate way. He's kind of misjudgment. The ball didn't do what he thought he was going to do, and I don't know, I feel a little bit unlucky for Matt Critchley there. 5th wicket to fall though, 44 for 5.
Yes. Bit of a mess.
Well, yeah, it was
a
bit of an ugly way to get out, isn't it? But
over to Harvey Hussain then, Derbyshire's wicket keeper, which means, depending on who comes in next, Matty McKiernan could be a specialist number 9 batsman, because he didn't bowl. If Dahl comes in ahead of him, I mean, he's already a specialist number 8 batsman.
Hussain on strike. Here is Burrows into the new batsman. That's turned away into the onside. Little misfield by Balderson at mid-wicket allows Hussain to get a run. Score moves on to 45 for 5. So George Burrows with the wicket, and just his 3rd first-class wicket. Picked up 2 on his debut against Yorkshire in the previous game.
Beautiful clouds, quite high. Nice, that.
You like those clouds?
Just looking for anything to distract me, really.
Burrows over the wicket. Hudson Prentice off the back foot, slicing it into the offside. Gathered by Bohannon at backward point, and there's no run. We've had 0 break in the clouds today. Not been a single glint of blue sky all day, I'm afraid. No blue sky at the minute for Derbyshire. 44 for 5, applying to Lancashire's 219 all out. Burrows from the river end, past umpire Lloyd. Hudson Prentice turning the ball into the onside. Defended it neatly enough despite Lancashire's enthusiastic response to it, pushing it up to mid-on. End of the over, 44 for 5, Derbyshire here at Liverpool Cricket Club in Egbert, a few miles away from the airport, John Lennon Airport, just a couple of miles away. We've not seen too many planes today, but quite a few. Actually, towards the end of yesterday, must have had maybe half a dozen take off every half an hour or so. Late yesterday afternoon, but quiet today. Or maybe just taking off in a different direction. River Mersey, a few hundred yards down towards our right-hand side. The tennis courts and a rugby pitch behind one end of the ground. And the big old pavilion behind the bowler's arm to our left-hand side. It's a big old building that. It looks terrific, and it's a real maze inside, with different floors and levels. There was Bailey, sorry, it was a Lam in, but spear down the leg side to Harvey Hussain, and taken by the keeper. And there's no run. They're back underway at New Road, so Worcestershire 121 for 1. and trail Somerset by 130 runs. To Hussain, just a little step down the pitch towards the bowler, but shoulders arms. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Lamb for Lancashire balls, Hussain leaves. Gathered by Lavelle. Middlesex are 51 for 1, 47 runs behind Essex. They got batted at the minute. Nick Gubbins and Max Holden. Holden on 30, Gubbins on 16. Sam Robson the wicket to fall. Game taking place at Chelmsford. Last year's county champions, Essex. Same of a little thin edge which runs through gully. Gets through for a single. Moves up to 2. The score moves on to 46 for 5. And still in with a chance of reaching the Bob Willis Trophy final, Essex. And being county champions one year and Bob Willis Trophy winners the next. Of course, Somerset. Good position in the group, but I've got work to do in this game. With Lamb balls, St Prentice clips it a little uppishly, but through mid-wicket, and that'll be 4 runs. It's the left of George Balderson at mid-wicket, and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. Brings up the 50 as well for Derbyshire. So 50 for 5, and St Prentice on 44. Lamb in to Hudson Prentice, played with a straight bat and pushed back towards the bowler. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. 50 for 5. St Prentice on 14, and Harvey Hussain on 2. Liam Hurt was temporarily on the field there for Lancashire, but he's disappeared back out over the boundary rope towards the little marquee where some of the Lancashire players are currently sitting, just in front of. It's been a good day as well for Lancashire. They've reduced Derbyshire to 50 for 5 in their first innings, with 3 wickets for Danny Lamb, 1 for George Burrows and 1 for George Balderson as well. Lancashire made 219 in reply. Derbyshire are 50 for 5. Dave Fletcher's back alongside me.
Just to say that boundary scored by Finn Hudson Prentice was the first of the innings. Remarkably, first of the innings. As Burrows bowls, and it's through to the keeper as it's left alone by Harvey Hussain outside the off stump. 50 for 5, trailing by 169. Derbyshire, Lancashire well on top here at Aigburth. It's not getting any gloomy. In fact, if anything, it's probably getting a little bit lighter now, which is good news. Plenty of overs left in the day's play. Burrows bowls, and it's whipped by Harvey Hussain down to the man at fine leg for another single. 51 for 5. Hussain moves on to 3. Yeah, that boundary by Finn Hudson Prentice in the 20th over.
Yep.
Derbyshire's first.
Been hard, been tough going.
The first of the innings. Yeah. So that sort of tells you how the innings has gone.
It does, yeah.
Hussain, a capable batsman. Hudson Prentice on strike though, and he drives this full delivery out into the offside. Davis does the fielding, not keeping wicket today. That duty's gone to George Lavelle, who he hurls the ball to. Still plenty of encouragement, plenty of chat out there, as you'd expect from the Lancashire players. They are right on top in this one, as Burrows is in, and this one is left alone by Hudson Prentice to go through to the keeper. Harvey Hussain asks the umpire how many deliveries left. He does that a lot. I don't know why. It must be just a nervous thing, and he seems to ask the umpires all the time how many balls are left. I can tell him. No, I can't really. There's one left of the 21st over. Burrows will bowl it, and Hudson Prentice will leave it to go through to the keeper. End of the over. 51 for 5, 14 to Finn Hudson Prentice, joint top scorer with Matt Critchley, the man out since the resumption. 3 to Harvey Hussain. Communication suggesting that he was a little unfortunate.
Well, I've not seen the replay back, but I've seen the replay once, which we got pretty much straight after the original decision. But just on the first viewing of the replay, it looked a bit harsh, and I've not had a chance to see it back. But yeah, the general consensus is that it perhaps wasn't the greatest decision.
That nonsense about the first 4 of the innings, you didn't write it down, did you?
I didn't know.
No,
we made it up.
Yeah, absolutely.
Excellent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, nonsense.
It's Danny Lamb bowling to Harvey Hussain, and that goes quickly into the gloves of Lavelle, who's got both feet off the ground as he takes that, about stomach height.
Thank you, Paul, for pointing that out. Yeah, Madsen got 1, Critchley got 1, and Hudson Prentice has got 2 now, which I don't really understand how that can be, because
Lamb from the pavilion end with Harvey Hussain on strike. Leaves a delivery through to the keeper, no run.
I'd gone to the bowling summary, and just above where it says bowlers, it's got numbers across. One of them is a 4 with this is my excuse anyway.
Okay.
And underneath in that row of 4s, it says Lamb 1, but they're wides. So, yeah, apologies to everybody. I've let myself down there rather badly. It just felt like there hadn't been many.
Lamb bowls again, and Hussain leaves a ball that's wide of off stump and through to the keeper, no run.
Which they haven't, but that's no excuse for suggesting that was his first, or the first. I'm not even sure it was his first.
No, he's got 2, hasn't he?
Yeah. Oh dear, oh dear.
Thanks to Ozzie Smith, who's picking up the Critchley X-Lancs link, and I think we did mention this yesterday, but I'll read it out, Ozzie. There's Danny Lamb, the man that's about to talk about. He's in and bowling to Hussain off the back foot and pushed away into the offside, no run. It says Matt Critchley and Danny Lamb used to be teammates throughout the junior setup and some senior teams at Chorley Cricket Club, as well as being in the same year at St Michael's in Chorley.
Wow.
Thank you, Ozzie. There's a lot of familiar faces, aren't there? A lot of
Lewis
these
Rees went to St Michael's in Chorley as well. Yeah.
Lads of similar age who have played across all different age groups and across different clubs.
All in the
Northwest.
Under-19 internationals.
Oh, yes. Lamb to Hussain. It'll shuffle down the pitch, and that's pushed away up to mid-on. And there is no run.
I mean, my 2 children went to school in Chorley, junior school. I don't remember St Michael's being a particularly sporty school, that's a good effort that there's 3 players in this game who all went there. Terrific effort.
I think the Parkinson twins and Hasib Hamido went to the same school.
They went to Bolton School, didn't they?
I think they were all together.
They're big on cricket, though. They've got some nice pictures there.
Lamb into Hussain, and we get the ball just squirts past the stumps and down towards the fine leg. It's picked up by Burrows. Little streaky single for Hussain. Keeps the strike as well, moves to 4. 52 for 5. And John Williams also marvelling at seeing these games live on the TV. Yeah, and watch the pictures and listen to the commentary via
like witchcraft.
The streams. He says Danny Lamb bowling to Matt Critchley, both played in the same league, Lancashire age group. P.S. that the LBW decision against Critchley, worst I've seen in a long time.
Oh, really?
Oh dear. Okay, thanks for the tweet, Tom. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage, whether it's on the live stream or via the BBC Sport website and app, or on the radio, 855 on BBC Radio Lancashire.
Everywhere we are. Everywhere.
We do our best.
Yeah. Take the app with you on your phone. Brilliant. I don't listen to the car radio anymore.
Just got the old
Just got
phone
the app
linked.
and,
Yeah. It's good as that. Pick your commentaries.
Yeah. Burrows begins a new over, full delivery that's pushed back to him by Harvey Hussain.
Yeah, well worth doing that. If your mobile phone has the BBC Sport app on it, you can link it to your car radio, and then if there's cricket being played domestically or internationally, then you can get it on your radio in your car.
Doesn't use much of your data either, I can promise you. Burrows. Next delivery is slightly shorter than the previous one, and it's defended on his toes by Harvey Hussain down into the ground. Listened to a bit of MLB on the way home last night. The old baseball. I love the baseball.
Do you? Right, okay.
And the radio commentary of the baseball is just the best.
Tremendous.
Yeah. It's about £1.30 a month, and you can choose whichever game you want.
Oh, nice.
The commentary from whichever side you want. So you can have Spanish, but that's no good to me. Burrows, you can have it though. Burrows pushes. No, he doesn't. He bowls, and Hussain pushes this one up to mid off. Yeah, I like a bit of baseball. And then joy of joys when I got in last night. I don't subscribe to the television service of MLB. That's quite expensive, I think, but you get every game, but it's quite expensive. But the free game of the day,
right,
was the Padres, which is my team, San Diego.
Okay.
Who are doing really well this season.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah. Oh, Hussain has a bit of a swipe at that one. We saw Critchley do that earlier on in the afternoon session. He was looking, he thinks, well, he's trying to persuade us that he was looking to carve that out to the cover boundary. I'm not so sure that's where it would have gone. But he made contact with it, Hussain. 55 for 5 it remains. Lancashire 219 all out. Hussain drives a full delivery up to mid-off on this occasion. And there's no run. Luke Wood, is that 14?
It is, yeah.
I thought so. But the fact that somebody shouted Woody, which gave me a huge clue. Luke Wood's on the pitch, on the field for Lancashire, 12th man. Hussain takes a couple of steps down the pitch and then pushes this one out into the offside. Immediately raises his right hand and says no, which was superfluous really, because Finn Hudson-Prentice had absolutely no intention of running. And it's the end of the over at 52 for 5. 14 to Hudson-Prentice, 4 to Hussain.
Jamie Bowman has sent a tweet. Jamie, working here, one of the our colleagues in the written media, said, did that dismissal of Matt Critchley remind you of anything? And he's attached the clip of Chris Reed ducking a Chris Cairns slower ball Yorker. It's very, very
famous.
Similar to that, wasn't it?
Finished his career, really, didn't it, internationally? Yes, I'd be interested to chat to him. I don't think I'll ask him on the record, as it were, what happened there, but just to ask him if he lost the ball. He's a tall bowler, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't suppose he's bowling above the sight screen, but he definitely didn't have the first idea where it was going.
No, he didn't. No, he completely kind of lost the whole cipher, didn't he? It was a very peculiar dismissal for Matt Critchley. And I think if I've searched the clip out on Twitter, I'm sure it'll be on there now. It will probably be an extremely unfortunate way for him to get out. I don't think that was hitting the stumps, but
I'm not even sure it was hitting the stumps now. Just watching it.
I don't think it was.
No, missing off stump.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. By I think a distance.
Yeah.
So you can count yourself a bit unlucky. We're going to have a change in the bowling. Danny Lamb being replaced. So what's he bowled? Lamb 11 overs, either side of the the extended lunch interval. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 24 for Danny Lamb. You see the left arm spin of Tom Hartley coming into the attack. Hudson Prentice on strike, short leg and a slip. Hartley left arm around, the wicket forward goes. Hudson Prentice, and that's pushed away into the onside, no run.
Gulls sound a bit agitated.
They do, don't they? And they can probably smell the odd spicy potato wedge that's been left over by the media. Hartley to Hudson Prentice, who's going back and dabbing the ball down into the onside, no run. Thinking, well, there must be something left for us to feast upon.
Well, normally when there's all those blokes in white, there's food.
Back goes Hudson Prentice and playing it into the offside. No run. Dane Villas there, the Lancashire skipper, at cover. 1 slip. Forward short leg. 52 for 5. Hartley bringing Hudson Prentice down the pitch. He's worked that very nicely through the onside. That'll be 4 runs. That's a good shot. Plenty of bottom hand on that, and that's forced away through the mid wicket for 4.
Might be the first boundary, that, is it? No, we've had some.
Moves up to 18. Score moves on to 56 for 5.
Positive riches. 17 for 4.
Hartley to Hudson Prentice. It'll skip down the pitch. Pushing it back towards the bowler, no run.
Hence the excitement.
Yeah,
From the whoa! No, he's played that with the middle of his bat.
Got a bit lively then, didn't it? Yeah.
Over exuberant.
Back into Hudson Prentice, who goes back. Steers the ball safely enough out towards point. That's the end of the over. The first one for Tom Hartley. And Derbyshire 56 for 5 at the end of it. 24 overs gone of the Derbyshire first innings, applying to Lancashire's total of 219 all out.
Yeah, it's just going quietly about the business. These two 12 runs from 33 deliveries. Nothing flash, but it doesn't require anything flash here. It requires a couple of lengthy vigils. Just got to keep telling themselves that the only wicket to fall was a little unfortunate. George Burrows in and bowls to Hussain, who drives it very pleasantly up Dane Villas at mid-off. He's quite a stylish batsman, Harvey said, very correct kind of batsman, which I think has held him back in terms of T20 cricket. Hasn't played an awful lot of that. He's a good gloveman and getting better. He's played 60-odd senior games now for Derbyshire, so he's a fairly established figure in the lineup. Waits with his bat raised and leaves this one alone as it goes through to the keeper. This game is Harvey Hussain's 51st in first class cricket. Hudson Prentice, in contrast, in his 15th match. His high score, as we were talking about yesterday, 99 on his debut against Middlesex on a fairly flat pitch, I think it's fair to say. Hussain pushes this out into the offside square. In the same game, Anish Dal got into the 90s as well. I think Lewis Rees did. Lots of people scored lots of runs in that game. Harvey Hussain's high score, 138 not out. How we could do with one of those. His career average of 30 is decent enough for a keeper. Just over 2,000 first class runs. He waits now. And oh dear, he's not going to get many more runs if he plays too many shots like that, flashing outside the off stump. And then suggest that the ball went away from him. Well, if it did, he should have left it alone. That was a rush of blood from Harvey Hussain there. sure whether Finance and Prentice will have been impressed at the non-strikers end either. 56 for 5. Burrows bowls to Hussain, who defends this out into the offside. And there's no run yet. That's the umpire. How many balls are left in the over yet?
It'll come soon, though.
Well, it'll have to come relatively soon.
Yeah.
There won't be any. Off he goes, kicking his heels up. Paul Allett's back wearing the blue trainers again. I think he's only got the one pair of trainers, Paul Allett. Or he likes those. They must be really comfortable. Or he's got several pairs of identical blue trainers. Here's Burrows to complete the over, and a maiden over at that as the ball is defended back to him. And I believe that might be hand sanitisation time at 56 for 5. 24 overs of the Derbyshire innings have now gone. 25, I beg your pardon. Lancashire this morning were bowled out for 219, 3 wickets apiece for Lewis Rees and for Dustin Melton. Rees picking up one of the 2 this morning, Anuj Dal getting the other one. And then that dreadful start with the bat for Derbyshire, 17 for 4 at one stage. So 56 for 5 is something of a recovery, with the 2 batsmen just have a bit of a drink. Looks like Michael Cohen who's brought that out to them. The South African quick not playing in this match, which will have disappointed him, I'm sure, because I spoke to him at Headingley after the Bank Holiday Monday game against Lancashire. Down at the bottom of the lift, bumped into him. First time I've met him face to face. Spoke to him on Zoom once. Such is the way of the world these days. And we chatted for about an hour, mainly about rock music.
Oh, now you've enjoyed that.
I did, and he seemed to. He's going to teach me next year. He's going to teach me how to play the guitar.
Oh,
he tells me.
Happy days.
And I'm going to take him to the Download Festival.
It's Tom Hartley to Hudson Prentice. He leaves the ball. Good bounce and carry through to the keeper, no run.
Although that will rather look like a dad taking his son out to the Download Festival, won't it? So he may
renege on it.
Yes,
yeah.
I think he might. I hope he doesn't renege on teaching me the guitar, though. That sounds good.
Hartley left arm around the wicket. Hudson Prentice driving up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Because I suggested to him that I'd love to play the guitar, but I think I'm too old. Nonsense. Anybody can learn that, or we'll get it sorted. I said, what about the pain in the fingers? That's always worried me in an electric guitar. Pain in the fingers. That'll go away after a fortnight, he says.
Hartley to Hudson Prentice, who's coming back into his crease, pushing the ball through the offside for a single.
I'd expect my new neighbours to want my room to be soundproofed, though.
Electric guitar, yeah.
You can wear headphones now, can't you? Just plug the headphones into the amp as well,
right,
so you get the full thing and nobody else can hear you.
Oh, that's ideal.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. There is a bass guitar in our house at the moment. It looks simpler.
Hartley to Hussain, clipped into mid-wicket. Enthusiastic stop and an equally enthusiastic cheer as a result of that stop from George Bollison.
They're having a great time, aren't they? The Lancashire folks out there. Yeah.
57 for 5. Hartley to Hussain, pushed right into the offside, no run.
And a really good game for the young lads to be playing it now, isn't it? With Lancashire so on top, the pressure's off them, and they can just do what they've been doing in order to get picked in the first place.
Clipped out through the onside again, but Bollison fields at mid-wicket. No run, end of the over, 57 for 5. Thanks to Adam and to Peter, who both sent me a link to the... one sent me a link to the Chris Reed dismissal, and one sent me a link to Sachin Tendulkar dismissal. They're kind of similar. The Tendulkar was dismissed off giving out LBW after ducking a Glenn McGrath bouncer that obviously just didn't go anywhere, and Reed giving out LBW ducking what he thought was a short ball for Chris Gaines.
That hit him on the full.
And that hit him on the full. So the dismissed of Critchley was more like Chris Reed. It hit him on the full. Thanks for people obviously having now seen it on the streams and remembering similar dismissals in previous games. It's just so bizarre. You just don't see that too often, do you?
No, you don't. You don't. He obviously lost the flight of the ball completely and was taking evasive action as much as anything.
Yeah, I think he was, wasn't he? Yeah.
It's a change of bowling?
Yeah, that's George Balderson.
Balderson's back, oh dear.
The attack.
Poor old George Burrows. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. Not good enough. Here's Balderson in and bowls outside the off stump. That's allowed to go through by Hudson Prentice. He's got the sleeveless, shapeless Derbyshire top on. Whereas Harvey has said he's just got the short-sleeved Derbyshire top. Wears long sleeves, of course, when he's keeping wicket, as you would expect. These are the non-strikers' end. 3 slips. Hudson Prentice defends his next delivery with the middle of the bat up to mid-on. It's getting a bit silly now. When you're on top, you've got to go ooh and ah after every single delivery.
They're having some fun, aren't they?
They are having fun. You wouldn't begrudge it them. I'm not sure Balderson's a big lad either. He's in. Oh, and that comes off a leading edge out into the offside. Picked up by Alex Davis in the colours, no run. A picture of the I don't know what that building in the far corner is. It's clearly something to do with Liverpool Cricket Club because it's got the same painting colour scheme. It's almost like a secondary pavilion in the far corner.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I think I'll come back to it.
Balderson bowls and he's missed that one as Finn Hudson Prentice outside the off stump.
I think it's some kind of indoor court, like either kind of tennis court or a
bit of squash,
badminton squash court. I think it's something like that.
Squash is big on Merseyside, isn't it? They have quite a competitive squash league in these parts. New Brighton Rugby Club have always been good at. They've always been very a decent club for squash. Balderson bowls, and for some reason Hudson Prentice takes 3 steps down the track and then defends. Back to the bowler. I've been threatened with a poem at my 3:30 update.
Well, you have to produce one.
Well, no, they were talking about poems this morning.
Right.
So I started a limerick, but I didn't finish it. And somebody's actually sent me a poem in to the radio station, so I don't know what it'll be. Balderson bowls, driven very nicely by Hudson Prentice. Straight to the man at mid-on, though. And as a result, there's no run. End of the over, 57 for 5. That was a maiden over from George Balderson. His second in 9 overs that he's bowled, 1 for 23. His figures. Hudson Prentice, top score for Derbyshire, 19 not out. Harvey Hussain has 4.
Thank you, Dave. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, so we've got half an hour left of this this session. It's been an eventful one. The big talking incident, LBW decision that Mike Critchley received in slightly bizarre circumstances. Here's Hartley to Hussain. Gets a little inside edge onto that. Ball deflects down to Gully. There's no run. And Derbyshire are 57 for 5, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out. Since you were last with us, a very strange dismissal of Matt Critchley. He was going along quite nicely for 14 and clearly completely misjudged or didn't pick up a delivery from George Burrows. Went to crouch down to duck underneath it, and it hit him in the fall, on the fall, low down. And the umpire reckoned that was going on to hit the stumps. The replays would perhaps suggest otherwise. So Critchley may well be a little harshly given out, but it continues to be a good day for Lancashire, have picked up 4 other wickets apart from that, with 3 of them to Danny Lamb on his 25th birthday. Lamb dismissing Rees for 2, Godalman for 6 and Deploy for 0. George Balderson finding the wicket of Wayne Madsen, LBW for 4. So Derbyshire 57 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 219 all out. In fact, a couple of extra runs onto that total. Ravi Hussain clipping it out through mid-wicket for 2. George Burrows coming round from deep square leg, probably 20 or 30 yards to his left-hand side to field the ball. So 59 for 5 now. Hartley left arm around the wicket to Hussain, worked away into the onside, and there's no run. A little scout around the ground, see what's happening elsewhere, with particular interest into the top 2 in the central group as Hartley bowls. Hussain in the end works it out into the offside, but just bounced probably a fraction more than he was expecting the way he played it. Steering it through the offside, but for no run. It's the end of the over, 59 for 5. So Worcestershire have lost a couple of wickets actually. They're going quite nicely at the start of their reply to a Somerset total of 251, but they've now lost 4 wickets, and with that bowling bonus point, I think if Somerset go on to win that game, that is them certain to be in the Bob Willis Trophy final. But Jake Libby made 58, Daryl Mitchell 31, Tom Feld 26, Worcestershire 146 for 4, so trailed by 105 runs. Middlesex are 58 for 2 in their second innings against Essex. Trail Essex by 40. Here comes Balderson for Lancashire. Into Hudson Prentice, who plays forward. Ball zips past into the gloves of George Lavelle. Lancashire debutant, 20 years of age, plays for Ormskirk. 2 debutants in the game. Jack Morley, not seen him bowl yet. He'll be, I'm sure, eager to have a go. Tom Hartley's turned his arm over today. Balderson in, it's edged. Oh, is it taken? It is. It's taken superbly by Tom Hartley. It's a fantastic catch. And Hudson Prentice departs, squared up by Balderson, and an edge grabbed wonderfully at third slip by Tom Hartley. Excellent piece of slip work, one-handed, low to his left-hand side. Terrific work by Hartley, and a second wicket for Balderson and a 6th to fall in the Derbyshire innings. 59 for 6. It's a fine piece of bowling to square the batsman up, and he was not let down by his teammate Hartley at third slip with a good low catch to his left-hand side, one-handed, pretty low down. And Balderson celebrates his second wicket, and Lancashire's dominance continues. 59 for 6, and Finn Hudson Prentice, the latest wicket to fall, out for 19, caught by Tom Hartley off George Balderson. Still Derbyshire trailed by 160 runs. That's a fine piece of bowling from Balderson, and an equally fine piece of slip catching by Tom Hartley. So 59 for 6 with 25 minutes to go until tea. Dave Fletcher.
Yes, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it? Losing Hudson Prentice, and the arrival of Anuj Dal at the wicket means that Matty McKiernan is indeed a specialist number 9 batsman, because he didn't bowl in the first innings. I find that truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. But there we go. What do I know?
Unless there was a reason behind him not bowling in the first innings.
I don't know what it would be.
Dahl on strike. It's Balderson into him. Shoulders arms that first delivery. Doesn't be drawn into playing at a shot. Through to the keeper, no run.
Mike Crooks sent us an email.
Okay.
Very nice it is too.
Oh, that worries me.
No, enjoying the commentary by yourself and Scott, and especially enjoying the live video stream. Is this here to stay, do you think? I would imagine so. It's going to be difficult to take it away, isn't it?
Balderson to Dahl. His runs here. Just got it to the left of Willis, who's at backward point. Comes back for 2. And who's Dahl? Score moves on to 61 for 6.
It tells me that the best musicians are to be found at HRH Prog, so the likes of Gong and Caravan are not at Download. He says, keep up the good work. Thanks very much for getting in touch, Mike.
Thanks for the email. I've got no idea what you're talking about. But, it's completely gone above my head.
Not a big fan of Gong or Caravan?
Balderson to Dahl, he's going back and playing it into the offside. No run. I've got no idea. What I mean, you could be saying something rude for all I know.
No, I don't think I was. I'm hoping not. I've heard of the bands. I mind a bit of prog, but more the old school rock bands for me.
George Balderson back in again, and left by the new batsman. That's the end of a wicket taking over for George Balderson. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 25. Danny Lamb 11 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 24. George Burrows 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. And Tom Hartley is going to continue with his left arm spin. It's bowled 3 overs for 7 runs.
Yes, the scores in each progressive innings are going to do well to get lower and lower, aren't they? Which is how these games should pan out. 61 for 6. Another 139 runs Derbyshire really need. And you just cannot see where they're coming from. Sane on strike to the first delivery of a new Hartley over. He's carved into the offside, but totally lacking in timing. Goes straight to the fielder, and there's no run. Same waits. Pushes this one out in a more defensive manner into the offside again. Unable to add to that paltry score of 61 for 6. 6 at the moment for Harvey Hussain, who defends the next delivery out into the offside as well. Dahl does like to get on with it when he bats. Came in far happier circumstances at Grace Road in the Bob Willis Trophy, and really galvanised the innings with Harvey Hussain at the other end, but really forced the pace and got them up and beyond 400 in their first innings to get maximum batting points and do well to get them even 1 on this occasion, as Hussain takes a couple of steps down the track, and then the ball seems to just stop on him a little bit, and it bounces back towards the bowler in the air momentarily, but he survives. There's a silly mid-off in place, and again he takes a couple of steps down the track, shouts wait immediately as the ball is picked up by Luke Wood, the substitute fielder, after it had already gone past George Balderson. He's fielding an extra cover. No runs. 61 for 6 it remains. Hartley is heading towards a maiden over. Hussain goes back into his crease this time and defends it back to Hartley. It is a maiden over, completed in double quick time, as you might expect from a spinner. And Lancashire, with a lead of 158, have got Derbyshire on 61 for 6 and in all sorts of trouble. They've been in all sorts of trouble since midday, really. Just after. Or either side of midday. I keep thinking it's 11 o'clock start, but it wasn't. It was 10:30, wasn't it?
Yeah, we started on time, didn't we?
Yeah, so it was from about 20 to 12 onwards.
Balderson to Anush Dahl, who's solidly onto the front foot and pushing it back to George Balderson, and there is no run. These young Lancashire bowlers have enjoyed the day so far. As you mentioned, Fletch, it's an ideal situation, isn't it? A couple of lads on debut, and into Dahl. So edged it is, and taken by Keaton Jennings. Anu's Dahl departs. He's gone for 7. Balderson picks up his 3rd wicket. And Keaton Jennings with his 2nd catch of the innings at a waist height. And it continues to be a pretty emphatic day for Lancashire. Jennings just shaping a little bit to his right-hand side to take it. Little tap on the back from Rob Jones at second slip. And 7 down. 61 for 7 mix. So rather tough reading for Derbyshire. For Lancashire, in that little team huddle there, having their drinks and a little natter, they'll absolutely be thoroughly enjoying life. And it, at the minute, for George Balderson, at the start of his first-class career, it's an easy old game, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing to it, really. Just come in, put it in the right area. Batsman will nick off. Here comes the saviour, Matty McKiernan. He's got to do something. He must be under enormous pressure to do something with the bat, having not bowled. To follow him, Sam Connors and Dustin Melton. And Dustin can't bat. He actually admitted as much in the interview we did with him last night. We're back all the way down, apart from me, he said. And on the evidence that I've seen so far, he was probably very accurate. So Matty McKiernan comes out to the middle to join Harvey Hussain, who's trying to pass on any pearls of wisdom he possibly can to the non-bowling leg spinner. The option, the alternative option would have been, and I don't know if they considered it, but open with Tom Wood and Billy Godleman and allow Lewis Rees to bat down the order if they could persuade him.
McKiernan is on strike as Balderson comes in to him. He's off the mark straight away, turning it across his pads through the leg side for a couple. So he's up and running. 63 for 7. What's Lewis's form this season been like at the top of the?
Not great.
Okay.
No, not great.
I mean, he's a lot, isn't it? I mean, he's bowling 25 overs. And
yeah.
More than that, 30 overs. Balderson to McKiernan through to the keeper, no run. $61 for 7. There was just that little glimpse of a partnership after the rain delay with Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson-Prentice. Balderson in and wide and taken by the keeper, no run. As soon as Critchley departed for that in that bizarre fashion, trying to duck under a delivery which I think he assumed would be short, and in the end didn't pitch, and it hit him on the full. He was given out LBW. It was a messy way for him and an unlucky, unfortunate way in the end, I think, for him to be given out. Balderson to McKiernan, and that runs down towards fine leg. Just a single. That's the end of the over. I think he should be on 3 there, shouldn't he, McKiernan?
Yes, he should be.
Yeah, they'll get up to date in the end, but it's the end of the over. But yeah, as soon as Critchley departed, and Finn Hudson-Prentice and his dog followed relatively quickly afterwards. Been a difficult couple of hours for Derbyshire.
Yes, absolutely. I may have done Lewis Rees a slight disservice. Norton 24 against Notts.
Right.
56 and 4 not out against Leicester. She didn't play at Yorkshire and got 122 against Durham.
Oh, right.
So
yeah,
there's a century and a half century in there. So apologies.
I mean, it's still a tough ask, isn't it?
I
To
think
bowl
it's
the amount of overs he bowls.
It's impossible. It depends which way round you do it as well. If you bat first, then it's not too bad, I don't think. Hartley is in and bowls. That one turns past the edge of McKiernan's bat. Hence the appeal from behind the stumps from George Lavelle. By Steve O'Shaughnessy. Not interested at all. This next delivery is defended out to the offside with a very long stride with his front foot down the pitch. And it's going to be very difficult for Derbyshire to even get out of this game with a draw now, let alone win the game. Oh, they have chased down 365 this season. Lightning will not strike twice. Kiernan cuts, but doesn't time it. As a result, doesn't add to his score of 364 for 7. Saying at the other end, 6 from 42 deliveries. Kiernan again goes back into his crease and pushes this out into the offside. Again, there's no run. David Griffin typing furiously on a calculator. They're going to come up with some stat, I'm sure, very shortly. McKinnon kills the spin on this delivery from Hartley by having the bat almost parallel with the ground as he played that shot. Defensively, Silimidov's back. And Hartley bowls again. Big stride from McKiernan. Another maiden over for Hartley, his second. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 7. Derbyshire 64 for 7 at the end of the over. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, won't it?
It will, yeah.
Can't come soon enough. Harvey Hussain on 6, Matty McKiernan on 3, except of course if 2 more wickets fall.
Yes, that's true.
And
Yeah.
then we're here for the duration.
Another half an hour, isn't it?
Yes. I don't think it'll last half an hour, in all honesty, with Dustin out there.
Worcestershire are 5 down now, 168 for 5. Trail Somerset by 83 runs. And Middlesex are 3 down, 69 for 3. Trail Essex by 29. Balderson to Hussain. He whips the ball into the onside, but to mid-on, and there's no run.
They feel like the 2 finalists now, don't they? Somerset and Essex. He's got a feel for it.
Certainly at the minute in the driving seat, aren't they, those two?
They've been the 2 best teams in the country for a while, haven't they?
To be fair, yeah, they've kind of both been battling it out, haven't they, for the Division 1 title for the last couple of years. Paulson to Hussain down the leg side, and Lavelle takes it. Lancashire are chirpy in the field,
Aren't they?
They're making themselves heard. They're enjoying the day. They've reduced Derbyshire to 64 for 7, so I'm not surprised they're enjoying the day. Lots of smiles and chatter and encouragement. George Balderson. That squad number 10 on his back. A very slight, slim frame. He's in and bowling. Sane in behind and squeezes the ball back down the pitch.
There's nothing to him, is there?
There isn't, no.
Absolutely nothing to him.
He's about 5 stone wet through, isn't he?
Generates a bit of pace there.
Aye. Bowl well. I've been impressed with him, both bat and ball. I think he's come across as an impressive character. This speaks well, you know, he's pretty level-headed. You can tell why they would kind of go to him to be captain of an under-19s team. You know, he's got a level-headed, sensible lad. And down the leg side, taken by Lavelle. But I think he'd be really happy with the way he's contributed with the bat in the middle order for Lancashire. And now he's bowled. Said he was hoping that this season, you know, before all the pandemic stuff and the season was curtailed, he had this season as being earmarked as one where he was hopeful, trying to break into the first team. But clearly the chances increased because of circumstances. Same, a little shuffle down the pitch and then steers the ball with an angle bat through backward point for 1 run. Moves to 7, 65 for 7. Just the number of games, the the lack of availability of certain players with England.
Yeah.
Gleeson, Mahmood, Onions' injury, Wood being injured. It provided an opportunity, an opening in the team for him. And he's taken it very nicely indeed. In again, it's a big appeal for LBW there as McKinnon plays forward, bat and pad, pushing at that delivery. As soon as the appeal started, quickly died away. End of the over, 64 for 7.
Yes, the runs have dried up now as well. It isn't great, is it? The runs have dried up and they're losing wickets. That's pretty much a recipe for disaster. 64 for 7, trailing by 154 runs. I mean, it's hard to glean any positives from a Derbyshire perspective. Just a little consultation between Jennings and Willis about the field settings there for the next Tom Hartley over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 7, his figures at the moment. Just blows into his left hand before he delivers his first ball of the over, and Harvey Hussain defends it straight back to him. Hussain waits and gets one that pops a little bit on him, and he does well to keep it down. Takes his bottom hand off the bat and he plays it down into the ground. And there's no run, but he played that delivery quite well there, Harvey Hussain. And this time he chops it into the ground. And it goes to Josh Bohannon at backward point. McKinnon on 3, Hussain on 7. 3 wickets in relatively quick succession. Critchley, Hudson Prentice and Dahl. Hussain goes back into his crease and forces it out into the offside. Bohannon came racing from backward point but didn't pick up cleanly, and that gave Hussain the chance to get through for the single. Derbyshire moved to 66 for 7. Hussain on to 8. Poor old George Burrows has been asked to go back to the boundary now. Come in. He's running all over the place here. That's trying to have a rest. McKinnon leaves this next delivery that's outside the off stump, goes through to Lavelle. The Derbyshire coaching staff are sitting looking, even from this distance, they look glum. In front of the gazebo away to the left. McKinnon kills the spin of this final delivery of the Tom Hartley over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 8. His figures now just the 1 run from that over. Harvey Hussain got it, he moved up to 8. McKinnon remains on 3.
Not a great deal to smile about.
It's warming up.
It was
Do you not
that.
think it's warming
Is
up?
that? Yeah.
I'm thinking about taking my coat off.
I'm not so sure if the Derbyshire backroom staff are too gleeful about the prospect of it warming up.
No, I don't think they are.
Like Lancashire's backroom staff will be. Here's Balderson past the umpire, and they're saying drives, and drives pretty neatly straight past the bowler. Villas chasing after it. Oh, that's 4 runs. Good shot by Hussain. Good straight drive.
I say he is a very correct batsman. Everything he does is the runs he scores tend to be, well, the perception I have of him certainly are that they're straight down the ground, inside the mid-on, mid-off kind of arc.
Yeah, it was right between the pair of them, wasn't it? Mid-on, mid-off. Both chasing after it, Burrows and Villas, neither able to get to it. 70 for 7. Harvey Hussain's leaning into it and easing the ball into the onside, but for no run. He's on 12. McKinnon on 3. 70 for 7 with 4 minutes away until the tea interval. An encouraging start to the session for Derbyshire, you know, just very quiet, tentative signs of encouragement. It's the same. It's a little bit more aggressive and takes a step towards the ball and drives firmly, and Botherston takes a pace off the ball there, low down to his left, and it's fielded by Willis at mid-off, no run. Critchley and Hudson Prentice with early signs of just starting to try and get something together. It is rapidly kind of turned into a rather brutal session for Derbyshire. Because of Harvey Hussain's use of the feet here, and he's been keen to get forward, George Lavelle said, well, I'm going to stand up right behind the stumps to you. Botherston to Hussain, and he goes back and defends to Villas at mid-off, no run.
He did ask Graham Lloyd how many balls were left in the over there though, before that delivery. He got 66 not out against Leicestershire, his high score this season. Batted very nicely indeed at Grace Road.
He looks quite a correct player, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He plays very straight, doesn't he? Picked out mid-off and mid-on lots of times so far. And just pushed away through the offside. It'll roll along the ground to Bohannon at point, and there's no run.
I'm not sure Baldy's a very good nickname. Are you? I think I find it vaguely offensive. Inevitably, George Balderson is known as Baldy. He isn't.
No, his hair flopping up and down as he comes in and balls to Hussain. He's almost down on one knee, striking through the offside, but Davis is at cover to field. So that's the over. It's 2 minutes to 4. It's the time for one more, which Tom Hartley will bowl.
27 left in the day. I wouldn't like to put any money on that. Clearly. I'll get as deep into this over as I dare.
Okay.
How about that?
You're flirting with your 4 o'clock update, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't really like flirting that much. Hartley to McKiernan. McKiernan defends stoutly. Ball goes out into the onside. Aeroplane takes off from John Lennon.
That's our first run of the day, is that, Fletch?
I haven't seen many. Doesn't look very orange either. McKinnon goes back into his crease and places down into the ground. It bounces over the man and turns a bit off. And out into extra cover.
It was about this time yesterday we started seeing a few.
There were 3 or 4 went off, all seemed to go at the same time, didn't they? Like they'd overbooked and had to put an extra one on. McKinnon turns this latest delivery from Hartley into the leg side. I might get the hole over here, you know. Might get the hole over and then dash off. When I say dash off, take one set of headphones off and put another one on. No dashing on my watch. Halfway through the over, McKinnon waits and defends it back to the bowler. Saves a bit of time. No need for the ball to go around the field. Harvey Hussain down on his haunches, stretching out. Typical wicket keeper, can't keep still. Looks at his bat. McKinnon waits and gets a full delivery that he just turns backward and square into the leg side. And there's no runs. It's fielded by Burrows. Hartley in again. Again, it's turned into the leg side by Matty McKinnon, and that, ladies and gentlemen, I think will be Teal.
No,
She says one more. I'm out.
You're bailing. He's gone. Yeah, Steve O'Shaughnessy turned round to the clock, which is on the front of the pavilion. Creeping up to 4 o'clock, but that clock doesn't say quite 4 p.m. just yet. Time for another George Balderson over before we get to the tea interval. 74-7. Balderson 3 for 33. Here he comes, and the ball's it's driven. It's to the right of Davis at cover, so Villas at mid-off having to come a few paces to his left to complete the fielding. Sane gets a single. Moves up to 13, 71 for 7. Yeah, 3 wickets for Balderson, 3 wickets for Lamb, and 1 that very unusual dismissal of Matt Critchley. 1 for George Burrows. Hartley's ball 7 overs for 8 runs. It's George Balderson for Lancashire moving in. Kieran behind to defend it back to the bowler. He's got 3 slips. Keaton Jennings at first, who's taken 1 catch today to dismiss. In fact, he's taken 2, hasn't he? Billy Gottleman into the hands of Keaton Jennings and Anuj Dahl. Rob Jones at second slip. The action's been happening in between Rob Jones because Tom Hartley, who's at third slip, took a wonderful one-handed catch to dismiss Hudson Prentice. It's Balderson to McKinnon again, defending from the crease, just dropping the ball back down the pitch. Tall left-arm spinner Tom Hartley. He comes bouncing up to field it and slowly wanders back to his mark. Bohannon with his right hand on his hip up backward point. Davis is at cover with a little towel hooked into the back of his trousers. The captain's at mid-off. Balderson comes in, pushes one outside the off stump, and it's left by McKinnon. And Burrows at mid-on. Daniel Lamb's at mid-wicket. Jack Morley must be down at fine leg. He'll be hoping to have a bowl after tea. Hartley's ball 7 overs, but not been given the chance to turn his arm over just yet. Jack Morley. Balderson moves back in, left again by McKinnon. Nestles into the gloves of the wicket-keeper George Lavelle. And there's no run. Dave Fletcher's come back. He managed to squeeze a little delivery before tea there. I like it. I thought you'd signed off.
Well, I did as well, yeah. Yeah. Since I got the internet sorted by engineer Adrian,
he's been great.
Magnificent.
I hope he gets to come for every game.
Yeah.
Because we've basically got no idea what we're doing here.
I haven't got a clue.
Lots of wires and lots of plugs. Balderson to McKinnon, hits the pad, spins round, pleads with the umpire, and stands there with his hands on his hips looking directly towards Graham Lloyd, who says, "That's not out, Sunshine, but you've bowled very nicely." And that will be tea. 71 for 7. And Balderson signs off with his 14th over, 3 for 34. Daniel Lamb, 11 overs, 3 for 24. George Burrows, 5 overs, 1 for 2. Tom Hartley, 7 overs, 0 for 8. And Rees for 2, Gottleman for 6, Madsen for 4, Duploy for 0, Critchley for 14, Hudson Prentice for 19, and Dahl for 2. Not out batsmen are Hussain on 13 and McKinnon on 3. T on day 2, 71 for 7.
Yeah, it's where I normally run through the Derbyshire highlights, so back to you, Scott.
We'll rejoin you in around about 20 minutes, but a wonderful session for Lancashire. Well bowled, Balderson and for Lamb, and then they disappear out towards the pavilion, and they'll have a little bit of refreshment in the knowledge that they've enjoyed a very good couple of hours cricket. Lancashire tea on day 2 in Egbert at Liverpool Cricket Club, where Derbyshire, in reply to Lancashire's 219, are 71 for 7. Well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Liverpool Cricket Club. You can see the arrival of the Lancashire players. The tall George Burrows nattering away to Graham Onions, and there's umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. He's wafting around one of these rubber stumps that they've been using to do a bit of practice during the interval. And what was a pretty good session of cricket for Lancashire. 71 for 7. Derbyshire resuming here after tea, with Harvey Hussain on 13 and Matty McKiernan on 3, and a session which Lancashire will have thoroughly enjoyed, in particular Lamb and Balderson, who both got 3 wickets each, one for George Burrows. And it's a scorecard that looks a little messy from Derbyshire's point of view. There's just been the odd glimmer of hope, and Crutchley Hudson Prentice partnership about the only thing so far for Derbyshire. And yeah, it's been a pretty tough afternoon for Derbyshire.
That would sum it up nicely.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to kind of gloss it in any other way.
Oh, yeah, there is no way of glossing it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No way of turning anything into a positive, really. Just been talking out the back there, and the conversation was, well, if they could get to 150, well, yeah, how? And even then it probably won't be enough, so thoroughly dispiriting day from a Derbyshire perspective. Another aeroplane takes off.
It's about this time of the day, isn't it? Start to...
They cleaned all the hotels wherever they're going, and
off they go.
Expecting another plane load of tourists to land at any minute. Mark Beck says he dislikes saying it, but he's glad his work has meant he hasn't been suffering this as we are, or as I am at least. At least you're getting paid, he says. Well, there is that. It's not a major consolation, in all honesty. Tom Hartley's going to begin the final session. 26 overs to be bowled. He bowls to Harvey Hussain, who cuts straight to Josh Bohannon, who's fielding at backward point. The Derbyshire coaching staff is down to 1 now in front of the gazebo, as Hussain pushes this back to the bowler. Looks like Dave Houghton, it could be Malloy, and they're both very different shaped people, so apologies to whichever one of the two of those I may have offended. I think Mal would probably be more offended, as this one is carved into the offside by Harvey Hussain for the first run of the evening session. 72 for 7. Alex Hughes is back in his whites, having gone through a few, I think they're called doggies in the business, aren't they, at the tea interval, running backwards and forwards. I'm sure Alex Hughes will be back in contention at the start of the resumption of the T20 on Friday up at Durham. Kiernan lunges forward and defends this next delivery out into the offside. Round from behind the stumps comes George Lavelle to do the fielding. And similarly, although with a little bit more force, he defends this one. McKiernan back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, I can't really tell who it is sitting out there next to Alex Hughes. Has sat down next to him. It's definitely Alex Hughes. And McKiernan goes for a more expansive drive this time, and it goes straight to the man in the covers, who is Dan Villas. And it's the end of the over. 1 from it. 72 for 7. 25 to go. Derbyshire hopelessly out of touch with Lancashire.
We've got 25 overs left today.
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. That's what it says on Cricket Info. Seems a lot, doesn't it? Well, at 4:30. It sort of should take us to close to 6 o'clock, which would make sense, I suppose.
well, we weren't massively convinced we'd get them in yesterday, and it was turned out to be a pretty pleasant end to the evening, didn't it? Danny Lamb's going to have a burst from the river end for the first time. Played away into the offside by Hussain, and for no run. Worcestershire are 9 down. That's kind of happened pretty quickly, hasn't it? After a good start for the two opening batsmen, Darryl Mitchell and Jake Libby, who've both been in good form this year, haven't they? They've both batted well for Worcestershire, share some big partnerships. But yeah, 190 for 9 now, Worcestershire. Lamb into Hussain, and just squeezed away into the offside, no run. So 3 wickets for Craig Overton, and then 2 for Josh Davey, 2 for Lewis Gregory, 2 for Jack Brooks. So 190 for 9, and they're still 61 behind. So chance of a decent first innings lead, and so they're set in a very strong position there to win that group and to put their place in the final. Lamb to Hussain. It's a wide ball which he kind of pivots around and watches as he flashes past his off stump at about just below waist height and through to the keeper, and there's no run. And Middlesex are 5 down, 98 for 5 against Essex. So yeah, it looks like, as it stands, smart money will be on an Essex Somerset Bob Willis Trophy final. Shuffled down the pitch by Hussain and pushes it back toward Lamb. There's no run.
The strong each way bet though, Derbyshire. You get good odds now, wouldn't you? You get really good odds now. Not that I'm advocating betting it anyway. I wouldn't know how to place a bet. But yeah, if you want some value, I'm not sure you'd get any, to be honest. But as they say in the business, I believe.
Daniel Lamb, right arm over the wicket balls, Hussain hops right back into his crease.
And no play at all today at Headingley?
No. Yeah, it's been called off, hasn't it, for the day? Yeah. So Yorkshire 36 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire 124 all out.
Derbyshire could still finish top of the group.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, glorious defeat.
To Hussain, clipped out through mid wicket. He gets a single, moves up to 15. 73 for 7. I mean, 73 for 7. Obviously, it's been a tough day, but I mean, across the 4 games leading up to this, and Derbyshire to have won 2, to have 71 points, to have beaten Nottinghamshire as they did in the first game. There's a lot to be happy about from the Bob Willis Trophy campaign this season for Derbyshire. It's not quite worked out for them today, but
it's always better if you finish well rather than start well, though, isn't it?
True.
Carried it into the winter. That feeling of what might have been is never an easy one to stomach. Because they've still got 5 T20 matches to go as of everybody up and down the country. And so far they've got 3 defeats and 2 washouts. They go to Durham on Friday.
Mathematically still able to finish in the...
Well, I think so, yeah.
You can finish 3rd, can't you, and still qualify?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's been an awful lot of either no results or ties, hasn't there, up and down the country, which means that everybody, apart from Northamptonshire, we don't know what's happening with them yet. They seem to have raced away at the top of the central group. I had to tell everybody it wasn't Malloy who's sitting in front of the gazebo, because he's leaning on the covers at the opposite end of the ground, at the river end. It's going to be Tom Hartley to continue bowling to Harvey Hussain, who scurries through for the single. He moves on to 16.
Yep.
74 for 7. Past 4. You know what that means. Hartley's in. And this one is turned into the leg side by McKiernan.
Yes, 7 Lancashire have taken so far in the Derbyshire first innings, and it's been a terrific day for the Red Rose with the ball, and in particular for Danny Lamb on his 25th birthday. He's picked up 3 wickets, and for George Bobbleson, he's only 19, he's played every Bob Willis Trophy game so far, and he's impressed throughout the course of his early stage of his first-class career. He's also got 3 wickets as well, one for George Burrows for Lancashire, who made 219 with the bat, that brilliant 94 from Josh Bohannon, and then they've kind of rattled through the Derbyshire top order so far. So in reply to 219, Derbyshire here in Liverpool, with still a decent amount of cricket to go, 24 overs I think left in the day's play, are 79 for 7. And Hartley as Hussain on strike with a slip and a short leg in play. So here comes Hartley in from the pavilion end, and Hussain coming forward and pushing the ball back towards the bowler, and there is no run. Harvey Hussain's 20 I think is the top score here, isn't it, for Derbyshire? Again using his feet, he'll skip down the pitch towards the bowler, pushed away. Back just a fraction in front of his pad, dropping it into the offside, no run. Yeah, Hudson Prentice made 19, so there's 20. Puts him top score on the card for Derbyshire. Wearing his short sleeves, slightly bent at the knee as he waits for Hartley, the tall left-arm spinner. It's chopped away through the offside, the ever-enthusiastic Dane Villas at cover stops the ball for Lancashire. He's been getting a bit of cheeky stick from his teammates, Dane Villas. Some of the younger lads keep Alex Davis called him Grandad, I think, at one point, saying, "Oh, he's 55 now, Dane Villas. He's pretty decent in the field for a 55-year-old." Skipper certainly leading by example for Lancashire. Again this season, he's covered in mud everywhere. Dane Villas mid-off. Here's Lamb into McKeon, who's pressing forward, playing the ball down into the offside, and there is no run. 79 for 7. It's a Monday afternoon, day 2 of the Bob Willis Trophy fixture. But Danny Lamb, who's picked up 3 wickets today. McKeon defending this next delivery from Lamb. Rolls to Villas, there he goes, polishing the ball. Filthy patch under his right knee there, skidding around on the outfield. Like he's 19 still, Dave Villas. Hands the ball to Danny Lamb. Very short, cropped hair, isn't it, from Lamb? It's very perfectly sculptured beard. Very designer stubble, isn't it, from Lamb? Comes in, right arm over the wicket, bowls. McKinnon leaves the ball into the gloves of George Lavelle. And there's no run. Worcestershire have got to 200, so they've got themselves a batting bonus point there. 200 for 9s. In fact, I think they're all out for 200. Yeah, they are. Got to 200 and then all out for 200. So a first innings lead for Somerset of 51 runs. Top of the table clash in the central group. Lamb to McKinnon with the back foot, attempts to cut the ball, bounces out to Bohannon, who is at point. And there's no run. Welcome 5 Live Sports Extra listeners to Merseyside, to Liverpool Cricket Club, where it's been a tough day for Derbyshire. It's been an enjoyable one for Lancashire. Derbyshire are 79 for 7 in their first innings. Daniel Lamb's bowling to Matty McKeon. His ball just deflects down to backward square leg off a little thin inside edge. McKeon gets a single. And the score ticks along to 80 for 7. McKeon moves to 5, but this is in a reply to Lancashire's 219 all out. Derbyshire yesterday getting a couple of early wickets. Lancashire win the toss and choosing to bat first. They lost Keaton Jennings with the first ball of the game. LBW to Connors for naught. Davis fell for naught as well. 2 for 2 Lancashire were. Derbyshire, the North Group leaders, on top yesterday. And Bohannon made 94 in partnerships with Rob Jones, who made 23, and George Boberson, who made 36. Eventually Lancashire reaching 219 before being dismissed. 3 wickets for Lewis Rees and 3 for Dustin Melton. As Danny Lamb comes right up over the wicket and bowls to Harvey Hussain, gathered by George Lavelle, the Lancashire wicketkeeper. Takes it, skips in front of Keaton Jennings at first slip. That concludes the over, 80 for 7. But then it all went wrong for Derbyshire. Top order blown away by Lamb to begin with, who picked up 3 wickets. Lewis Rees for 2, Billy Godleman for 6, Lias Deploy for naught, and then Wayne Madsen was trapped LBW by George Balderson for 4. And Derbyshire in a right mess. They got themselves to lunch 4 down, started to have just an early glimpse of a recovery with Matt Critchley and Finn Hudson-Prentice, but Critchley was given out in very bizarre circumstances. As Hartley comes left arm around the wicket, forward goes McKiernan in defence, and there's no run. He went to duck a ball which I think he thought was going to be short. In the end it hit him on the fall, and he was crouching down in his crease. Hit him on the fall, and the umpire gave him out LBW, and then that started another little collapse with Finn Hudson-Prentice and Anush Dahl following quickly after. McKiernan going back, playing it towards Lancashire's left arm spinner Tom Hartley, and there's no run. Now we see Harvey Hussain and Matty McKiernan batting for Derbyshire. Hussain has 20 and McKiernan has 5. With men around the bat as Hartley comes in and bowls, and it's clipped away by McKiernan. It's behind square on the leg side, and he jogs through for 1 run. Score moves on to 81 for 7. So it's been a tough day for the North Group leaders, still trailing by 138 runs. Hussain's faced 72 deliveries and batted for 80 minutes for his 20. And he's back on strike with a slip and silly point in position. Hartley comes into Hussain, who plays neatly off the front foot, pushing the ball back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Self and Dave Fletcher are commentating from the media marquee, where we're watching square on at ground level in this very fancy media tent that has been erected. As Hartley brings Hussain dancing down the wicket and working it into the onside Balderson Fields, and there's no run. The bowling is from the pavilion end to our left as Dave and I look. The River Mersey, the river end to our right hand side. We're under cloud cover in Merseyside. But it's been quite a still day in terms of the wind. There's been little breeze around, hence the clouds have just sat above us. As Hussain goes back, jabs the ball up towards Balderson, and there is no run. That is the end of the over. 81 for 7, with Harvey Hussain on 20. Matty McKiernan is unbeaten on 6. Dave Fletcher is alongside me from BBC Radio Derby, and I think it has been a pretty tough one for Derbyshire, hasn't it, really?
Yes, it has, and given what's going on in the games elsewhere, Essex look on top against Middlesex, don't they? Somerset, Worcestershire, one of those teams will win that game, whichever one it is, and Derbyshire will be knocked out of the competition, which is a real shame for them, as a new over begins from Danny Lamb from the river end. It's allowed to go through the first delivery by Matty McKiernan through to the wicketkeeper. Harvey Hussain, with his 20, remarkably has become the leading scorer in this innings. Hudson-Prentice made 19, and Matt Critchley got a bit of a shocker, really. Made 14. Definitely looked to hit him outside the line of off stump, and wouldn't have hit the stumps either. Lamb in and bowls to McKiernan, who pushes this one out into the offside. In comes Alex Davis from the extra cover region to do the fielding. 1 goal on the outfield now. They're enormous birds, aren't they, when you get close-ups, and that doesn't look like a particularly big one, but it's big enough. It's Josh Bohannon who has to, I was going to say has to deal with it, but it's seen Josh and it's scurried away.
It's disappeared,
It's scurried away. You can do no wrong. McKinnon pushes this next one out into the offside to Davis. Bohannon with that magnificent knock of 94 yesterday. It's not quite the difference between the sides, but it's not far off, and it was a terrific innings on a pitch that it hasn't been easy to score. He scored more by himself than Derbyshire have managed between the 9 batsmen that we've seen so far. As McKinnon plays it to Josh Bohannon, the backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, it felt yesterday when we were watching Bohannon bat, certainly towards the end of the day yesterday, that 94. I mean, it was a terrific knock anyway, but in the context of the innings, and actually it felt as though in the broader picture of the game, could have been significant, and it looks like it could well be.
McKinnon on strike, goes back into his crease and forces this one away for 4 runs. We haven't seen too many boundaries. That was going to hit the advertising boards in front of us. Nice shot off the back foot out towards the cover boundary. And Derbyshire move up to 85 for 7. McKinnon into double figures now. He has 10. He perhaps owes Derbyshire a few runs, having got both hands to a nick off Josh Bohannon, bowling of Dustin Melton when he was on 29.
Yes,
did get both hands to it.
It would have been a pretty spectacular...
It was a sharp catch. A sharp, yeah, absolutely sharp catch. Sharp chance. He defends this latest delivery from Lamb back up towards Dane Villas at mid-off, and it's the end of the over at 85 for 7. It's all ifs, buts and maybes though, isn't it? If he'd have caught it. Players drop catches. He certainly has caught 1 or 2 spectacular ones this season. The gulls are being mobbed by a crow. That's very exciting. Look there, and the squeal. I do like it. I like to see a bird mobbing another bird.
Do you?
I do. Yeah, I think it's quite exciting.
Is that not bullying?
Well, I think it's
bird bullying.
I think it's just nature, isn't
okay.
it?
Right.
I think it's just nature. But a crow has clearly felt that the gulls were on its turf.
Get off my land.
Excellent, very exciting. 85 for 7.
Middlesex 108 for 5. So they now lead Essex by 10 runs.
I might have enough.
We've got White on 17 and Simpson on 11.
Well, that's now Derbyshire's only hope. But even then, I still don't think it's going to be enough. I think the 200 is the critical point.
That batting bonus point.
Yeah, I think so. Now, my maths is appalling, as everybody knows, but I think the batting bonus point is going to be crucial. And it's a long way off. It's 115 runs away at the moment. If they got anywhere near that, these two, that would be terrific. But it might take them till this time on day 4 at the current rate.
Tom Hartley, who's a 22-year-old left-arm spinner, made his debut in the competition this season. And he's fitting one pretty quickly into Harvey Hussain, who goes back into his crease and then pushes it back to the bowler. And there's no run. His first-class debut came in the first match of the Bob Willis Trophy. And he's slowly drifting in, left arm around the wicket to Hussain. It's driven back towards Hartley, and there's no run. Nice Tommy. The word from his Lancashire teammates. 7 different players have made their first-class debuts this season for Lancashire. Hartley to Hussain. Strides forward, back just in front of his pad. Pushes the ball back towards the bowler again, no run.
This little thing calling George Balderson Baldy is a bit much, though.
It's Hartley again to Hussain. Hurrying him up again, just the odd change of pace from Hartley. Change of length as well. Held a couple back, he's fizzed a few in. Just a fraction quicker. Hussain defends it, remains on 20. Hartley back in. Ooh, that brings him forward. It has Keaton Jennings leaping around at first slip.
Well, that's 2 he's edged recently. He got a 4, didn't he, in the previous over with an edge, and he's edged that one. I'm not sure if it came off the keeper's gloves as well. definitely edged that one, Hussain.
Went down to Jennings' right-hand side, didn't it? Low down to his right.
It probably fell just in front of him, didn't it?
Yeah. Wipes his fingers on the grass as he comes back into Hussain, who's going back, which encourages the bowler to ask the question to umpire O'Shaughnessy, who says not out as the ball deflects into the onside. The end of the over, 85 for 7 Derbyshire. Hussain has 20, and McKiernan unbeaten on 10, with Derbyshire's reply to Lancashire's 219 all out.
Earlier on today, Derbyshire was 17 for 4. Remember the game last season? Kevin Howells was with us, wasn't he, at the Incora County Ground for the Graham Onions Jimmy Anderson game.
Yep.
In the first innings in that game, Derbyshire was 16 for 4. In the second innings, they were 19 for 4. Today, 17 for 4. As a new over begins from Danny Lamb, and McKiernan defends it.
Yeah, it was
by an innings.
It was a
Comprehensive, wasn't it?
Won by 10 wickets.
10 wickets, sorry. Yeah, it was comprehensive.
Anderson 17 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 18.
Yeah, well bowled.
Onions 14 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 19. They were the first innings figures. Second innings figures: Anderson 4 for 29, Onions 5 for 38.
Alarming, really. As Lamb bowled, and it's turned quite nicely off his legs by McKiernan down to fine leg for a single. He moves on to 11, 86 for 7. Yes, it was David Griffin who jogged my memory on that one. I just remember some terrific bowling from Onions and Anderson on a greenish pitch, as I remember.
It's a bit slightly wet outfield, I think.
Yes, I think so. They took some time drying it out, didn't they?
Did they use some kind of heaters or something, some blowers on it?
That's what it's driven. I think that was on the square.
Was it on the square?
Yeah, it was not long after the ground had been flooded, and they did well to get the game on. In fairness, the ground staff, and the ground had been flooded at the far end, at the permanent temporary stand end, and the old pavilion where the members go now. It had flooded at that top end and then receded, but I think it had come as far as the square, and that's what they had to dry out with the heaters. Yeah. Lamb in again and pushed back to him by Harvey Hussain.
Seems like a while ago, doesn't it?
It does actually, yeah, it does. Yeah.
Last season feels like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Waiting so long for some cricket.
Hussain takes 2 steps forward and then plays a back foot shot out into the offside when it's fielded by Alex Davis. And there's no run. So another miserly over from Danny Lamb. His 15th of the day, his 4th of this spell. He's only conceded 7 runs in this spell so far. 3 for 31 his figures as things stand. Derbyshire 86 for 7 to complete the over. Lamb bowls, that one's uppish into the leg side by Harvey Hussain. In fact, it was a good stop in the end. I didn't realise he'd got a hand to that, the man out at mid-wicket, but he had. It's the end of the over. Single to Harvey Hussain. It moves to 21. Derbyshire 87 for 7 after 45 overs of their first innings. Desperately seeking 200. Make a good film, that, wouldn't it? Possibly not. And the youngster who made that very impressive stop, George Balderson, was bowled nicely as well. He was the man at mid-wicket who dived away to his left-hand side and kept them down to a single. It was in the air for a while, actually, off Harvey Hussain's bat, which was quite a concern. But he's still there.
For his 21, on strike, waiting for Tom Hartley to start his latest over from the pavilion end. And a wristy clip into the onside by Hussain.
Quite brave. I've put my coat back in the car.
I noticed, yeah. It's a bold good decision, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Partly to Hussein, defended into the offside, no run. I mean, I'm surprised you just not left it as an option at the back of the chair.
Well, probably on reflection that would have been the wiser option, but I was walking past the car, I thought I'll save some time later on, as if it's going to save any time.
Forward planning.
Yeah.
Hardly left arm around the wicket. A little bit of width this time, and Hussein tries to cut it. The bottom edge off the bat, and it deflects out to Bohannon at backward point, and there's no run.
Felt like a good idea. I've got really cold hands now.
Hardly trying to blow some warm air into his left hand, actually, as he comes in past the umpire now. Fizzes one into Hussein, tickles the ball through square leg, jogs through for one, moves to 22.
Is this going to be the big partnership, do you think? I think this is the one that has to be.
Absolutely does, yeah.
With just Sam Connors and Dustin Melton to come. Sam Connors has proved he can hang around, as he did. He got 5 from 55 deliveries at Trent Bridge in that run chase that I bang on about because it was the highlight of the season. He did have Finn Hudson-Prentice.
One of the highlights of the Bob Willis Trophy, isn't it? The victory, certainly. Forward goes McKiernan, pushing up towards the bowler. There's no run.
Actually, that was in the first innings. That was when Leas Deploy made his century, going from 61 to 130 with the number 10. That was another high spot.
Dabbed into the offside by McKiernan. The toe end of the bat rolls its way through towards Rob Jones at silly point, and there's no run. End of the over, 87 for 7.
A bit of George Burrows here. He looks like he's warming up furiously, but no, nobody's taking the ball off Danny Lamb. Why would they? George Burrows just keeping the shoulders loose just in case he's called upon.
Just the 5 overs for Burrows. Lamb's bowled 15 overs, 3 for 32, and Bolson 14 overs, 3 for 34.
They've taken the Lewis Rees workload.
Yes, they have, yeah.
Between them.
Yes.
Makes a difference when you've got a mate who can help share it. So Lamb to continue from the rear end again, a couple of steps down the track from Harvey Hussain. He defends it straight back to the bowler. And there is no run.
Somerset batting again. It's a 1 without loss. Lead of 52.
Result pitch, we were told yesterday, weren't we, by the Somerset contingent.
Going to produce a flat one, are they?
Worcestershire need to win that. It's a short delivery, and Hussain does well to keep it down, actually. Turns it around the corner, backward a square for a single. Fielded in the far distance by one of the many left-handers.
Joseph asks on Twitter, is your marquee basically by the car park gate? That's where I'm picturing it to be in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on,
yeah,
Joseph.
Absolutely.
That's exactly where we are now is where normally Lancashire will put a little kind of temporary stand for supporters to watch.
McKinnon leaves this next delivery from Lamb to go through to the keeper. An orange plane takes off. No, they're excellent facilities. Proper hard flooring as well. We were concerned, well, we weren't. Somebody in our party was concerned that they might have to have their feet on damp grass. Never really concerned me at any stage with my waterproof shoes. I was always unconcerned by that.
Solid choice of shoe.
Yes. Well, they're the only ones I've got. Lamb bowls turned nicely by Matty McKiernan this time down to third, fine leg. I think that's Jack Morley down there, but I may be mistaken.
Fine leg. Yeah.
Was it him?
Yeah.
It was a left-handed throw that sort of narrowed it down a bit, but not a lot. It could be Tom Hartley down there.
Tom's at third slip. So yeah, Jack Morley.
So he is without a cap. Hussain, takes a couple of steps down the track and misses one. Flashes past the edge of his bat through to the keeper. He does like to play the shot on the move for a correct batsman. There's Harvey Hussain. Derbyshire player over under the trees on the far side. His hands in his pockets and he's talking to a member of the backroom staff. I think the member of the backroom staff's Dave Howden, and I think the man is Billy Godman. This one is turned up very nicely up towards a wide mid-on, where Burrows does a very fine stop, loses his cap in the process. Keeps them down to a single, and Harvey Hussain pinches the strike. Derbyshire on to 91 for 7 now. Hussain has 24, McKiernan has 12. These two have added 30 runs in 100 balls, which is something of a success for this Derbyshire innings.
It's a start, isn't it? There was a glimpse of something being put together by Critchley and Hudson Prentice, which was ended in bizarre circumstances, but there is something here. From Derbyshire's point of view, hopefully for them to try and build a partnership, get themselves up towards that Lancashire, somewhere near that Lancashire total, which is an awful long way off.
It is at the moment, yeah, it is. Doesn't feel like it's getting any closer either.
With Tom Hartley, a left arm around the wicket to Hussain, who's forward. Guided through the offside, no run. He's quite busy, isn't he, Harvey Hussain, in the crease? He's always on the move. He's bouncy and full of energy.
Yes,
he's always moving around. It just gets him going, perhaps, as he strikes his next delivery up to mid-off and there's no run. Some players are like that, aren't they? Some players are quite fidgety in the crease, and others are quite calm. And
no, he's a typical wicketkeeper, really.
Yeah.
They're
Busy,
always moving,
yeah, they are. Yeah.
Always talking.
He's on 24. Hartley into him. We'll get an extra run here. Turned away off his toes. Back bit of square on the leg side for a single. 25 to him now. 92 for 7. Brings McKiernan back on strike. Field's still the same with a silly point and a slip. Hartley to McKiernan. Loops away into the onside as he tries to flick it up towards down towards fine leg, perhaps. Just trying to work it off his hip. Just balloons a few yards out towards the square leg umpire. There's Graham Lloyd, Steve O'Shaughnessy officiating at the pavilion end. This is cracked away through the offside. Yelps of get it as it disappeared along the ground through cover. Again, takes his total up to 13. Derbyshire now to 93 for 7. Brings Hussain back on strike. Hartley into him. Full ball, which he brings his bat down on and turns it into mid-wicket where Balderson fields, and then his momentum takes him leaping over the pitch, George Balderson. High fives, Josh Bohannon. End of the over. 93 for 7. Hussain has 25 and McKiernan on 13. Middlesex still 5 down, but trying to get them edging the way in front of Essex. 112 for 5. League is only 14, but with 5 wickets remaining. Somerset got their second innings up and running as well at New Road to the latter part of the second day, so plenty of time for Somerset to build a big lead there. 2 without loss, lead by 53.
See a change in the bowling now, are we? We are.
Oh, we've seen Jack Morley, I think, for the first time.
I'll watch with interest as I leave. I'm not only temporarily.
Oh.
I'll be back.
Oh, you're downing tools. He fletches off. So Jack Morley will bowl for the first time in first-class cricket. Look forward to watching this. He's 19. It's his debut. He was born in the year 2001. How old's that making you feel, people? And I'm sure with many of his friends and family and teammates at Haywood will be listening and watching with great interest and wishing Jack all the best here as he gets his first-class bowling career underway from the River End at Egbert. He's bowling into McKiernan, and that's taken by Lavelle. And there is no run. He's got his skipper fielding at cover, so within chatting distance as he slowly drifts his way in, twirls in and bowls forward. Goes McKiernan, pushes into the offside, no run. Nice calm approach for Morley. He's got his first two underway, landed them nicely. Left arm swinging back and forth, twirls in, bowls. A little straighter this time. McKiernan trying to work it into the onside, just rolls back down the pitch. Runs his fingers through his hair. He's had 3 deliveries now. Pulls his sleeves up. Big breath of air. He'll settle down now. Halfway into his first over. Give the ball a bit of a polish. Captain gives him a round of applause. In again. A little fuller, fraction wider off stump. Through to the keeper, no run. And look around this field, Jack Morley. Walking in, then just gathers a bit of momentum, bringing McKiernan onto the front foot. He's pushing into the offside, and his skipper backing up the work there. That's terrific. Young bowler on debut, 19, and you're watching your captain flinging himself around at cover to try and stop the ball. Wonderful by Villas, backing up the work of his young bowler. Trying to get him a maiden to start off with. Forward goes McKiernan, pushes back towards the bowler, and he does start off with a maiden. And those few butterflies which would have been buzzing around in his stomach will have just eased a little. A maiden for Jack Morley, his first over in first-class cricket. 93 for 7. 25 to Harvey Hussain and 13 to Matty McKiernan. Looks like we're having a little sanitising break. He's coming out there with a mask on for Lancashire, 12th man with little bottle of hand gel. He'll go around squirting it into the palms of the hands of the players. 2 umpires have a little natter. Batsmen likewise, leaning on their bat. McKiernan and Hussain, little punch of the gloves. They've got a partnership here. There's something which they can try and build on. Something they'll be hoping will try and take them into the afternoon. 93 for 7 at Derbyshire. Has been a good day for Lancashire. 3 wickets for Danny Lamb, 3 for Stockport's George Balderson, 1 for Burrows as well. There's a little mini partnership here between Harvey Hussain and Matty McKiernan developing, but all this in reply to Lancashire's 219 all out, Derbyshire, and 93 for 7. So it will be spin from both ends. Tom Hartley will continue from the pavilion end. Left arm around, the wicket back goes Hussain. Eased away through the offside. Moves to 26, not out. Score on to 94 for 7. Starting to hear a little bit of the rumble of a wind picking up and brushing into our effects, Mike. Drills down the ground to Lamb at mid-on. And kind of fumbles it a little bit. But he's enjoyed his birthday, hasn't he, Danny Lamb? 25 today. Picked up 3 wickets. Hardly to McKiernan off the back foot, cutting into the offside. Picked up by Bohannon. A backward point, and there's no run. He's on 13. He's Matty McKinnon, whether he's superstitious, I'm not sure, but he's on 13, not out. Hartley into him. Just tucks the ball into the onside. It runs slowly up towards George Balderson, who toss it back to the bowler. Hartley. A little shine on the back of his thigh. Again, it blows a little bit of air into his left hand and bounces back in. Again, playing forward, they're asking a question, and enthusiastically Tom Hartley, as he leans into the direction of the umpire, completely loses balance and almost tumbles over. His appeal almost ended with him rolling on the pitch. And just about, watch this, keep himself upright. There he is. Oh, almost fell over.
Pretended it was all part of the extravagant appeal.
It was all part of my plan to try and convince the umpire to give him out. In past O'Shaughnessy and bowling. Chopped away by McKinnon through the offside. Jack Morley loops the ball back in, and he'll come jogging this way, Morley, because he'll continue from the river end of another over. 95 for 7. We've got 13 overs left today. 50 gone.
Yes, I think so.
13 left. 50 into the first innings, rather. 95 for 7, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out.
That was a good start by Jack Morley. That first day fizzes it through a bit, doesn't he? Gets some pace on the ball as well, the young left armour. He's a major weapon, and clearly his turn, bit of spin. He'll be bowling the first delivery of his second over in first-class cricket to Matty McKinnon, Derbyshire's non-bowling leg spinner. He waits now and gets a big stride in and pushes the ball straight back to the bowler. Danny Lamb enjoyed it. He's feeling just in front of us.
Bit of birthday cake for Danny Lamb tonight, perhaps. One of his mates.
Yeah,
gone out and bought a little cake for him.
Why not? Yeah. Morley bowls that is chopped away backward of square by McKean, and straight to Alex Davis. It's not Alex Davis at all. It's Josh Bohannon. Yeah, it's Josh Bohannon, of course it is. It's always Josh Bohannon. And he quite often feels the backward point, which is where he is now. He's not in action because that one's been pushed into the onside. And there's no run. Another flight takes off there. Must only have one shift working.
Yes, I know, it's this time of day, isn't it?
Weird. Morley's in, bowls, and that one is chopped backward of square. Good stop by Bohannon, left-handed. He's done that a couple of times today. Gets down quickly, throws out the left hand, clutches it in and prevents the single from being taken. McKinnon felt sure he was going to move off 14. Sadly not. For him. Good news for Jack Morley, who's yet to concede a run in first-class cricket. Very deliberate walk towards the stumps, then into his action. McKinnon drives it up towards Dane Willis at shortish extra cover. Moves his cap, runs his fingers through his hair before replacing it, the Lancashire skipper. Ball eventually gets back to Jack Morley. That one must be going north because it appears to have flown straight over us. Next delivery is pushed out into the offside again. No, says Harvey Hussain. The fielding was done by Josh Bohannon, whose throw was appalling. It missed the stumps. It went in between the wicketkeeper and Keaton Jennings and was eventually retrieved by a third fielder who was brought into action. But it's another maiden over. 2 overs, 2 maidens for Jack Morley. Derbyshire remain on 95 for 7, trailing by 124. Temperatures dropped about 10 degrees.
You're regretting your decision.
Since I took my coat off. I know it could just be that I took my coat off and it felt cooler. But either way.
In the height of the cricket season, I can assure you, I've seen journalists in the tent at Egbert with woolly hats scarves and gloves on, and it's, you know, July.
I was going to say I've still got my hat, but it's in my coat pocket.
Hartley to Hussain. Rocks onto the front foot and watches the ball into the gloves of George Lavelle. There's no run. Past the umpire to Hussain again. Squirts it back down the pitch, and Hartley just stands there, leans forward and waits for the ball to roll into his hands. Doesn't need to move either side. Played directly straight back towards him.
There's quite an earnest conversation going on there by the covers. There was.
Hartley to Hussain. A little bit of width, and Hussain will guide it through the offside and scamper through for a single. 96 for 7.
Looks like, I can't wait, I think it's Billy Godleman, Derbyshire skipper, to the right. Can't quite make out who that is. Standing next to him, and then there's Malloy, and then there's David Griffin, who's relatively forthright in his views, I think it's fair to say. And there's a fair amount of hand gesturing going on, so it'll be interesting. I'll have to grill Griff later on.
You're watching as Hartley comes into McKeon. That's come off the outer edge of the bat, rolls down towards fine leg. Burrows slides down, throws in, and they've got the hurtling back for 2. So good running by McKeon, and Hussain made a decision quickly that there should be 2 there, and managed to get that additional run. 96 for 7.
It's all right for Harvey. He wasn't running to the danger end.
That's true. Yeah.
McKeon
He quit, didn't he?
got a bit of a scramble on towards the end of that second run. Got there comfortably enough in the end.
98 for 7. Rather.
Almost up to 3 figures here.
Aye, just a couple away now. 98 for 7. 16 to McKeon. He just takes a little bit of time. I'm not surprised having to come hurtling back for that second. Just steadies himself and plays a forward defensive back to Tom Hartley. No run. Jennings at first slip in position, crouching down. McKeon playing forward and defending. Another one chalked off, and they'll get through them pretty quickly actually, with a bit of spin at both ends at the minute. Hartley at one end and Morley at the other. 98 for 7.
Wayne Madsen, I'm going. There's the other player with him. Looks a bit like Wayne from this distance. He and Billy Godleman have now left the scene of the discussion, leaving Malloy and David Griffin to continue it. Talking about Matty McKeon and taking a moment there was the opening batsman for Blackrod, which is where my son plays. I went to see them on Saturday, and he ran a 3, which made him, after which he ended up at the striker's end and was out next delivery. And when he came off, he said he could barely stand up straight. he was exhausted after running a 3. What's going on? These kids, eh? Jack Morley to continue from the river end in and bowls to Harvey Hussain, who very deliberately guides it towards Josh Bohannon in the offside, and there's no run.
Ben Green's out for Somerset, 4 for 1. Lead by 55.
Could be an interesting contest, that, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Morley bowls, and it's clipped up towards mid-on where Burrows is the fielder.
Century for Rory Burns, 100 not out. Scott Borthwick on 49. Surrey 160 without loss.
Next delivery from Morley is defended by Harvey Hussain out towards Tom Hartley, who's fielding out at cover. 3 goals behind him. Same weights. This one is clipped straight to Hartley. This time he barely has to move other than to bend down and pick up the ball. Yeah, it's Wayne Madsen. I can almost see the features on their faces now. I think it is anyway.
You've got me convinced now.
I think that, no, it looks like Wayne. Morley bowls. This is a run, at least one run for Harvey Hussain. He comes back for the second as well. It was a good piece of fielding by poor old George Burrows. He's down on his knees at the moment because he put the dive in, half stopped it, had to get back to his feet, pick up the ball and hurl it in, and he ended up back on his knees. He's just picked his cap up off the floor now, and the 100's up for Derbyshire. 100 for 7 in the 53rd over. So fairly pedestrian. Hussain waits and he's beaten. Whether that ball left him or not, but if he didn't, he played down the wrong line. Went straight into the hands of Lavelle, who didn't whip the bails off because Hussain hadn't lifted his back foot. It's the end of the over. 100 for 7. Hussain on 29, McKiernan on 16. Derbyshire are exactly 119 runs adrift and probably need 100 more to keep their hopes of progressing in the Bob Willis Trophy alive. Conversation going on here between Dane Villas, Keaton Jennings and Graham Lloyd. All looks fairly amicable.
It does. I'm just.
They can't appeal for light, can they, anymore?
No, I'm just wondering whether is he asking the question, perhaps if I bring one of my seamers on, is that going to be potentially going to cause a problem?
Fair point.
I'm not saying that any meter readings being taken or anything, have we yet, but they don't do that normally until they decide to go off for it and then take a light meter reading then, and they stick with that for the rest of the game. But continue with a couple with spin from both ends. Hartley coming in, 2 short covers in place now as well as he balls to McKiernan, work back towards the ball and no run. So we've got Dane Villas and Rob Jones there, just 4 or 5 yards apart from each other. Jones bending forward with his hands on his knees, and Villas at the minute upright. 2 short extra covers. Hartley to McKiernan, stopped very well by one of them. That's Jones down to his right. McKiernan stretching for it, working it through the offside. Good stop by Jones, no run.
Very good stop. The fielding's been excellent. From Lancashire.
100 for 7, Hartley to McKiernan. He leans forward and it's just George Lavelle asking, and then he turned round to Keaton Jennings and said, "Well, where were you? He didn't help me out."
He got no support. I think he felt slightly foolish at the end of it.
It was the glance to Keaton Jennings that made me smile. Oh, Keaton, where were you? Hartley to McKiernan, goes back into the crease and work it out through mid-wicket where Balderson fields and there's no run.
Very good. The exuberance of use. It was a good take. I thought he deserved more for it.
It was a good take, wasn't it? Yeah. Hartley to McKiernan. He's batting in front of his pad with a decent stride forward. Works it around the corner. Burrows fielding. Back to Hartley. McKiernan taps the bat, 16 not out. And he brings him forward in defence, and again Burrows coming in to complete the fielding. So another one chalked off. 100 for 7.
We've got plenty of time to get to 200.
True, yeah.
Just the wickets column was against them. It's taken me until this time on day 2,
yeah,
and having been here on Friday as well, to ask, why is there a scoreboard next to the scoreboard?
Well, I think the one next to the one that we're currently using is, I think it's a manual one, that, isn't it?
Oh, and
so that would require someone to manually, obviously, operate it. The one that's being used is electronic.
Is that one brought by Lancashire then, the electronic one?
Don't know, but I know it's being operated from the pavilion.
Oh, okay.
So it's been operated remotely from the pavilion.
Right.
I'm assuming the bigger one that looks more solid. There it is on the screen there. The one to the left of the electronic one would need people in there operating it.
So bizarrely suddenly occurred to me. Also, it says Liverpool CCC on it, but you could work out that that was Lancashire. Quite comfortably.
We're going to see a bit of seam back into the attack. George Bohannon replacing Jack Morley.
No consternation from the umpires either, which is good news, which means we shall carry on, as indeed we should. I think eight overs left.
Yeah.
8 overs left in the day. Nine overs. Okay. That was close. That Bohanon's in and bowls, and that one is driven by Harvey Hussain up to mid-on. I was in the right ballpark there. George Burrows is the man who does the fielding at mid-on.
You were near enough.
Yeah. You just nod really obviously when it's the last over of the day. That would help enormously.
I'll just occasionally nod when I think it's appropriate. Yeah. Okay, no problem.
Balls the in and balls. That one is a no ball. It looked quite a big no ball from here as well. We're in a perfect position to judge run-outs and no balls, as we were in my entire first season covering Derbyshire at the county ground when we were at mid-wicket. Cut off from civilization, but we used to get a little ticket and go to that cafe for lunch, which was nice. I say lunch. Big plate of chips. This one is in the air from Harvey Hussain, and dropped just in front of the man at mid-wicket, who shies at the stumps as well and misses. The upshot of it all is a single, but it was an uppish looking shot from Harvey Hussain.
Yeah. Mid-wicket was interested for a second or two.
He was.
I used to think he's Jack Morley.
I threw it right-handed. Perhaps he's ambidextrous. That's very exciting.
It is.
Yeah, this one's turned into the leg side. Let's see which. No, he's picked that one up left-handed. Yeah, it's Jack Morley.
Yeah.
I'm sure he threw it right-handed. That is interesting. Because it was a good throw with his right hand if it was his right hand. Ooh. Clubs up and down the country be making a note of that. Quite often they know which hand the player's going to pick it up and throw with, don't they? If they can take a quick single or not. And if he's ambidextrous, bowls and bowls. It's Alex Davis who picks this one up. I could be completely mistaken, of course, but I just got the feeling it was his right hand. We're going to get on telly, look. There we go. Been on it. The camera pans with George Bohannon as he makes his way back to his mark at the river end, almost as far as the pile of sawdust. This next delivery hits the pad, not out, says umpire Lloyd. Goes out into the leg side. That last plane, Andy tells me, was going to Krakow.
Ooh.
Krakow?
Yeah.
Gone to Poland anyway.
Yeah. Enjoyed my trip there a couple of years ago. Enjoyed my little trip to Krakow. Yeah. It's cold. Oh my word.
Was it winter?
Was. Had the full thermals on, the whole lot, freezing. And a couple of underground bars. They're quite good fun.
Yeah. Balderson in, and this one's pushed into the. Well, I'll ask you about them off air. Pushed into the offside by McKeon, fielded by Alex Davis. And it's the end of the over at 103 for 7. Were they just underground?
They just happened to be underground. I think and they weren't like anything.
Nudge, wink, wink.
No, nothing dodgy. Just these little bars that were built into look like the old cellars that were in buildings, and there were these little cavernous rooms, and then you could kind of little tables and fit 4 or 5 people in a little archway. And they were very fancy little things.
Like the sewers.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah. Having a drink in the sewers.
Yeah, I think I've been in a few sewers in my time. And my daughter and her boyfriend are going to Bratislava. Sometime very soon. That sounds exciting. In Slovakia. 103 for 7 sanitisation break.
Yeah, little sanitisation break.
Not missing any action. Umpires having a chat and looking at the sky, as umpires often do
And they're pointing out towards the direction of the River Mersey.
It's bright over there.
It does look quite bright, yeah.
It'll be fine. Get on with it.
Luke Wood there with his hands in his pockets. He'll be coming back into the team on Friday when Lancashire are in the T20 Blast.
Gets his former club.
Aye, yeah.
He'll enjoy that one then.
He's won the competition with Notts, and he's won it with Worcester as well.
Yes. He's a good cricketer, isn't he? Real good cricketer. Like him.
A few faces that are not playing in this game that will be playing in the game.
Is that an evening game?
Yeah, 6:35 on Friday. Yeah.
6:35.
Oh, it could be 6:30.
Oh, okay.
I think it. 6:35 are the television games.
Are you on telly?
I can't remember if this game is on telly or not. I don't think it will be. No, it won't be because England are playing. Yeah, England are playing.
Yeah. All right.
So 6:30 start.
Yeah, I think we're 6:30 at Durham. Or Chester Street, as people keep correcting me.
You've got to keep your eyes across these start times, haven't you? Could they keep they change them around a little bit? Lancashire played Durham at 4 p.m. at Emirates Old Trafford in a week or two's time.
I have no idea why they're not playing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Durham. Let us get there and get home in the daylight, or nearly in the daylight.
Oh, I see Jack Morley replacing Tom Hartley, so a little twirl from the pavilion end for Jack Morley. In balls. So works the ball through the onside, but does not get beyond the enthusiastic Lancashire captain Dane Willis. He was the epitome of leading by example. He has been such a wonderful captain. Very impressive character, great batsman, great fielder, great captain. Chopped away by Hussain off a little bottom edge. Scampers through for one. Takes him on to 31. Impression Jack Morley is enjoying himself on debut. And why not? Had a little bit of a bat today, didn't he? Started off with a couple of maidens. A few butterflies in his belly. They may have been eased a little bit now. He's bowled a few overs and will feel a little bit more content. So that he's saying to his captain, you know what, maybe have a little tweak of the field here. Offering a suggestion to his skipper. Nothing major changed with that. Still got these two short extra covers in place, Dane Willis and Rob Jones. There comes Morley, left arm swinging back and forth as he bowls, and forward goes McKinnon. Ball comes off the edge of the bat, picked up by Burrows, a backward square leg. .104 for 7. Morley in. Fraction quicker perhaps, little leg side, and it's just eased down towards the fine leg boundary where Burrows comes round to field. And comes back for a second. So moves on to 106 for 7. McKinnon up to 18. Same squad number as Jack Morley. He goes that left arm again, swinging back and forth. Twirls in, bowls forward, doesn't McKinnon. Pushes back down the pitch and there's no run. Morley from the pavilion end. McKinnon waiting for it. And that's played out into the offside by McKinnon, who tucks his bat under his arm and removes a glove and goes to have a wander down. And 2 other goals are circling around. Okay, 7 overs remaining. .106 for 7. Derbyshire replying to Lancashire's total of 219, and a good day with the ball for Lancashire, and in particular for 2 Lancashire seamers. Danny Lamb's picked up 3 wickets on his 25th birthday and George Balderson also with 3 wickets. But we've seen the very first stages of a first-class career for Jack Morley. He's bowled a couple of overs now for the Red Rose in tandem with another left-arm spinner in Tom Hartley as well. Just a couple of Derbyshire players reaching double figures. Finn Hudson-Prentice for 19, Matt Critchley for 14, and now the 2 current batsmen, Harvey Hussain, who's 31 not out, and Matty McKinnon, who's 18 not out. So Lancashire 219 all out. In reply, Derbyshire 106 for 7. Balderson continuing from the river end. First deliveries left alone by Hussain, and through to the keeper. And there's no run. Let's take a look at this game between Worcestershire and Somerset. Steady progress by Somerset second time round as Balderson's into Hussain, who meets him with a little step forward and defends to mid off, and there's no run. It's a 16 for 1. Somerset, Tom Abel currently out there batting, so the Somerset skipper able to judge proceedings, obviously coming towards the end of the day's play there, so very much thinking of tomorrow and trying to bat through, well, as long as they want to, would be their ideal outcome, and then try and bowl Worcestershire out. Clipped out to mid-wicket by Hussain, and there's no run, so Somerset lead by 67 at the minute. That's 16 for 1. Essex against Middlesex. Middlesex is 6 down now, 123 for 6. White, the man, latest wicket to fall. LBW to Harmer for 23. Middlesex lead Essex by 25, but with just 4 wickets remaining. Balderson to Hussain, who again is meeting it by taking a little shuffle down the pitch, and there's no run. There's been a wicket at the Oval. It's Scott Borthwick, the man out. LBW to Jack Carson for 50. So Borthwick out for 50. Rory Burns is 103 not out. Surrey 169 for 1. Balderson again to Hussain, who's coming towards the bowler, and just clipping it out into the onside for no run. Looks like they're currently off for a bit of either rain or bad light. It is bad light that has taken the players off the field there, so I suspect that'll be the close of play, not too far away from it. Hampshire 96 for 5. They lead Kent by 117 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Balderson again to Hussain, and he turns it out into the onside, and there is no run. Glamorgan a 162 for 8 at the end of this Balderson over. 106 for 7. Glamorgan 162 for 8. So they trail Warwickshire by 24 runs with 2 wickets remaining. There's no play today at Headingley between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. And Sam Byrne, the Lancashire physio, has a little wander around the outfield. And Paul Allett just to his right hand side. Yorkshire 36 for 2 in reply to Leicestershire's 124 all out. And the other game is at Trent Bridge. There's Morley. He's into McKinnon, that hits the pad and deflects into the onside. There's no run, but they're off for bad light there as well at Trent Bridge, with Nottinghamshire 249 for 2, replying to a Durham total of 294. Ben Duckett, I'll come back to this. As Morley's creeping in to bowl again. It's a good ball that brings him forward, McKinnon. The ball nips past the outside edge and through to the keeper. So Duckett 146 not out, and Joe Clark is 72 not out. So Notts 249 for 2. McKinnon pushing and into the onside, no runs. So they still trailed Durham by 45 runs, but 8 wickets remaining in their first innings. here, edging towards the final few overs of the day. And defending, maybe just a fraction late on it, but getting enough bat on that. Bringing it down across his front pad and working it back to the bowler. 106 for 7. In fact, as a result of that and the way he played it, Dane Willis and his young bowler was like a forward short leg in place. And they'll inside edge onto his pad, just in case he does it again, and it kind of loops up onto the onside. This time he gets a much bigger stride into it. Played out towards the offside. Morley, left arm, around the wicket, forward again goes McKinnon. Another Jack Morley over complete. What's that one now? It's his 5th, I think. Yeah, 5 overs for 5. So he's settled nicely into life as a first-class cricketer early on. He'll be pretty bouncy about things, will Jack Morley. Good to get involved, isn't it? Get your first overs under your belt. Get yourself involved. Had a bit of a bat. Hung around for a bit, didn't he, Morley? What did he face? Faced 46 minutes and batted for an hour for 3. So he's had a bit of a contribution with bat and ball. Here is Balderson. And with the keeper standing up, because Hussain has been keen to try and get forward and use his feet to the bowler. So Lavelle standing up right behind the stumps. Okay, coming towards the end of the second day, and a good day for Lancashire. Derbyshire are 106 for 7, replying to Lancashire's 219 all out. George Balderson, who plays his cricket at Hyde, is a Stockport lad. He's 19. He's picked up 3 wickets. Danny Lamb's also picked up 3 wickets as well. So Lancashire have enjoyed a good day with the ball. Derbyshire 106 for 7 in reply to Lancashire's 219 all out. Dave Fletcher's back alongside.
Yes. As if I'd never been away.
Indeed. Here comes Balderson to Hussain. He's back and just steering the ball out through the offside, and there's no run.
Just 4 overs left after this one.
No, got through them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Hell, these 2 spinners have eaten up quite a lot of overs, haven't they? Hartley's bowled 16 and Morley's now bowled 5. Balderson's young legs are getting through his overs pretty quickly. He's bouncing back to his mark, isn't he? Tearing his way back in again. Same with an angle bat, with his wrist tucked into his hip, just trying to work it into the onside. Gathered by Willis, and there is no run.
Runs have dried up now, haven't they now? 6 off the last 5 overs. Unless these two think they can come back tomorrow and get the 94 extra runs that they require.
Hussain on 31. There's Balderson into him. Plays forward and defending again. Bends forward, leaning into it. His back leg and his back knee just an inch or 2 off the ground as it's defended into the offside. No run.
Just been asked to who I'd like to speak to at the end of the day. No idea.
It's a tricky one, isn't it?
Coach, I think.
It's like a day for the coach, isn't it? Coach of the captain.
Poor old Billy always gets the rough end of the stick.
Balderson to Hartley. Sorry, to Hussain, and that's played very nicely. That's 4 runs, just cut away. Just a rare bit of width offered up. Not seen too much of that, but it allowed him to free up his arms, and Hussain cuts the ball behind square on the offside for 4. And a welcome boundary for Derbyshire.
Yeah. Well, it's been a spirited effort by these two, hasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Hussain and McKinnon pretty much on a hiding to nothing, and have taken their time. I think it's fair to say 35 Bobby Hussain from 125 deliveries and Matthew McKiernan 18 from 90. Just the 4 boundaries between them. Hussain has 3 of them, but they've added 49 so far for the 8th wicket. Get the extra 1 to get them to a half-century stand. The first of this Derbyshire innings. It's already the biggest by a long way. It's going to be Jack Morley to bowl his 6th over. Only conceded 5 runs so far. Bowling to McKiernan, who has no intention of hitting him hard anywhere soon. Lunges forward and kills any spin, pushes it out into the offside. Waits for the next delivery, which he goes back to this time and again pushes it out into the offside. In comes Josh Bohannon to do the fielding. I bet the coach probably knows it's going to be his day.
He's already waiting for it.
Probably feel it in his water. Yeah. McKiernan waits and goes forward again. He gets a long way forward, so far forward that his back leg, his shin, is actually on the floor. He's so far forward. And he waits for this next delivery, does the same again, but this time gets a little inside edge and it drills down towards short fine leg. Plenty of support for Jack Morley, as you'd expect on his debut. Said he'd feel part of it when he batted, and he's certainly part of this bowling attack now. In again, and that's defended by Morley, by McKiernan. Brains addled. Another long day. McKiernan waits. Bat flapping behind him. It's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Jack Morley slips over this time and ends up flat on his face, trying to implore the umpire to give him the decision, but Steve O'Shaughnessy was unmoved, and Morley looks at his studs, because it wasn't anything to do with height. He got a good stride in there, didn't he? Well, nothing to do with height.
Love the enthusiasm, though.
He's almost flat on his face. He did well not to hit the deck. End of the over, 110 for 7. 3 to go. 60 gone in this innings. He's going to finish at that sort of inconvenient time, isn't it? Just before the 6 o'clock news, where I can't dash around to go and get the interview and people might escape. He's always a worry. They're
not going far, though, are they? They're only staying a few miles away.
Well, they are.
Chase them back to the hotel.
Chances have been knocking on their hotel room. I might just ask
what room's the coach in? Yeah, I need to go and speak to him. Here's Balderson coming in from the river end over the wicket and balls, and that's worked up to mid-on, and there's no run. $110 for 7. Our colleague Paul Edwards is suggesting to me that we might be playing until 6 o'clock, which is a very good point. Balderson's in, Hussain pushing forward, groping at it through to the keeper, no run.
Is that a bad thing?
Not at all, no. Not at all. No.
That would work for me.
Ideal.
Looking over there to see if that's Dave Houghton in front of the gazebo, because he's going to get a message very shortly. He's looking at his phone. Oh no, his shoulders have slumped. Cheers, Houghton.
It's predictable, isn't it? I knew it'd be coming. The same with a little step towards the ball and pushed away out to Alex Davis.
Well, he hasn't had a text message. He's actually answering his phone. He's had the direct call. Thank you to Stephen, back at pace.
You've not gone direct to the...
No, no.
You've gone via...
Yes, I've gone via
headquarters.
Intermediary.
Yes. Via a third party.
He's already looking across to see where I am.
110 for 7. Here's Balderson for Lancashire. Saying drives, beautiful, lovely shot. Deserves 4. I think he'll get 4 for it as well. Using his feet to come towards the ball, back foot off the ground. Handsome looking drive for 4. He's played some good shots, hasn't he? He's played well straight. They're saying. Moves to 39, 114 for 7. Well, that felt good.
Half-century stand between these two.
Good effort. 39 excellent runs for his, if only for his own benefit. Obviously for the team, help clearly, but obviously I'm sure we'll have been enjoying his 39 so far. Dabbing it out into the offside where Davis comes up to field, no run.
Well, the arrival of Brooke Guest will put some added pressure on Harvey Hussain, because he's signed on a 2-year contract after his loan this season finishes. So, a bit of competition. He's not. He has had it because he's had Gary Wilson, he's had Darren Smith, but he's been the championship keeper for the last 2 seasons, Harvey Hussain. So perhaps feeling a little bit under pressure.
Balderson moves into Hussain. Played safely enough towards Bohannon at point. End of the over, 114 for 7. Looks like another little sanitation break, I think, coming up. But yeah, I mean, you say there's always something to play for, isn't there? There's always something at stake when you're playing for your county and you're playing a first-class game. And you might be thinking just that. Well, if there's competition for the wicket-keeping position, I might have just to try and get myself in this team as a batsman.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone about it in the right way, hasn't he, Harvey Hussain? Product of the Derbyshire Academy, one of that rare beast. Successful product of the Derbyshire Academy. Him, Connors, Alex Hughes. I think Alex Hughes, I stand to be correct. But they're in the minority. Been at the club since he was 12 and still looks 12 now. Remarkably. He's got a photograph, got a portrait in the loft. He is remarkably young looking, Harvey Hussain. So 2 overs to go. The hand sanitisation break will just drag it out that little bit longer. And presumably Jack Morley to finish proceedings from the pavilion end. It's certainly him with the ball, and he's just doing a couple of practice deliveries to Danny Lamb, who's had a terrific birthday. Danny Lamb has picked up 3 wickets, and they were all early on as he wiped out the top order effectively. Got rid of Rees, Godman and Duploy in quick succession. So here's Morley, and he's whipped away down to the man at short flying leg. It's George Burrows. He's on his knees again. He's an absolute mess. Look at it. Look at those knees. He's been on the floor more times in the last hour than he's been standing up, I think.
Lots of dirty knees, aren't there, around in this game? It's kind of soft, muddy, slightly soft and muddy outfield.
Shows his commitment. McKinnon waits and pushes it back to the bowler. No run. At least Derbyshire won't have to worry about who might be night watchman. It'd be Connors or Melton. Not sure either of them would get the job anyway. That's a quicker delivery, it looked like to me, and just push it through at quite a pace. Jack Morley into his 7th over now. Only conceded the 5 runs, and it was missed by Matty McKinnon. It's also missed by George Lavelle, standing up to the stumps as McKinnon pushes forward and gets one off an edge and does pick up a run, a rare run off Jack Morley's bowling, only the 6th, and he's in his 7th over, 115 for 7. Now they're going through all the permutations next to us now. I think we've got that one boxed off, haven't we?
We've covered that one, yeah. We're right across that.
We've got that one completely boxed off.
Yeah.
Basically, Derbyshire need to get to 200. Sadly, they're 85 away. Next delivery from Morley, and another single taken off his bowling. This is an expensive over by Jack Morley standards, 2 off it. Another one to Harvey Hussain. He moves on to 40. Derbyshire to 116 for 7. There is a website that already has the bonus points added on. If I don't know if they want to look at that. I had a sneaky look before.
Did you?
Yeah. And it pretty much confirmed, as this one is cut to Josh Bohannon at backward point, pretty much confirmed my thoughts on matters. End of the over, 1 to go. Derbyshire 116 for 7. If you go to that website, I can say Crick Info.
Of course you can.
Somerset have moved up to 81 points. Worcestershire are on 74. That's interesting. Derbyshire are on 74 and Essex are on 74. Now Essex would have a better record of wins than Derbyshire, but Derbyshire and Worcestershire, should they go on to win this game from the positions they're in, would both be on 3 wins as well, and on the same number of points.
Ooh, how exciting. How exciting.
Yeah, so we're all rooting for Worcestershire now from a Derbyshire perspective, but it is complicated.
He's balled us into Hussain, who drives to mid-off and there's no run. Ooh,
that's how I see it, as things stand, as they say.
Live league table.
Yes. Yeah.
Live league table.
Yeah.
Updated every 6 overs.
I'm all over it. I'm all over it.
Every sanitising break will update the live league table.
That's it. They're going to check with us now. You see. We sound like we know what we're talking about.
That's optimistic, is that? It's Balderson to Hussain. Oh, that's a nice shot. It'll step down the pitch. He'll get 4 through mid-wicket, I think. He does, to the right of mid-on. It's a lovely shot. He's played some lovely shots at Hussain. It's a really good little knock for him.
I'm not sure I can leave tomorrow morning's bulletins on Harvey Hussain's good knock, though. That's the problem.
I think you should.
I'll try and sugarcoat it, but
if you get 6 more here,
I tell you what.
Is it raining?
No.
Oh, right.
They're now within 80.
I think it's raining as well.
Is it? Oh yeah, the umpire's having a chat here. Get off before that ruins the pitch.
I think it's raining. They're certainly having a chat.
Yes, I think you're right, actually. It's gone very dark as well, hasn't it? Although Harvey is saying he's just hit the quick bowler out towards long on for 4. I think we're raining. I think we're going here.
No. Oh.
We're going now.
A little bit. They're going. They're off. I think he's probably more bad light than it is rain. I just said to Josh Bohannon there at the edge of the outfield, is it raining? He went, not really.
And then turned around and walked off.
I think he's probably more light than rain, but they're off. Anyway, they're off. 120 for 7. Well, I think you need to be looking ahead tomorrow morning to the possibility of a lovely half-century for Harvey Hussain and the possibility of reaching 200 and getting a batting bonus point to keep them in the competition.
Well, we've seen some remarkable things this season. None more so than we saw at Trent Bridge when they got the 365 run chase and also Leas Deploy's century, and the 2 batsmen are being warmly applauded from the field there, and quite right too, because they batted very nicely indeed. They've actually added 59 for the 8th wicket, but I think this might just top them all if they go on to reach 200 and then go on to win the game. I think this will be the most remarkable of the games that we're likely to see this season. Just a quick dash around the other games, if people are happy for me to do that.
Delighted for you to do that.
Close of play at Chelmsford. Middlesex are 123 for 6 and heading for defeat against Essex. They lead by 25. That would put Essex ahead of Derbyshire in the race for the final. And the other game of importance has also ended with Somerset on 16 for 1, leading by 67 against Worcestershire. Now a Worcestershire win there would make things interesting should Derbyshire get up. No, they don't have to get up, do they?
I think you should work it out tonight and come back tomorrow.
What's after wins? Have Worcestershire lost this season, do we know, Tanya? Have you? Excellent. We'll just wait for confirmation, because Derbyshire haven't lost. And if Worcestershire, oh dear, I've got to read something now. There we go, thank you.
So that's the kind of order.
Oh no, Worcestershire haven't lost either, so that makes no difference. What's after losses? No, that won't be applicable. Most wickets. Worcestershire have got 66 and Derbyshire 55, so it's disaster for Derbyshire. They have to get to 200.
That is the
because they need another 11 wickets, and Worcestershire can't get any more. And if Worcestershire don't get any more, they can't win.
So tomorrow, as we are we signing off yet? Or we still got more?
Well, I'm in your hands. I think.
Have you gone through everything, all permutations?
Yeah, basically Derbyshire need another 80 runs.
They've got to get to 200.
Yeah, I think so.
And obviously win.
And then win as well. Yeah, apart from get to another 80 runs, which is unlikely with 3 wickets left, they've also got to then go on and win the game.
We shall see what develops. It's still alive. That's the main thing.
I think hanging by a thread might appear in the queues for breakfast tomorrow. Hanging by a thread.
Well, it's been a good day for Lancashire. They'll enjoy what they've done today. They've been excellent with the ball. 3 wickets for Danny Lamb on his 25th birthday. 3 wickets for George Balderson. 1 for Burrows. We've seen Tom Hartley and Jack Morley both bowl. Morley on debut will have enjoyed his work with the ball and with the bat. And Lavelle has taken a catch with the gloves on debut as well for Lancashire. So good day for the Red Rose. 219 all out, and at the close of play Derbyshire got to stumps a wee bit earlier than scheduled due to a bit of bad light around here in Liverpool, but they got to the close of play at 120 for 7, still trailed by 99. We're almost at 6 o'clock. Back with you tomorrow morning from 10:25. Enjoy the rest of your evening.